see, it's not just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown, I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling has always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Living it wild. Yay!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Yay!
And now to the man of the hour. Can someone get him a vodka with Metamucil? Blonde, great in-ring wrestler, great on the mic, a womanizer, 16-time champion, but enough about Kurt Hennig. Ric Flair has been paid millions and millions and millions of dollars by Vince McMahon, and he didn't have to fuck him.
It's time for Jim Cornette's Strike Through, sponsored by Stephen P. Send an email to our crew, buy a cameo or two. It's Jim Cornette's Strike Through. Come and pull up to the window and we'll open up the screen. Watch his corny cuts of
Hey, it's Becca, bitch.
I'm that demon shit.
Face card $1 million. Chase you down, cops and robbers. You've been dodging me, I think that's really odd. You're a demon, bitch, I'm a god.
One punch and I knocked it out. One punch and you're on the ground. Knock the guard right out of your mouth. Give them something to talk about. One kick and you're on the ground. One kick and I knocked it out. Try to keep up, kid. I'm the queen of this shit, and you're just mid.
Your outfit, really mid. You're an NPC, I'm that main bitch. I'll take your those toenails did, cause you're flopping. I'll fix your style, fix your hair, fix your stinky feet. You'll look a little bit better when you're getting your ass beat. I'm so Mother Teresa. I keep it fake like my name is Lisa. The scariest thing about you is those nasty feet getting near this beautiful face. Honey, you can kick me all you want. I'm gonna get right back up and I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Exactly.
One punch and I knock you out. One punch and you're on the ground. Knock the guard right out of your mouth. Give them something to talk about. One kick and you're on the ground. One kick and I knock you out. Try to keep up, kid. I'm the king of this shit, and you're just mid. I'm the king of this shit, and you're just mid. I'm the queen of this shit, and honey, you're just mid. Yeah, wax on, wax off type shit. I'm about to teach you a lesson.
Call Stephen P. News. If you need to sue. An outlaw mud show or two. He'll serve the rest.
Can you give me a beat? Sight, subliminal, lyrical, rap megastar, cynical. Here's Johnny Cornette Lamar, Jungle Jack, son of a TV star. Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm hearing those jungle drums. Used to hang around with chimpanzees. What is his gimmick? He's a homeless bum, poo flinging, swinging in the trees. He's gonna sit in one of those little kids' seats. Jungle Jack wanted to use broken glass, real glass. The medical staff said, we don't think you ought to do that. This is where this fucking clown's head's at. Little Jack got his panties in a bunch, so it was brought to CM Punk. He said, we don't do that on Saturday night. They're going to Wembley. He grabbed him by the goozle pipe. Real glass. You, dick lick. He did not punch a person. He choked one little nitwit. Curly-headed, entitled little prick. What'd you think he was gonna do, dipshit? Cry me a river. Mine for wrestling of a slug in a sewer. You're not a TV star. You're tired. What the fuck? He looks like a minor. Jungle Boy sucks. 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 Don't run your fucking yap. Don't fuck around and find out. Jungle Jack, what, you gonna do something about it? Yeah, apparently. Oh my god, he grabbed me. Tony ended up firing his biggest star. Punk should send Jack off a Christmas card. Look in my eyes, what do you see? CM Punk to the WWE. What's Jack Perry gonna fucking do? Tony, fire the fucking little goof. Arrogant knob, indie nitwit. Here's your contract, Jack. Rip, rip, rip. Tony went, he made me mad. Send him another check, but don't let him come back. Jungle Boy sounds fake and like a dork. Runs and hides because he doesn't like to talk. Homeless Jack living in a box under an overpass on cocaine, shot into space. Jack is slapping himself in the face. He's ready to get butt fucked by Sonato, the Cucamonga Kids, Mr. Okada, and the independent legal team. They get through a bucket of Vaseline. Hey, scapegoat, nanny goat, Billy goat, Rick. Hey, sweet chin music, you're a fucking kid. Hey, he caused the thing with CM Punk, which he did. Hey, this place is a joke, you're a clown, and I quit. Hey, he's got very feminine hips. Hey, he might look good in a bikini, bitch. Hey, Jesus, I'd want to snatch him around the neck. Hey, bland, boring, mumble mouth dreck. Hey. Jungle Boy sucks. 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 Look at all this shit that he directly caused. Punk doesn't have to put up with these children anymore. Hey, scared for his life. Hey, scared for his life. Punk can still be on our show. The incident at Wembley. Oh no. Hey, scared for his life. Hey, scared for his life. Yo, VW. Yo, VW. Step this way. Step that way. Step this way. Step that way.
Jungle Boy is a bellend.
Say PWT, PWT, say PWT, PWT, say hey. Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah, I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Where is my yeah? When everybody else has taken the night off, they're too tired, they pack it in. Phil Marks in the PWT universe. We embrace the motherfucking grind. We're here 4 hours of fucking Dynamite Fyter Fest, or maybe Big Bang that's still on. Yeah, I can't find my yeah. We're going nuts, and it's game one, Edmonton Oilers, Dallas Stars. We whooped their ass. Florida Panthers, and it's game one. So we're about to fuck them up too. It's early. I'm cussing. Oh, well, that's how life is. How y'all doing? Welcome to PWT. Already over 235, 36. The views are just climbing. If you're over on X, we're back on X. Did you miss me? Did you miss me on the live show Monday? Well, you got to become a member. It's only 99 cents, or you got to join Patreon. I watched a new episode of Tough Enough. So member streams every Monday, new Patreon videos every Monday. It's worth it. Trust me, ask the members. I spill a little extra, we do a little extra on the member show as far as, just add a little more context to some stuff, but some things will be clipped from that. So you still get your news. Don't worry. A couple thises and that's, but you want to get it there first and early, and well, not news, but you read the news that I read. It's not like I'm breaking the news or anything, right? I'm just an idiot. I'm just a dumb, angry old grifting podcaster, right? So don't mind me whatsoever. Guys, tonight we are setting a super chat goal. Okay? I'm going to set the goal this way. 30 super chats. So I'm not labeling a fucking number on it, or $400, whatever you guys get to first. And if we achieve this goal, and I'm going to set it to the maximum time, 3 hours over on the clip channel, but time still counts. I'll mathematically feng shui it in. And if we hit the goal of either 30 super chats or $400, then that will mean I will stream the AAA show Saturday and Money in the Bank. Like, we'll just do an all day, all night stream, kid. So I'm going to start that goal over here. I've never done this before, okay? But I just clicked it over on the Clips channel. So that's so you guys can contribute if you'd like, and get some more content out of me. Again, on the member show, they bought themselves some fucking segments there, which was pretty crazy, and it was insane, and it was actually a wild time. Speaking of wild time, it seems as though if you're a fan of Denise Salcedo or JD, they ain't streaming today or tonight or whatever, so come check me out if you're just glossing by on X. And I'm over on YouTube too. If you're on X, man, you got to get over to YouTube. Okay, those are my plugs. All right, we got to embrace this grind. So Twitch Tuesday as well. Thank you, everybody who joined in on Twitch. Shout out my guy, Rhino Cuddy, who we fucking rated. He's a sweet guy. And shout out Plenty and Pixel Art for that as well. We played some My Faction. I got fucking mad. I also kicked a little bit of ass, too. So that was sweet. And we're going to do Universe Mode and GM Mode coming soon next. And yeah, I also dropped some fire clips. So, and the podcast with Husey. Did you guys enjoy? Round of applause for my good friend, Husey as well, man. We had such a fun time. And after that show, because Husey, man, he doesn't do the fucking, he's not gonna like do people's wrestling podcasts and shit, right? Like, you guys gotta know that about him. And even him and I, like, you guys will see, he'll be more on my Phil Marks Out channel. If you guys want more Phil and Husey, it'll be more on my like reviewing movies channel and shit, more than likely. However, he hit me up today and he's like, I gotta come back on your show. These fucking AEW sickos, he's like, they're making me sick, and I gotta fucking So he's coming back sooner than later, folks. Okay. And that's awesome. But speaking of coming back, we have a guy in the house who I'm going to drop some air horns for. Without further ado, let's hit a fucking drum roll, please. For ladies and gentlemen. Awful Wrestling is here tonight with us, ladies and gentlemen. Awful Wrestling.
Yeah, motherfuckers.
How you doing, man?
How you like me now? What's going on, Phil? What's going on, Neff? Piece of
man.
The panel, piece of the chat. What's going on?
Man, you know, I'm just chilling. We're hanging out.
Yeah, I see you got a full fucking schedule, my man. I had to post that on my Twitter, let everybody know.
Oh, thank
this
you.
man's working every goddamn day except what was it? Friday?
Friday,
I said,
yeah. I ain't doing shit. Yeah. Oh, thank you for posting that. I didn't even know you did. Honestly, my my notifications have just been flooded lately. I've been kind of going
got
nuts
me
lately.
muted.
No, I didn't. No, I fucking don't, dude. Come on now. You're fucking one of the people I DM back immediately if I see it, you know? I go, okay, I gotta fucking. But yeah, no,
I'm in the inner circle. Sweet.
Yeah, I've had a couple tweets though fly off the rails the last couple little while here this last month, it feels like. So it's hard to fucking see all the notes, man. When I click on some of these tweets, I have 15 probable spams. You know, when Twitter's like, this is probable spam. I have like 15 of those under some fucking I'm sure that's like a regular everyday thing for you.
You've been going crazy on Twitter. I saw the reach that you've had on a couple of these tweets out here.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, let's talk about some of these reaches, man. Speaking of reaching, a lot of people are reaching for their remote controls to change the channel tonight. The game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals starts tonight in about 40 minutes, and in about 15 minutes we get AEW Fyter Fest. So basically, what's on this card? We'll hear from Hurt Syndicate with MJF, I guess, after MVP was complaining like Lashley's a world champion and he's in a fucking undercard tag team as the tag champs with MJF, who for some reason has just lost all steam, really. I don't know. It's good he's mixing it up with these guys, but he's kind of fallen off. We have Commander Kevin Knight and Speedball Mike Bailey taking on La Faction and Gobernable because I guess they're back together again, or they're a thing still. Thekla makes her in-ring debut. FTR with Stokely for some reason takes on Atlantis Jr. and Templario. Timeless Tony Storm and Mina Shirakawa will take on. Oh, okay. This graphic is really poorly made here. Yeah, I don't even know if this is a match or a segment or what is this.
They don't say, do they? How about that?
No.
You don't know if you don't know if Timeless and Mina are teaming or going against each other.
That's what I
Either
thought.
way,
At first,
Monet's on commentary.
Exactly. At first, I thought it was a promo battle. Then they read the Monet on commentary. Then I looked at Julia Hart and Sky, and I go, oh, so they're a team, I guess. So, yeah, it's a tag match, allegedly. And then you have John Moxley taking on Mark Briscoe because he's really over and just there to get beat into fucking dust by everybody. Like, come on, man. Come the fuck on. You could have did this guy way better than you did.
Nothing on the line, by the way.
Yeah.
No championship title shot or anything like that.
Briscoe snags the win then, and Tony does a hot shot book for Fyter Fest.
Ah, gotcha. Ugh.
Maybe. And then we have Brody King, the American, Kenny Omega, the Canadian, but we don't claim that shit. I heard there's a draft coming up or something. Just kidding. No, I do like Kenny. Mascara Dorada representing Mexico, and Claudio Castagnoli representing Switzerland, the Swiss Superman. And they are in a 4-way match for the international championship, which I kind of like this. I mean, you're going to have an international championship. You kind of want to have matches and really showcase, like, look at the diverse array of talent from around the world we have. That being said, though, like, we kind of know the outcome, don't we? Like, Kenny's not dropping this thing. It's going to be him and Okada. We know Mr. Okada. We know what the plan's been. We know it's been on Tony's mind this whole time. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just going to hedge my bets and say Kenny retains, and that's my preview. Is there anything of note on here? Anything you want to say about this show? This poster's okay. I mean, besides that part.
You made mention, I'd love to hear your opinion more on the MJF Hurt Syndicate connection there. You kind of alluded that it's not really taking them anywhere.
No, I don't think it is at all, man. Really think about it. He went from feuding Goldust and Jeff Jarrett to fucking now he's feuding 55-year-old Bobby Lashley and for the belts, or oh no, he's aligned with them, Phil. Okay, to do what? Inevitably turn on them somehow. So what's the end game here? Cedric comes in and he gets jealous of Cedric Alexander. Like, where do you go with this? Where MJF is, he was the world fucking champion. They had him win 2 matches in one night before it all in. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you think that MJF like kind of aligned himself with the Hurt Business, hoping or wishing that somehow, some way that their segments were going to get like top billing in this company of his?
I think MJF, well, maybe not so much as top billing, just as people online are like, man, the Hurt Syndicate, they really look like superstars. And so MJF's like, let me do that then, because I'm a superstar, you know?
So he aligned himself with 2 other bigger superstars in the hopes to leapfrog over them in somehow popularity, merch, whatever metric you want to call it by. But yeah, I think you're right. That's why I wanted to hear your opinion, my man, because it was just like, oh, it kind of aligns with mine. He lined up with the Hurt Syndicate and is going absolutely nowhere because they themselves don't really want to go anywhere under Tony Khan's crappy ass booking. They'd rather face a bunch of jobbers each and every week.
Yeah, man, it's pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy, but I just don't know how this gets you excited when you know like what's on the horizon right now for a couple of these WWE shows, and all people can hang on is like, oh, they released some guys that were going to retire in the next, or not even released, but they just expired some guys that were going to probably retire in the next 3 years anyways. Like, how many years did like what would they have offered him anyways? Like 2 more years, you know? Really? Maybe they give for real. And like he was making like 2.5 million or whatever the fuck, you know. People are throwing these numbers around for sure in the millions. Like he was a Vince guy for sure,
right?
But just like people, okay, and then there's these reports of like, oh, they offered him less money. And then he turned it down, and it's like, well, yeah, you would too if you were 53. Like, that's not a big fucking deal. That's like, I don't even really need to come to work for that. You know what I mean? Like, I just go work on music and hang with my kids. Like, I just think people are blowing it so far out of proportion. And I said so long on this show, so long ago, like, this is a bunch of people's farewell tours in WWE. They're just not marketed as such. You know, a bunch of people are gone in the next 2-3 years here. So,
this is the point in professional wrestler where you become a professional, because R-Truth, I mean, he's an old school wrestler, so he knows these times were coming. He read the tea leaves back in the locker room. He saw the changes that were happening. He knew his time was coming to an end. He made the most of it, and now he's going to go on and do something else. See, people love the wrestling business until it's time to get down to business, and that's all there is to it. And I stole that from a tweet, by the way. But yes, I want to give credit to unknown. Twitter user. But
at least you did that. No, you're cooking,
4
man.
4 hours. Like, what's going to be going on? I'm looking at 6 matches here. What the fuck? What's going to be happening? I mean, that's pretty 45-minute matches here.
Yeah, that's pretty tame for a Dynamite too. 6 matches. So, yeah, man, we'll see. I'm sure we're gonna get runouts galore, bullshit schmoz galore, Gabe Kidd and fucking Joe running out, and we'll get everything. Maybe even a bit of a Jericho return, but he could be a free agent right now. We honestly don't know. Anytime from now till fall, if it turned out he's a free agent, I'm not shocked at all. Like,
who's starting this show off tonight? What match is starting the show off? Who wants out of there quick?
It'll be Kenny will come out first. They always do it where they make the poster with the main event. And then that's always the first match or whatever. Like Osprey will be there with Hangman, and then that's the first match of the night or whatever.
I'm saying John Moxley.
Fair enough. Yeah,
Moxley, Briscoe.
I think that'll main event, and he's gonna like beat the shit out of Briscoe. Then 12 people are gonna run out because everyone loves Briscoe. He runs out to help everyone himself. So why wouldn't everyone love him? You know. Okay, but I gotta check in here. TK Mark's been a member for 3 fucking months.
Allegedly.
Man. Thank you for being TK Mark. This dude was trolling Meltzer for so long too. Like, people legit on Twitter think, well, I don't want to blow up your spot, TK Mark, but you're always here at PWT talking shit anyways now. So it's like, whatever. Everyone thought he's like a legit sicko. He's just trolling.
Did he get blocked by Meltzer?
He didn't yet, but he's like trying to, but he's doing it in like a troll way. So Meltzer hasn't even caught on yet that he's being fucking trolled hilariously. But Rabid Wolverines LC Killer for 2 says Mariah May embrace the grind, bruv. Yeah, exactly.
Is NXT doing house shows or like other venues?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
They do
more of a
little
grind
house
than every
shows.
Wednesday. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, exactly. They do little house shows that even like Julia was doing, so and there might be 75 people there, but that's how you fucking learn to work, man.
Right. You ain't kidding.
So Rabid Wolverines, you've been a member for 10 months. Thank you so much for that. Dropped 20 and says Phil Marks Molson fun. Come on, I don't really drink Molson either, buddy. Well, I will.
What are you drinking, Phil? I must ask this like every time I'm on the show.
I like to drink. What do you mean? Like just what in general, or like what kind of beer specifically? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I like local crafty shit mostly, to be honest. Gotcha. So like it wouldn't but I'm one of those guys. Yeah, I like hopsies, and all that good stuff. The juicy IPAs and that. 626 for 2 says this better not go towards buying 2K packs. Yeah, never, bro. It would never. But it is. Oh, and Ed Brown's been a member for 14 months. It is going towards a Mega Saturday stream. If you guys want to see me stream all of the fucking AAA show and Money in the Bank, which I will do, then get your goddamn super chats in. I appreciate you and appreciate 14 months of membership. That's wild, Ed Brown. What's up? Okay, guys. We have news to get into. We have some other panelists that may join us throughout the evening. Shockingly, surprisingly, possibly. Who knows? And that will be very much fun. But I want to kick things off since we have the awful one here. And someone in chat, this guy Pete Rocks, he's a good sport. He comes in here. He loves AEW, man. But he's just in here listening to the show because he knows I'm right and the shit I say is true. And but before you came on, he's like, awful is for surely like a WWE owned troll account or whatever.
Oh shit, really?
What do you have to say to people who think that about yourself? Awful.
First off, can I specifically mention the gentleman's name? Nah, I won't do that. Nah, that's cool. Yeah, listen, I don't get paid by the WWE. What the fuck?
I wish, bro. Someone told me they're like, you get free merch from them.
What?
Like, what? I wish, dude.
Please. Listen, first off, I just said on Toonie Talk Wrestling last night that I haven't watched Raw in like 3-4 weeks, and I happen to enjoy what I watched last night. Now, that's not to say that I'm going to watch the shit next week because I'm a busy man. But come on now. I don't get paid by any company. I am my own man. Come on now.
Yeah, dude. You're going to get paid off that book.
Hey, WWE, please pay me. You motherfuckers.
That's what I was saying. Same with AEW. Hey, AEW, you want me to stop talking shit about you? Yeah. Fucking hire me.
You know what? I'm putting an offer out right now. Awful Wrestling, the Twitter Awful Wrestling will go on sale to Tony Khan for the right price.
Oh, you'll never see it again. You heard it here first. You heard it here first. Where is it? Tony Khan, come on down. Oh, man. That's amazing shit. Okay, let's get into some AEW news. So awful. I had Husey. Well, here, hold on a second. Let me, just before, I might, because I got to. Eric for 5 says, breaking, Mariah May's WWE name has been revealed, Mateo. Okay, now you stole that.
Idiot.
Unless this Eric is actually Santi in disguise, Santi's app in disguise. No, I'm just joking. That is funny. Mateo, I guess. But I've seen so many people. I think it'll just be like Glamour May, the Glamour May or something like that. But don't even. I know, terrible. But she might just go one named and just be called the Glamour whatever is what I have a feeling could happen. But yeah, what would you call her, Awful, if you had to call her anything? Mary May?
All right, off the top of my head, Mariah Maison.
That's a great, hey, en français?
Yeah.
Ça c'est bon. Ça c'est bon, man. That is great.
Well, she's British.
No, but fuck it. I mean,
yeah, really.
It doesn't stop Monet or Mara Sade, Jakara Jackson,
Mariah Maison.
Yeah, that's a great one. Mariah Maison. That's fucking legit right there, guys. That's an exclusive right here. Amazing. Yeah, I'd go with that. People were like May, or like Mariah June. Or
now, what did they call Jeff Cobb now?
JC Mateo. That's why this guy super chatted in MM
Yeah,
they're making fun of the JC Mateo thing.
Gotcha.
Alt Jake has been a member for 14 months, and Whitest Rabbit a member
Hey,
for 6
shout out.
months. Let's
Alt
fucking
Jake.
go. Let us go. Okay. So, we as tradition, we play an Ichi ni Sanda. Okay. And we play a Wrestling's Not Fake for all the
Wrestling's not fake!
And so in AEW news, awful, I had Husey on the show, and we talked about the WWE portion of the Tadums on Netflix. So they had this whole segment dedicated to them where they were promoting what's to come in Netflix. It's their upfronts. The Tadums are the fucking upfronts, essentially, okay? Upfronts. And they roll out the red carpet. And the only AEW presence that was there was Anthony Bowen. So let's take a look and compare his reaction, I guess. I heard Rhea Ripley's. I'm not sure if you have, but I want your thoughts on this.
Sure.
2025! Fingers for Yo-Yo!
A decent pop. Now, I wonder if...
You'd get the same pop, Phil. You know what I mean? Like you sprizzle some fucking fireworks out there and put some hip hop music in the background and put you in your best khaki outfit. You're gonna get some cheers.
Yeah, my best cream colored khaki outfit. Hell yeah, dude.
Best spring wear.
You know, it got me a set like that too.
Yeah, I bet you
here's
do.
the thing. Yeah. White shoes and everything. So here's the thing, man. Bowens, right? The man is like an actor. He's done commercials and he auditions for shit and he's out there doing his thing before AEW. He'll be doing it after AEW. To me, I think he was always the best part of the Acclaimed. Like overall, Max Caster's rap sort of like really made that group cool. But I'm not even talking about the scissor me daddy ass. That got cringe to me too. I'm just talking about as a wrestler and shit, and as like who's the strongest part of that group with the most potential, who's going to be this breakout single star. To me, I'm sitting there saying Anthony Bowens, in my opinion. He hasn't really been used. He got a big pop there when it was announced Billy Gunn was in the WWE 2K game, and then all the news was like, oh, Billy Gunn could go to WWE. What's going on with Billy Gunn? Guys, I'm telling you right now, Tony, that's why Tony's like, oh, Bowens and Billy Gunn come and have this random match against Caster. That's why he did that shit, man. It's always reactionary, and it's because where's Billy Gunn been since? He hasn't been on Dynamite or any show since. They got that huge pop, and then now that the news cycle's gone, Tony hasn't called him. I would bank on Billy Gunn being out of there sooner than later too. Now Bowens, I have no fucking clue. It's if I were to estimate when Tony was re-signing, so there was a period there where he re-signed a bunch of people, and he like made everyone sign long-term deals. Like he wasn't signing anyone for like 3-year shit unless you're Edge or whatever. You're not signing on no 2-year whatever the fuck. So I wonder if like Caster and Bowens both signed on for like 6 or 7 or 8 even years. His numbers, isn't Ospreay signed for 8? I'm pretty sure he's throwing out like huge long-term years out there, right? And that's why people thought Jericho was signed for 10 years. He wasn't, though. That's some bullshit.
Gotcha. I got a question there, Phil.
Yeah.
Phil, do they explain at all why the fuck this guy's here?
No, and that's what I was trying to circle back to. Like, listen, this guy has he's got some fucking what I'm getting to, and I'm taking a long way of getting there. He could maybe be out of Netflix, or AEW soon, because why the fuck would Netflix and WWE be like, this guy's cool? Yeah, he can be here or whatever. You don't think WWE would be like, no AEW people or anything, or are they like,
what the hell is
where's
going
MJF
on
too? Like where's MJF? Because MJF is in that Happy Gilmore movie that's exclusive to Netflix. So I was taking a long way of getting there. do you think why was there no, hey, MJF and Bowens, you guys talk? Obviously the AEW shit, but then why is this guy on the red carpet to begin with, and where's MJF? You know what I mean?
MJF is probably rehearsing for tonight.
Yeah.
Psych. But as far as why do I want to call him Michael? Anthony Bowens here. If you
know his real name or what?
No, I don't. I mean,
you got his real number
a guy
or
named
what?
Michael Bowens. But shout out Michael Bowens. Yeah, what the fuck is he doing here? Like, I don't get it. Like, he's not in any movie. He's not doing anything for Netflix. Is he representing AEW in some form or fashion?
Fuck no. That's what I mean. Like, where?
Right. How was he introduced again? I kind of missed that.
He's got to be on his way out or something, don't you think? Like, why? How would he even do this? How would he even pull this off without?
Right.
That's all. Like, I just feel like Tony and people would get and where's WBD's fucking blue carpet walking out AEW wrestlers?
Really?
Where's that?
Really?
Yeah, where's that happening with fucking Superman or whatever? You know what I mean? Where's that going on? These dudes, the WWE superstars, are hanging out with Squid Games and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're putting over the superstars.
You think Tony knew about this little arrangement here?
I wouldn't even tell him. Why even tell him? You don't gotta tell him shit. Fuck him. Fuck him at this point, dude. Fuck him. Is he here? Fuck him. So yeah, that's the Tudums, man. That was Bowens. I don't know. Thunder Rosa.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Were we going to juxtapose that with Rhea Ripley's entrance or some shit?
Well, yeah. So I was gonna say, man, I don't know if you saw it. Thank you for reminding me. But Rhea comes out and Bowens like owned it. Mm-hmm. Right? He absolutely did. However, Rhea Ripley, I don't know. She just had something about her, and I feel like she got a good pop. Bowens did too, but there was something about like her confidence coming down the carpet and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll show you this one here.
Please.
And here's her doing her big like eat, sleep, breathe. She's just super casual, though. I know you got that outfit right there off.
Yeah, I certainly the 98 Jeff Hardy's. Yeah, that's what I got. But yeah, that's pretty cool. You had mentioned something about her confidence. You're exactly right. It's like, and this goes with any great professional. Like all the wiggles, all the nervousness is just non-existent. And they walk with such a swagger, like they own the carpet. Now, Anthony Bowens tried to own the carpet, but nobody knew.
I thought Buddy Matthews owns Rhea's carpet. Oh, you meant the
hey, ayo.
When you said Wiggles too, I thought you meant like the actual Wiggles, mashed banana, mashed banana, mashed banana, mashed banana. No, I'm joking, man. Well, speaking of like the Wiggles and all that, and Thunder Rosa, man, she's been talking about wiggling her top off, I guess, to get on TV or something. That's fucking terrible.
Flash and thunder.
So AEW star Thunder Rosa expressed her frustration in her vlog about her lack of success in the company this year and discussed what she needs to do to improve her situation. Man, some people... Well, let me read this first. Rosa said, "Things are very somber for me right now. There's a lot of things that I want. You guys make me believe that I should be a champion, but it doesn't matter what I do. I still can't reach. I can't get a hold of that. It keeps becoming very frustrating. I'm going to go into work. I'm going to get hair and makeup done, eat, prepare. Thunder, Stone Cold Steve Austin is coming. I have the gear, but I didn't bring a belt, so that's not going to work. My chaps are going to fall. I will have to wait for that one. Maybe that's my... What is she even talking about? Maybe that's my winning gear.
Women.
These are a couple wines deep here. A couple white wines deep. I'm trying to use that for later. I wish I could say that I got this on the pocket, but I don't. I really don't. Losing makes you really somber and sad and question yourself. I've been questioning myself a lot lately, straight up. I want to be a champion, but everybody else is telling me that I don't have what it takes to be a champion. A-okay. Well, you just said, okay. Well, you just said before everyone said you should be a champ, but maybe you mean behind the scenes. A-okay. Then what the fuck do I have to do? Show my tits? I don't know. And I quote tweeted this. I was like, why don't you show your tits to whoever's responsible for booking you and spare the fucking public humiliation of all of this? Like, Jesus Christ. What are your thoughts on this, man?
Poor Thunder Rosa. I don't like, as you were talking and reading this thing, I was wondering, like, how does one like a Thunder Rosa penetrate the attention of Tony Khan so that she can get a championship shot? Like, that is such a hard thing that I wouldn't know what to do.
Well,
like,
she's got to win
the shit out of him or something. Like, she may have to, like, you know what? I heard a great quote from, I think it was Gary Hart, watching one of his shoot interviews a long time ago. He said, if you don't care, they want you more. If you don't care about what the promotion's doing to you, they seem to want you more. Yeah. But if you do care, they want you less. It's almost like when you go to the WWE and you go, oh my God, it's my lifelong dream. Triple H nudges the accountant and is just like, lower her pay. Because, you know, she'll take anything. You know what I mean? But Thunder Rosa is a good talent. She was embarrassed like a motherfucker about 4 or 5 weeks ago when that whole, like, steel chair thing. Or was that even long ago? Like, it wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, no,
but,
I think maybe about 4 or 5 weeks. Yeah, it's hard. It all just blends together.
But it's just like from there downhill, barely shown on television. And when she was on Collision in like some tag team match and hasn't been seen since. I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do. Like, before you go to the ring or something, maybe you want to just start yelling at Tony Khan. I don't know. I'm clueless. Phil, what would you do as a talent in this situation?
I would
without the white wine.
I would show Tony my tits and I would ask for a fucking release, and I'd go, please release me. You can touch them if I can go right now. No questions asked. And I would just try and get my ass to WWE or just anywhere. She'd make more money. Well, I don't know about more money, but she would make more noise and waves, which usually ends in more money. I would fucking take my chances, like with NWA and Japan, and just doing my own thing and going to Mexico. You think they wouldn't love to have Thunder Rosa as a part of all of this?
I was just about to say, AAA she'd be a shoe-in for AAA.
Yeah, and I would beg for my fucking release, and she's just too optimistic and chill, and like has sort of allowed it to be where she can be a stepping stone, and that's on her a little bit. And Tony fucking is terrible at booking women. A bunch of the women, I have more examples. Mariah May, before she left, she was like, yeah, like, not surprising, I'm in a shitty hotel room, right? Whether she's cracking a joke or not. Who else said Deonna Purrazzo's like, oh, you'll see me wrestling in picture during commercial break or whatever.
Queen Aminata said
Queen Aminata. I was just going to say that. Tweet. So today she's like, I'm fucking wrestling. She's like, have you been wrestling? She's like, not lately, really. And, you know, so she just shows up when they need her to lose in a fucking #1 contender match for some reason. She's in #1 contender matches all the time. So
I agree with David Carradine's closet. Thunder is too old and washed for NXT. That's why you take your ass to NXT, or maybe beg for some sort of trainer's job or something. But if you're still trying to be on television, AEW is not the way to go.
Well, that's just it, man. So I wanted to get to that as well. To me, Thunder is, you have to bring her in, put her on the main roster immediately. However, if she, like, let's just like X-Files and say she gets the fuck out of AEW and she makes it to WWE somehow. What you do is you could even work a deal exactly like you said, where maybe she's producing and agenting, and she's down because in AEW she'll do commentary and all that, but also working with some of the ladies in AAA, like how to work both styles and sort of be an aggregator there. And she could go work a program with Vac Air. It's not like she's washed. It's not like Meiko Satomura didn't get a bunch of matches like that WWE promoted and they kept her under contract for a long ass time. And Thunder Rosa could play that role. It's not like she'd be washed. She could be on like a SmackDown and shit, but primarily representing AAA and NXT and TNA and floating around those brands and shit. That would be the perfect role for her right now, I think, in her career too. So let's start a petition, guys. Let's get Thunder. No, we're starting a petition. We're going to cagematch.com and we're all putting our names down.
We gotta get a hold of Congress.
Yeah,
Right.
so unfortunately for Thunder Rosa, I hope she gets out of there and can do so without any nudity necessary or whatever. Or unless you want that, and then maybe you luck out.
AEW is such a dog eat dog place. Like, none of them are friends with each other. They're just like professional acquaintances with each other. But as far as like hanging out, I don't see that happening. You see that all over the goddamn internet with these WWE women. They're on yachts. They're kissing each other. They're in bathing suits. Somewhere in Cancun, celebrating birthdays.
They got to bring Total Divas back. They got to. Like, I don't know how they don't at this point, man. All Jake takes on for 5 says, I'm down to join you for some of the long Saturday sesh if you need some brubs to watch with. I love that Awful is on tonight, my dudes. Yeah, shout out Awful, man. He came through in the 1-2, man, out of fucking nowhere. So I appreciate that. And thank you guys tonight. I do have a super chat goal, either 30 super chats or $400, whatever you guys get to first. Okay. So I don't know if the math, I don't even know how that maths out, but that's just what I put the limit to.
Now he's going to start doing the math.
Yeah. Oh, wait, fuck. Yeah. But we're going to, whatever we hit first, we're going to that will unlock like a DLC. I will watch that AAA show with you guys, and I might even have a funky guy with some great insight from across the world who might watch that with me too. So here we go. Steve Sanchez for 5 says, speaking of Rhea Carpet, dirty minds. So can I ask you something, Awful? What are you watching on Dynamite? On Fyter Fest, what's going on the screen right now for you?
I have no clue, my friend. I'm totally invested in the PWT universe right now. I am not watching Dynamite.
Okay, chat, let me know what's going on, because I swear to God, if this is a production mistake, I could catch one.
What's going on?
Okay, so I swear, like, the opening video for Marina Shafir and the Bumba Clock Club coming to the building and down the thing aired before anything, like Bruv came out and anything happened, and then it just aired again as they came out. So it's like, I don't know. Am I in the Matrix? Am I tripping out here, Chad? Or what? Did I see that right?
Yeah, let us know something, Chad.
Let me know if I'm just
like
tripping. Or
great clip for a ratings video.
So Andre Adams for 5 says, why do all of Ospreay's promos sounds like he's chewing stick of butter, bruv? Sticks of butter, because bruv, you know what they say, when you fall down get back up, your lips go numb, bruv.
Nobody's taught Ospreay how to do a cadenced promo. Now, it doesn't have to be WWE cadence as far as a promo, but he needs to slow down talking, and that's where he gets all jumbled up to the point where Alfred Konuwa gets to make fun of him because of it.
People are saying all I can say is they're telling stories and doing character work on Evolve. Man, that's so the best guys, Tony Khan. For 5 says, the best guys, Tony Khan. Let me ring you one up right fucking
best
here.
Guys, Tony Khan.
And there you have it, my friend. You earned that one. So yeah, guys, the hockey game's starting. So as far as like Dynamite or Fyter Fest or the hockey game, like, you guys know what I'm invested in. Okay, all right. We have more news here.
Let me get to it, Phil. I'll look it up.
Sure. So Thunder Rosa also had this to say, that she challenges Britt Baker to a hair versus hair match at All In. So this chick's ready to shave her fucking head. Awful. Okay.
But is Britt Baker ready to shave her fucking? Is she even ready to come back? Did she and Tony make up last time we saw her? She said nobody cares, and she hasn't been seen since.
More or less. But Thunder says, I threw a challenge, hair versus hair. One, I know there's money on the table. Yeah, like, how don't they have Thunder Rosa building up for something for All In Texas, bro? Like, what the fuck, man? It's so stupid. I don't know how they fucked this up, man. Yeah, Athena, you're from there. You come here, but no fucking Latin American representation on this show where there's a bunch of fucking Latinos and Latinas, bro. Like, what's going on here, man? I just don't get it. So, yeah, she's willing to shave her head for this company. Speaking of people willing to go to AEW and have a good time, Cora Jade, aka Elena Black, was on the Ariel Helwani show, and one clip we didn't go over before of her saying so she's gonna like us up here. She's gonna hit that like button infinite times here, but she does talk about how she would go back to AEW because if you guys remember, she was there briefly.
You want to be full-time again?
Yes, I feel like I'm born to be a wrestler. Like,
sure, but like there are some people who make a lot of money just being on the indie scene.
Yeah.
Do you want to be, not to beat around the bush, but like, would you like to go to AEW?
I would definitely be open to going to AEW. I loved my time there. I have a lot of friends there. Like, I watch all the shows. Like, I love the fact that they have as much creative freedom as they do. I feel like I said, I'm so much for like storylines and like character and like stuff like that. So I feel like they are very like
sure
creatively free in that way. So it's definitely be something I would.
Have you talked to them yet?
My 30 days is just yesterday, so not yet. But
hold on.
You never know.
Maybe by the end of the day.
Yeah, maybe.
What about TNA?
I'm not closed off to that by any means. I just only feel my only hang up is I feel like I was just there, and like now they're like kind of doing like.
Chat, is it Briscoe versus Moxley right now? Is that what you guys are watching?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so at the start of the show, it showed me Marina coming to the fucking building, and then I look over and it shows the same, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, Bruv comes out, does this promo, Crew comes out. I'm like, where's the Bumbleclaw Crew? And then out of nowhere, fucking it cuts to the same shit I saw before with Marina walking to the building, and then the Bumbleclaw Crew come out to fight Briscoe. So I don't know what happened.
What you just saw.
Time Cop. Well, actually, what happened was Moxley's Time Cop. Yeah, and there's no way I'm going crazy. Like, what would compel me to just invent that in my head? Or they showed two cuts of them walking to the building, and I'm just a redact, and I'm fusing them together because they look very similar. I don't know. Chat's got to let me know, but I promise you, that's what I saw. The first thing I saw was Marina walking to the fucking building with the Bumbleclaw Crew, and then it just cut to the same shit after Bruv and all that. So maybe they wrong camera. I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
But I do know that I knew Moxley and Briscoe were going to start off first. Moxley was
You
not going to wait around.
boom.
Yeah. He wasn't going to wait around for even an hour in that arena and in that state.
Well, let's finish with Cora Jade here, Elena Black, and her thoughts on AEW, and then let's bring our next panelist in here to join us.
Like WWE and
Oh, they even bloodied up Briscoe again too. Hey,
Certainly
so he's
did.
just there to be beat to fucking dust.
TNA. So I don't. It almost feels like I need to like step away from all of that for
Okay.
that world for a second. Like, I love TNA. I would definitely work there again in the future. Just right now in my time, I feel like they're too close knit together right now. Like, it will be better for me to like kind of branch off and just kind of figure it out.
Japan, overseas.
I would love
open
to go
all
to
of
Japan. Yeah, actually, right before COVID, I had written up an email to B. Priestley.
Imagine right now a fucking Stanley Cup final on TNT on Max. Commercial runs during Dynamite. Like, guys, go watch this. They're singing the national anthem. Please go watch that now instead of this.
Wow. It says continues, like, while you're watching this trash, you could be watching some real hard-hitting action with the Stanley Cup Finals.
Crazy, man. So funny. Anyway,
It was actually it was before we became friends because she was like super into like with all the girls at Stardom and like ran training and stuff. So I had drafted up an email to send her. Someone had given me her contact information to see if I could come do like a Stardom tour there. But then COVID happened and everything stopped. And then I never sent the email because everything got shut down. And then I just never ended up going there because then I got signed. So I definitely wanted to go there, and it's always been like a goal.
she has all these stories where it's like, I was like obsessed with like Avril Lavigne's like clothing line, and then he's like, well, what was it called? She's like, oh, I don't know, but like I just like really liked it. Like,
yeah, all you young people, follow through on your swing, goddammit. Send emails. Don't worry about no societal disease, stopping anything. Yeah, that's just me. And another thing. Isn't this the same young bird that was aligned with CM Punk for so many months? You don't think that this young lady, I was about to call her the B word, you don't think this young lady doesn't know
that was your
about
your blackness was coming out there.
No, then my fatherhood showed up. So
exactly.
This young lady here heard all the horror stories, or if she was smart, she asked the right questions of CM Punk, like what the hell goes on over there in AEW. And her first, she wants to go to AEW over TNA.
She's like 22, bro. She don't give a fuck about none of that.
Oh, and this is the same
but
one
it just
with the
shows
OnlyFans. Gotcha. Okay.
But for the people who are like, see, CM Punk's just bitter and shit. Well, it just shows he's not sitting there telling Corey. He's not telling the young people don't go there and shit. He's not in the private lives, you know.
Yeah.
Like she would have stooged that by accident. You can tell it's not even on his mind. He just does little shit to troll internet fucking smarks. That's all he does. So pretty funny. But yeah, shout out Elena Black, and we will see her in AEW. I guarantee it.
Now, what's she gonna
after
do when
that
she's
shit.
there?
Yeah, make out with Matt Menard or whatever.
And no one's gonna know who she is. She's gonna think that little pink stripe down the side of her hair is gonna make her recognizable. Please.
King Dingaling's been a member for 1 month. Creative freedom equals Tony lets his toys tell him what they want to do. You are right about that, my good friend, King Dingaling. And joining us on the show, MJ from MJ from MJ from MJ from NJ, some X error or WrestleGraphs, whichever one you're going by. How you doing, buddy?
Up until a week ago, I did not know that COVID was still a thing.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Apparently, it's still a thing.
Hey, MJ, wrong girl, wrong weekend. That's what I'm saying.
No, tests don't lie. They don't even sell the tests at places. I'm shocked. That's how I'm doing. How are you, gentlemen?
We're doing great.
Wonderful, man. We're trudging through. The Stanley Cup playoffs are on. We just saw an ad for them in between and during the picture with Mark Briscoe bleeding and Moxley beating the shit out of him. And I'm watching the Florida versus Oilers game more seriously than I am the Dynamite show here. What about you, MJ? How you doing and what are you up to, buddy?
I took some notes for Awful and yourself, Phil, on the first 20 minutes of Dynamite. Is it appropriate to share?
Yeah, sure. Spit them off. Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so they hyped this show, and correct me where I am wrong, but they've hyped this show as a 4-hour telecast that is the equivalent to being a pay-per-view for free. Leading up to the show, I saw promotion for multiple talents to appear, not wrestle, but appear on the show. The show then starts with Will Ospreay cutting a promo, not a match, not anything exciting, a promo, in which he sets up a match with Swerve Strickland. Now, this is where everyone goes nuts, right? This is awesome. This is a pay-per-view level. No, it's next week.
Oh.
Could you imagine in like the prime of Vince McMahon's booking in like 2018 or 2019, I think they did do this with a Kofi Kingston, Seth Rollins situation where they promised a match and then booked it for like not that night after WrestleMania. Yeah. Because that's what I feel like just happened. And I was actually looking forward to watching the show. I'm sick.
No,
what else?
You're lying.
Oh, you're lying.
Phil reached out. I figured I'd spend some time with some friends. I've been sick for 3-4 days. Like AEW was going to be my beacon of hope.
Okay. You're real excited for Atlantis Jr. and Templario, are you there?
I don't know who they are, but what I do know is that when I watched the pay-per-view on 2 weeks ago.
Okay, shut the fuck up. So Thekla, huh? No, I'm joking. Brother, we're so glad to have you here.
$50 I paid to watch a pay-per-view. You know what I saw? Mark Briscoe lose an ambulance match.
And bleeding. You know what you're seeing on this Fyter Fest? Mark Briscoe fucking bleeding and about to lose. Same shit.
Why
Keep your
couldn't they give Ricochet an eliminator match? Because he won that match, so now he gets to face the champion.
And why didn't they just fucking put some of those matches on this show then and split it up and then make that show actually mean something? And then, you know what I mean? Like we got Mark Briscoe bleeding on that pay-per-view. We're getting Mark Briscoe bleeding for free right here. What the fuck are you doing? They have no idea what they're doing, dude.
If you have the screen up, you'll know what I'm talking about. There is not room for an ambulance on that fucking stage.
Right. That's why. We got to do the ambulance match at the big venue because that's the only place it'll fit. You know, it's not as big as my. It's not as small as my Tonka cars.
Oh, I have so much to get into with their tickets and stuff. I don't know, Awful. You saw what I showed you. We
Yes,
might
indeed.
have to have a chat with our friend over at WT. Not Wrestling Times.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say Wrestle Talk.
Not Wrestle Talk. Jeez. WT is popular letters. I'd like to buy a vowel, please.
Oh man. Listen, so speaking of the numbers and things that would have no life or anything behind it, you know, we have Matt Jackson here who tells the story of Kevin Owens running into him on a beach in Hawaii recently, and they're like, oh my God, and they like hugged each other and all this stuff. And then he said two things after this that I want to bring to your guys' attention, but let's listen to Matt Jackson here with his lovely family and hear what he has to say about meeting Kevin Owens on a beach.
Before, I just want to talk about this. I don't,
What?
So
Wrestling related or not?
no, vacation related.
Oh, okay.
So anyway,
wrestling related, no vacation related,
He
but it's
just
about
lied to his
the
wife.
most, yeah, but it's about this famous wrestler, and now we love each other.
I mentioned in the video that we went to Alani last spring break.
Yes, this is a good story.
Right. So we took the kid.
You know Joe Biden's a clone, right? Oh, Ralph, enough of your conspiracy theories.
there, and
that's the energy it gave off. It's not a wrestling related, is it? No work at the table, honey. No, it's not work. But that bitch, Karen, yeah.
It was awesome. But anyway, halfway through the trip, we're on one of the beaches, the same beach that we're actually
Oh,
on.
this is a different story than what I thought you were going to tell. Go ahead.
Okay. So
Would you
we're
shut
sitting
up?
there on the beach. And
like
I look out into the
I had
water.
something to add. I thought you were talking to me.
No.
Hey, give me a drink or something. No.
Yeah, really.
Can I get this joke off? They literally can't do work at the table because she got fired from AEW.
Damn.
Was that too much?
Not enough.
She was the head of their merch.
Yeah.
Like another dad playing with his daughter.
Yeah, and he looks very familiar. In fact, I go, oh my gosh, is that Kevin?
I remember this.
And I go, oh my God, it's Kevin.
You
Steen,
too, kid.
Kevin Owens, as you may know. So I go up to him, I sneak up to him, and he's like,
You may know Kevin
taking
Owens.
pictures of his kids and stuff. I go, hey Kev, what's up, man? And he turns around and he looks at me, and his eyes are so big, he doesn't even know how to react. He was
like literally
He was like-
speechless.
He's like, oh, fuck, they're going to fire me now. Just don't take a picture. Please
Please.
don't take a picture. I don't want to get Jimmy Jacobs, bro. I got this neck surgery. You don't understand, man.
They had the talk between the pizza shop and the T-shirt shop on the boardwalk.
His eyes go wide. He's like, oh, shit. Nick Khan's here, bro. Duck. Get the fuck
Come
out of
here.
here.
Yeah,
Go.
come on, come here.
Is AEW promoting Sin Cara?
Mystico, yes, I believe so.
That was
Yeah,
Sin
dude.
Cara.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed it was.
I do know who you were talking about before.
Like he saw a ghost
And I
or
go,
something.
hey man, he goes, oh my God, and he grabs me and he hugs me, the biggest bear hug ever. And I don't think he let go of me for at least 10 seconds. He goes, what are the chances? Are you kidding me? No. Like,
We live on like complete opposite sides of the country.
so
Like,
Yeah.
what the heck are the
He
chances?
thought he's like a Make-A-Wish kid who grew up. Oh, what are the chances you made it? What are
We're at the same resort
On
at the
spring break.
same time as his family.
So we're just talking and getting caught up because it had been a minute since we'd seen each other. And it was so cool because like literally the rest of the vacation, we kind of had our vacations together. Like we'd go swimming
pretty
for
funny.
hours and it was really, really cool. It was last March.
Yeah,
Right?
a year ago.
Okay, so in this time, also in this little thing, I just want to share that because I had a bunch of fucking jokes to rip off there. But he also
Before, I
shared
just want to talk.
he also shared that there's talks of someone high up in AEW is like, hey, you should revive that being the elite YouTube show you do. And then he also said that people in WBD, or maybe not WBD specifically, but he said that there's even talks of making a Being the Elite the movie. And I fucking quote tweeted it, and I was like, they're just flushing Tony Khan's money down the fucking toilet at this point. Like, they're just laughing, lighting it on fire, and flushing it down the toilet. No?
I would believe so. You know, they don't know how to invest in anything. They should be investing in Netflix.
Yeah, to me, it's pretty crazy that this is the way they'd go. Or choose, like, who's going to give them the money? Or we'll fund it ourselves. Have fun, man. The movie business is fucking tough. And yeah, I definitely, well, for real, but being the elite movie or documentary, AEW itself, has serious interest in BTE, the movie. So it's
what
like,
are they going to show?
That's what I mean, dude. Like, just go watch any of the other shitty documentary shows they have. And like, there's no payoff to this. Like, again, this is just people talking Tony into fucking spending his billions of dollars, which I guess is fine. But like, fuck, man, where's the end to this? This seems cringe that the Bucks would even be. Yeah,
they're trying to write their history before, you know,
the way WWE
else.
did it. The way WWE did it, you know?
Yeah. Come out with their book, which is coming out in November. Good for them. Then they're gonna
beat you to the punch.
Yeah, that's it. Listen. I am not a conspiracy person, but it is very, very curious as to, for example, why things like this are happening. Like, it's just like at the worst possible time in their financial history, they're coming out with more books. They're coming out with a possible movie. You know, their video game is crap. So what can be said? They're pulling out all the stops as far as like trying to bilk this man for all of his money.
And just build sort of this fake history the way WWE did as well, writing their own narrative. I mean, I knew that was coming as well. Andre Adams for 2 says there's 4 hours of this bullshit. Yeah, dude. Get in line. Get some hockey on. Watch some Oilers. Kenny D for 2 says just adding to the goal. So, guys, where we're at right now is 10. Like, I know for sure, just quick maths, we're not close to the 400, I said, but we're at 10, a third of the way to the 30 super chats. So let's keep going. We'll make it, and we'll stream that whole AAA show, which is going to be fun. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, I'll just live tweet the shit. But, okay. So this thing would just fucking tank and lose goddamn money. Let's be honest, it'd be pointless. So let's go down to the bottom. I know we have MJ in the house, and he likes to crunch the numbers and talk about the trends and all of these sorts of things. But before MJ popped on, we talked about Deonna Purrazzo and Queen Aminata and Thunder Rosa and Mariah May and these different examples of women in AEW who are all sort of voicing their complaints or their, you know, displeasures or whatever, just subtly on X and shit. They're starting to get fed up, you know, trouble in paradise, if you will. So this Jonathan Loken guy is like, oh, well, then where have you been? If you're, you know, like, where have you been? He's asking this wrestler, where have you been? And Deonna Purrazzo goes, I just climbed 104 stories to the top of the Freedom Tower in New York City in honor of our first responders and veterans. Okay, good for you. I'm getting a master's degree in political science. Okay. I recently competed in the Celebrity Poker Tour. Okay. I have a full schedule of independent shows booked this summer, so I'm ready to compete when I'm needed. I am a competitor in the ROH Pure Rules Women's Championship Tournament. Keep up. So instead of being like, not complaining, but being like, you know, I would love to be booked too. Or, yeah, you know, I'm on Ring of Honor. Check me out. I'm in this women's pure tournament, and I hope to earn my shot at AEW down the line where I signed a contract, or try and hype it up or get something over and an opponent over. She's like, for your information, like, she's pretty well, how I wrote it here. Imagine you sign with AEW, then have to cope by saying, and I like Deonna, by the way, but you have to cope by saying, I did this tourist stuff and played celebrity poker. Try and keep up with why I haven't been on this wrestling show. Pro wrestling fan, right? Like, imagine that being the logic behind it. Like, no, man, this is how you turn people off. And I get it, because they feel fuck. This is I've been trying to really psychologically break this down for the audience over my last couple live shows and podcasts. It's like, guys, the money, once you get the money, and then you're like, okay, if I made 2 more years of this money, and then I just went back to making normal money for 5 years, I'm kind of good. Like, the money's not everything. At some point, like Chris Jericho, the reason he'll go back to WWE, I'll tell you why, because he is rich already. So if he gets 1 million instead of 4 million a year or whatever, and he stops being asked in airports, like Conan said, hey, when are you coming back to wrestling? That's better for him. If Fozzy gets a third wind now, I guess, in their career, because their ticket sales are shit and they're fucking canceling shows, and or his imagine the Jericho cruise with fucking WWE and TNA and AAA wrestlers on it and shit. How you'd get the 6th C or whatever. What is it? The 7th show? Talk about a 7th fucking wind under that sail. You know what I mean, dude? So, yeah, that's why wrestlers fucking the money eventually it just doesn't mean everything, especially when you're an entertainer, because entertainers have this sick fucking void in their soul where they have to like fill it by getting like by like putting their art out there for people to judge them. Almost, it's a weird sickness. I don't know. I kind of get that high doing this show. Obviously, I'm retarded. I do this wrestling show every fucking week. So
a lot of these wrestlers like to, they have an alpha attitude, whether they be female or male. So when they're put on the spot like this is where the social media training really comes into play. You've got to like put your ego on a back seat and try to sell some goddamn tickets, just like you said, Phil. You've got to make Jonathan Loken interested in what you're doing next. But you're disparaging this man, just like you said in the tweet and on here on the program. Like, you can't do this. I've been saying for months now, like, they need some sort of social media training, or they're going to sink like this bullshit. Like, this is unnecessary. It's unprofessional. And while it's not a big deal because it's coming from Deonna Purrazzo, I'm sure there wasn't a lot of traction or a lot of reach. But the reach that you did have, you kind of turned a lot of people off. So,
speaking of turned off, Mercedes as fucking Sky Blue's making her entrance with Julia Hart. Mercedes Monet's looking at her phone, and I'm like, yeah, that's what we're all doing too during the cake time. Sorry, what were you gonna say, MJ?
I would zig on this or zag on this, whichever one. I actually think this is just her frustration boiling over. And to the point about these talents going out and doing all these things, I mean, she lists what she's gone and done. It doesn't do anything for her. Like, she's doing, I think these talents, the ambitious ones, the ones that are not afraid of the grind, quote unquote, like, they go out there, they do all this charitable stuff, they do all these celebrity poker events, they're trying to get their name out there to promote their brand so that they can be useful to the company they're signed to. In her, what's her prize for doing anything extra at this point? She's not going to get on main TV. And in fact, like, I give her a lot of credit for just doing this stuff and still having the hustle in her because, anyway.
Well, this is what. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Frustration boiling over because the Queen, what's her name? I can't pronounce it.
Queen Aminata.
That name.
Mercedes eating a steak that weighs more than herself. Anyways,
this whole show, by the way, they've now thrown out Ospreay, Moxley, and Timeless Tony in the first 45 minutes.
Yep.
The fuck is going to go on for the last 3 hours?
You know what's happening.
Yeah, you know what's happening.
That steak looks awesome, by the way.
Anyway, back to what you were doing, Phil.
Yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say, so Taya Valkyrie, Lyra Valkyria, Taya Valkyrie. There you go. Sorry, I just didn't want to fuck them up. So Taya Valkyrie has been doing the same thing. She got paired with Purrazzo, and then people are like, "Where are you wrestling?" And then or like, "Where have you been?" And she's like, "Hello, I'm recording an album, and I'm fucking, and I do this I'm in love with Johnny TV or whatever show on AEW's YouTube, and I host a podcast." And no offense, I'm not dissing her at all, but I looked up her podcast. I'm like, oh, she has a podcast, and we're talking like, and I'm not kidding, like 18 views, man, in like a day.
Oh shit!
And it's like, come on, man, it's rough, and I'm not like trying to shit on anybody, but it's like, how is that what you're flexing? Like, I get like that's not how you convert people over to your fucking pod or whatever you're doing.
Deanna, you might want to be humble and sit down.
And both of them are doing it, and it's weird because they were fucking paired together, then they just disappeared, right? So
I think both things could be true. They could be much more humble. They're not winning fans this way. I think frustration is completely boiled over out of that women's division.
Oh yeah, love to see it.
So this guy here, Juan Carlos, right? And this is a big problem or a big thing, a big story going on in the IWC. And I titled the show as such, Tony Khan begs Sickos to stop gatekeeping. And so Juan Carlos, I have a thread here for you guys made by myself, actually. Okay. So this guy, Renu Smeister, says lately Fed fans are asking questions about AEW and wanting to watch it. Should we gatekeep this promotion for letting them in? Letting them in.
Or let them
from
in,
letting them in. Yeah, this guy's fucking dumb. And then Tony Khan goes, please gatekeep nothing, sir. Please welcome these people to AEW with arms wide open. These people? What do you mean, these people?
With arms wide open.
Yeah, dude. I fucking screen grab this. Or I see the screen grab floating around and I save it and whatever. And I go, see, Sickos, this is what I've been telling you for years now. Your gatekeepy cringe approach has never aligned with Tony Khan or AEW. Being critical doesn't mean you hate something. And so many people have already been gatekept and said, fuck it, and won't ever try AEW again. I have tried to prevent that shit. And now TK is begging you guys to finally see it this way. He wouldn't be on TV if he didn't care about TV ratings. He wouldn't run large venues if he didn't care about attendances. I'm glad he finally said something. What are your initial thoughts? Well, actually, let me read you some fan backlash. So recently, I've been collecting these. This guy, AEW Cero Miedo, saying, just don't watch the AEW buy-in. It's fine, in my opinion. Great value for your money. I'd rather have more wrestling for my money than advertisements and constant recaps. So this guy's saying, don't watch their fucking buy-in show. Don't watch AEW. Just watch the pay-per-views then if it's too much wrestling. This guy here says, but it's pro wrestling. If one dies, and he was talking about AEW here in context. So if AEW dies, there's other companies and indies you can go watch. None of that shit matters to me as a fan. I'm not making money from it. I don't care about their ratings or attendance numbers. If I'm able to go, I'm a go. I don't care about ratings or sales. Here's another one. Abaddon's out of AEW, not re-signing. Meh, time for new blood. Praying Rosemary joins AEW in the next couple years. The vibe would slay. This guy here, if you ever find a Fed fan trying to go from Fed fan to AEW fan, always sent them far fucking away. Yeah, well, we need to send you to fucking English school, buddy. That's the type of people that fantasy books The Miz and AEW, the Outrunners as tag champs, and say shit like Ospreay is a bad wrestler, and them AEW WWE fans the fuck out of dub fuck or something. I don't even know what this guy's saying, but all I'm getting at here, I have some responses as well. I've just said shit like, these people don't care about AEW. I'll just summate it here for the show. These people should just YouTube search wrestling move highlights and just watch that then, because they don't care about AEW. And as I preached from the mountaintops this entire time, you wouldn't be on TV if you didn't care about TV ratings. He would just run an indie fed in a gym. He just owned PWG and do that. But he wants to sell pay-per-views, or he wouldn't have fucking pay-per-views. Do you guys get it? It's just really that simple. A wrestling promotion's job is to promote, son. Okay? So that's how it fucking works. I want your thoughts on all of this, Awful and MJ.
MJ, you first, my man.
Some might say that I went a little too far in my research into sicko culture, but Phil, you'll remember I came on here and flagged this as some of my key findings. There are so many people in this IWC sphere that do not actually care about AEW. They do not support AEW. They do not spend money on AEW. They will conveniently trash AEW as fast as they will celebrate it.
And we have proof here. Sorry, MJ. Look at this. So Meltzer was like, all the Google metrics were exceptionally high for Double or Nothing. And then you look it up. What was being searched? The number one thing. Watch AEW Double or Nothing free. AEW Double or Nothing stream free. You know? And it's just so funny that it's like these sickos the sickos that Tony Khan's answering in the middle of a show, changing Mina's fucking song back in the middle of a show. These are the same people who are like, fuck them, just gatekeep them. Sorry, go ahead.
No, and that's a great call out, the changing the song because some sickos complained. I'll tell this story back in my peak fandom of AEW. I used to get into it with folks of like, they would trash the women's division. And I'm like, I'm sorry. There are a bunch of new women. There's a bunch of different women. There's a bunch of new styles. Like, this is an alternative. oh, and they would trash it, and they would talk about not developing talent, not developing this, not the other. They're the same people now that are begging for people to watch and to give AEW women a chance. And it's so comical to me because at the end, what they got is a bunch of WWE cast-offs. And, so the sicko culture here is one of complaining. It is not one of authenticity. And it does not surprise me that they don't want others to find AEW because they might form a consensus that it is not the product it could be or should be or would be if the masses were listened to.
Awful. Yeah, Phil. If you remember, about a year ago, excuse me, I posed a challenge to anybody out there, all the AEW fans out there, the ones that were rallying behind AEW. I challenged them. I said, show me a ticket stub, put fuck awful on it, and if I can get 20 posts that show that you paid for and actually have seen an AEW event, show that. And I only got one ticket post.
God damn it, man.
One
telling
ticket
you,
post.
man.
So
I used to challenge for the pay-per-views, so not to cut you off, I used to challenge for the pay-per-views. Some of the biggest sickos out there, and I won't name names here, they admit openly that they do not buy the shows, that they pirate them.
Yeah.
Which you've uncovered and we've uncovered, and sorry, awful.
Yeah, that's where a lot of them go on the Discords, or some sort of, pirate ship, army matey. And I'm going to be the first one to tell you, I'm one of those pirates. Okay, goddammit. But I only do it, I don't do it often because I don't really watch the pay-per-views. And I think I've said this before. If you watch AEW, you don't have to watch the entire show because within, I'd say, a half hour of the end of the program, you get all the beats on their YouTube clips or on X or on social media.
And
all the
it's not
things that
from
they
them.
want. Yeah, and it's not even from them. You know what I mean? Like these engagement farming profiles and accounts, they practically show the entire, program. And I've always wondered if that hurts the product or it helps them. I think it hurts them immensely.
Well, I'll tell you what hurts them. Jackie fucking Redmond getting more TV time on TNT in the last year than fucking Athena. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, listen. She had a great match against Mercedes Moné, and once she lost, I knew she was never going to be seen again.
Where were all the people saying that the rematch was going to happen at All In?
I don't know. We got some more news actually about All In and stuff like that. Quickly though, let's check in. We have a goal tonight. The PWT universe is showing out. Denisha Lane for 20 says Phil adding the goal. PWT fam Thunder Rosa deserves better. Hell yeah, I'm with you 100% on that. And let me get some fucking sounds queued up here. And I will acknowledge you, D. I really appreciate that.
Acknowledge me.
We just talked about Thunder Rosa, and yeah, Jackie Redmond is doing the hockey game here, and I'm telling you, she's on.
What's the score?
Getting more shine. It's actually 2-1 Florida. These sons of fucking bitches, man. I'm sweating. And then D again for 10 says PWT. Yeah. So here we go,
Nice.
guys. We're at 17. I have a few more to read, but we're at 17, almost 2/3 of the way there. If you Steiner math that up to our goal end. I will watch the Triple A show with you guys. Absolutely. Andre Adams for 2 says Taya's album is certified to go aluminum. Well, I was going to say, bro, her music is actually good. That it's, what is that song? It's LA Christmas, bitch. La, 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 la. That song actually bangs. The production's really good. Here's the thing, though. They strike that shit on my channel. Becca, B3 CCA with a 3 because she's cool. She doesn't strike my shit, bro. She's down with the PWT universe, bro. And you got to be down. You got to let fucking fans promote your shit. You know, like if I play your music video, if your music video gets 40 hits or whatever the fuck, and I play it to an audience of 400, you should be grateful for that. You know, there's 467 if you include X right now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Steve Sanchez for 5 says, need a Saturday all-day wrestling stream. Yeah, okay, we'll keep throwing in. I appreciate you guys, man. You guys show out. Same with the members. I was actually blown away. I didn't think I had even that many members, so that was really fun. Andre Adams for 5 says, the people who gatekeep AEW are the same type of goofy motherfuckers that'll tell you the WNBA is great basketball. Come on now. Those guys play hard, okay?
Shout out Brittany Griner.
Yes, they go hard in the paint, though, literally, though, right? I mean, they're hooping.
Whatever, man.
So King Dingaling for 2 says, sickos eat corn on the cob the long way. Hey, so do I. What's wrong with that? I thought that's how you're supposed to do it. That's how my uncle taught me to do it. Oh, no, I'm just joking, guys. We're getting dark today. PWT Darkcast. Andre Adams for 2.
I'm already there, my man.
Yeah, we're MJF's here with Hurt Business, so by the way, and Bruv, so they're kind of goofing on Bruv. I think MJF, is gonna eventually align with Bruv here or something, and he'll be a savior of AEW. No, you gotta ultimately turn him face. Maybe not Bruv, but down the line he's got to be like a face again. And I love AEW, man. That's got to be where he goes. Or maybe he's just like, fuck that, because I've been that was shitty and I need to be a heel. Sickos consider fried mayonnaise balls a delicacy. Okay, now
that's quite disgusting.
Yeah, that's quite disgusting. I don't know. I've never tried that. Awful. You ever had a mac and cheese ball?
Yes. Yeah, they sell them at a couple corner stores around.
And MJ, I know you've had a matzo ball. No?
Damn, why'd you laugh? You like what are you laughing for?
Just because it's not wrong. Yeah, I'm not wrong, dude. That's why. The obvious shit is the funny shit, you know? Here we go. So Switchblade here responds. So your guy's Switchblade, Trevor Dame, he responds to Trevor Dame, who says, if you want to claim there's some secret massive added expense that isn't obvious, that offsets what looks to all sane people like a major profit, the onus is on you to prove that. Because on this side of the argument, we have lots of real verified numbers to base our theory on. So I'm assuming on our side, this guy works for AEW then, guys? Is that what it is?
Trevor Dame?
Yeah.
No.
When you say work for AEW, like what does that entail? What does that mean?
I don't know, man. This dude saying on our side, I just don't fucking get it. Like where?
There's a very clear divide.
Sorry, go ahead. What was that?
No. There's a very clear divide.
Right.
There are people that choose to believe AEW's version or propaganda or kayfabeness. And then there's people that are poking holes in it and like trying to say like, okay, come out.
So which side is Trevor Dame on?
Definitely the kayfabe side.
Okay. So Switchblade says it's all here. All the secret expenses are covered here. If all things stay the same, they should turn a profit of $14 million, but all things won't stay the same. 3 residency shows this year will offsets the millions they will lose in pay-per-view and gate revenue this year.
Yeah, they still got to pay back the video game, don't they?
Yeah, I want reactions, man. What do you guys fucking think? I know you got something to say about this, MJ. Well, I want your thoughts. Awful. You go.
Awful first.
Yeah, you go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yeah, they're obviously losing money. Don't they have to pay back the goddamn games still? You know, I mean, their pay-per-views are not doing all that hot, from what I'm reading, and it looks like. Hell, All In is going to look like trash when that's finally on camera. So they're not going to make $14 million in profit. They're not going to make $1 million in profit. They're not going to make $1 in profit. So as long as the storylines, which equal, which bring on the revenue, which bring on ticket sales, which brings on higher, profits, it's just not happening. Sorry.
So they've constructed this roster in a way that it is probably maxed and tapped out. But that's a different conversation. As far as making profit, I think what Switchblade is saying here is that if all things were equal from last year, they'd be 14 plus. So if you start with like they'll be up 14 million, that's their profit. All things are not equal because we have to get into some of these. The Polestar data that came out about the Chicago show. It did $106,000. There are pay-per-views that are doing 9,000 people that are doing under $550,000. I mean, gates that are It's all in. All in for whatever attendance it ends up getting to is going to do less than $3.5 million at the gate, which will be half of last year's, which was already down from the year priors. So when Switchblade says all things equal, it's like revenue has to stay equal.
Exactly, man.
All the gates are so far down that what you're seeing is they are no longer touring and doing full production. They are finding ways to be cheap about things, to halt production, to halt transit of the equipment, all of that. That's why you're seeing the Chicago residency. That's why you're seeing the 2300 arena.
The ticket padding, bro. Talk about that, man.
Well, so the ticket padding is a whole different thing, because if you get into like what they tried to accomplish with smaller venues, it was shrinking the supply of tickets. Instead of having 7,000 tickets for sale, we'll have 3,000. And then maybe we'll be able to find an equilibrium of like what price point these tickets should be at. When I started tracking their revenue at the start of the year as part of what Switchblade was doing, basically it was like, let's just use like $89 an average ticket. It is down to $55, $50. The ticket prices have never found an actual floor. Now you can get into the padding of tickets. They have to give away tickets just to make these smaller venues look reasonable on TV. WrestleTix is estimating distributed tickets. Like, distributed means they're just handed out. I mean, they're not sold. And that's what some of the Polestar data revealed today, is that the stuff's not being sold the way it's being talked about. So you have a revenue picture that is quickly it quickly declined, and it's still continuing to decline. And so you're seeing cost cutting. That's why you're seeing talent let go. That's why, for the first time ever, talent being released or not being renewed, same as WWE. They're doing shortcut measures with the tapings. I'm curious because I don't know what like the winter slate looks like, but they're probably going to end up doing more residencies somewhere. I'd expect Hammerstein again for more than just 3 shows. And the ticket padding thing, it is undeniably happening. It is Daly's Place is an option. The only problem is they've ran that market down to, I mean, you'd be lucky to hand out 1,000 tickets to come after the first 2-3 nights.
Yeah.
Who? Let me ask you something. Like, they do these residencies, they do these marathon tapings. Like, who are you coming back to see? It's the same people. They don't have different rosters. They don't have. Ultimately, they have the same. And this is why I said awful. The roster is not constructed right. You have such top-heavy stars getting so much money that you can't bring in other stars and develop them and have them take their place, because you've locked into guys like Ospreay and Ricochet and frankly, the Hurt Syndicate, who's on my screen right now. Like, you can't bring in guys and promote them above these guys. You've paid all these guys the money. It's like having a basketball team that's just like paid 5 guys all this money and they can't win. And now what do? Shout out New York.
You fucking shout out LeBron. He'll come up with a plan.
Tony Khan's such a sorry to go long, but Tony Khan's such a genius. This NFL genius, this savant, this like he puts together the draft and all this. Can you not construct a team?
So speaking of constructing, awful. Are you hanging out for a bit, or do you got a jet? Actually, what time zone are you on again?
Yeah, I can give you 5 more minutes.
Okay, let's go, because I do want your thoughts on this, man.
Sure.
Have you seen this chart? So I'm not a big like break down the quarter hours, break down the year, because I know what it fucking is. I've watched the fucking houses and everything go down, and it's like the overall number's good enough for me, right? I keep up with the Raw one and everything. So we look at where they start in 2019, and then we look at where they get to in 2020, even where it's a bit of a lull.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but where is this from?
This is the Dynamite Wednesday night ratings, actuals 5-week moving rating, non-Wednesday. I don't know where it says. Heel Uzi posted this, so he might have just drawn this himself. But it's a screen grab.
Whatever.
Knowing that fucking guy. It's so funny when people try and own him with like the Temu Tiffy stuff. It's like, you guys, he's a fucking troll. He doesn't care. Like, what don't you get about this? He doesn't give a shit. It's like arguing with Real One. He doesn't give a fuck, you know?
This one comes from WrestleNomics, I believe.
Okay. There. Thank you.
This is fascinating. This is quite
fascinating, though. I was gonna say, you need this for your book, dude. You need to laminate this one, put it on your wall. But you see how like it starts out, tons of interest, sort of drops off quickly, spikes up again, drops off quickly, but pandemic stuff, you kind of give everyone a bit of a mulligan on that. They come out of the pandemic stuff swinging with like CM Punk and all this shit, or maybe that was just before. I can't remember the timeline exactly. That was all a fucking blur, but it was whatever. Cody Rhodes leaves, right? Brawl out happens, which is like their peak again. So Punk is like peaking it, man. And then, that shit happens, and then they try and bring him back and
for quite a while.
Right. And this proves that they're just losing, that his fans, all the people chanting CM Punk tuned into the show over time, and they're all like, fuck this show. You know what I'm saying? Like a bunch of WWE people came over, and they're
There's
like,
no resolution.
Yeah,
there was no resolution to the entire brawl out situation and anything afterwards. It's terrible.
And then
but this is awesome.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, watch Punk fired, boom, just nothing of significance. Like from then on, it's really like, okay, you're really fighting for your life the rest of the time. What do you guys make of this? Awful. I want your thoughts, man. What do you make of this fucking chart, dude?
It's a fascinating look at it really is truly the rise and fall of a wrestling company, without a doubt. And you can see obviously that the chart speaks for itself. When Cody Rhodes leaves, there's a dip off. Tony Khan, what does that say? Tony Khan purchases ROH. That meant absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
There was a major downslide.
That was the letdown.
Yeah. Then of course interest for All In, Brood raised it up a little bit, but of course, as you see after the brawl out, they tank. They go down and down and down. They hit some spikes because of a debut or whatever, and this is 2024. Can you move that over a little bit?
Well, it just says Sting retires, and then there's nothing of note from there. It just goes into the current 2025 is not even listed the way 2019 isn't listed because it's just like half the year so far. Also, I want to make note of final Wednesday NXT in 2021. Huge dip. Like huge fucking everyone was like, well, we got to see this. But then look at the massive spikes. You got to think fucking NXT goes away. Then there's this huge spike. And then look at the down again. Everyone checked it out. So they gave it another shot. And then they're like, well, fuck this. And then Punk comes back and they're all like, oh, let's check it out. Well, fuck this slowly and slowly. It's actually crazy when you look at it. Like they had it right there. Tony had it right there. You just fucked it all up. This is what we mean by Tony fumbled. It's just not pulling the trigger or doing the right thing.
There was a point in time where their ratings were rivaling that of Raw. And they were getting close in the demo, not the total. But if you consider the fact that what Raw ended up signing for and where AEW was on a trajectory and all they had to do was just not fuck up, it's one of the it's billions of dollars of fumbling.
Yeah.
It is
billions of dollars left on the table. Based on one night that was never really resolved in the locker room or even legally. I'm not sure. Is that case even still on the table?
The one bill fill, it was multi-bill fumble.
Yeah, easy.
Oh yeah, in the long run. But listen, speaking of running, awful. I know you got a fucking jet. I appreciate your time. Plug what you got to plug for the good folks at home. Let them know what you got going on, my man.
Very funny thing. Me and MJ, MJ and I are constructing the next episode of The Death of AEW, episode 4. We've got some fascinating footage that I just checked out. I was just like, oh, that'll be very, very interesting for this one. But you can check that out. Hopefully I can produce that in the next week and a half maybe, but that's on the YouTube channel Awful Wrestling, and you can check me out on Twitter at AEWFUL Wrestling, also every Tuesday at 8 on Tune Talk Wrestling.
Okay, when are we doing fucking Jeopardy, buddy?
Awful Jeopardy, thank you very much. I'd love to do a taping this weekend if either one of you guys now remember, if you win, you have to, we're going on to the next round. So we want to have a champion
let's do
at the end of this thing. So, if you guys are open to it, I would be doing a taping on Sunday.
Okay, sounds good. I'm down, and I think I'm open then, too, because I kind of bailed on you last time, too. I was like, fuck, dude, I was going to stream both these PLEs, so I feel bad. I owe you one, and I want to come in and kick everybody's ass and let them know that I'm a real sicko. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this I got to see. How'd you do on the one that was produced on my channel before? Did you do well?
The first one you did, or how many have you done? Just one?
I just did the one so far.
Okay, so what is it, like a 8-show tournament, or is it like bracketed? I didn't see the first one in its entirety.
Okay, yeah. But we'll check out the first one when you have your free time or whatever, and see how well you do on as far as the questions, because they get a lot harder. That's for damn sure. That's why it's actually taken me so long to produce, because it's just like, I want to make these tough, because I know you geeky waterhead wrestling fans are real good at answering these questions. So, and your wrestling knowledge is impeccable. So, got to make them hard.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, awful wrestling. Round of applause. Thank you for coming in. What a legend. So MJ, I didn't know you had a fucking secret hand, dude, in those videos there with Awful.
I told Awful this. He's off the air now, but they are capturing the essence of something that made me a huge fan of the original Being the Elite series. A lot of the videos are off of the Being the Elite series and the early AEW footage, and I'm a huge fan. Huge fan. What he's doing, man, I know he would pop Cody if Cody saw it. I have a feeling that it's not lost on me that there's rumblings of BTE coming back at the time that he is recapturing some of that magic, doing what he's doing, and I'm happy to support it.
Oh, so yeah, that's the thing. I'm like shitting on that. I'm like, dude, could you imagine a BTE movie? Awful's licking his chops. He's like, well, I fucking hope they're making one, Phil. He's like, I goddamn hope there's one.
I have a lot of feelings about the BTE stuff. Like, there's a correlation between the fall off in interest in AEW and their ability to get stars over with Being the Elite disappearing. The movie, I don't know what a movie would be. It's stupid. Just make episodes. This shit was like 40 minutes long anyway.
Yeah. So David Carradine's Closet for 5 says over under on how long until Tony gets bored of Thekla. Like fucking already, bro. Like, come on. How her debut is like nothing. You know, she did her cool little pose, but it was botched where she just like punched the lady and that was it. And I don't know, man. It won't be too terribly long. But thank you. And guys, I have a couple more to read, but we're at 20 fucking super chats. That means 10 more. And I will fucking stream the entirety of AAA, Worlds Collide, and Money in the Bank that day. Obviously, I'm going to stream Money in the Bank, but the AAA show, if we get 10 more super chats, we're there. We unlocked it. So thank you all for that. Some guy for 2 says Iowa State Fair has fried butter on a stick and heart AEW. Like the fair itself hearts AEW, or you heart AEW? Right now we have like Lucha Galore going down here. Of course, they promoted Grand Slam Mexico during MJF shit and not during this Lucha match. Not saying they won't, but you would have thought that. And then Mike Bailey and Kevin Knight are just stuck in a fucking random tag team with Commander. It's pretty crazy. Like this, how bad everybody's booked in this company, considering Bailey just fought Okada in a match that Meltzer gave like 5 stars to or whatever, right? So some guy for 2 says TK being a stat guy equals numbers on an Excel sheet. Well, actually, with the sheet, what I did was I did my booking like this, and I wrote it this way chronologically, and then I went on Mark Maron, and I realized I had to drink some soda water to calm down, and I realized that I had to flip my Excel sheet upside down. And actually, it's over here now. So it's kind of like Time Cop, because we started here and we were going there, but now we're here when we were there, and now we're going back over here. Time Cop. Thank you. Some guy for your support. The PWT universe showing up in droves. 450 of you watching. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube, please, and thank you. And yeah, Saturday live show will be at the same time. Consider becoming a member too. I'll count memberships or whatever, I guess, as well. But memberships are fucking 99 cents, and it unlocks member shows. I do a member show every Monday. Okay, so Netflix and Phil's a member show, and it's on Patreon as well. And I upload a video to Patreon every Monday as well. So just consider checking them out, or just hit like or hit dislike or tell me to fuck myself, whatever you got to do. Steve Sanchez says, this is great. For 2. Thank you so much. Let me see. Where's the this is great? I got to find it.
It's great.
I have so many sounds now. I got to like reorganize this shit. Andre Adams for 5 says, Commander built like he lost a pillow fight by tap out. Oh my God. Oh, that's amazing. Where's my bell ringing? Yo, MJ, a pillow fight by tap out. Andre, a notorious roaster. Jesus Christ.
That one got me.
Dude, that's actually good, man. Okay. You popped me with that one. 626 been a member for 2 months. Shout out Mark Marin, who roasted me from stage. Fuck yeah. That's awesome.
Didn't he just wind down the WTF podcast?
I think he is, yeah. He's just like in his bitter old man cynic stage where he just like, which I don't blame him. He like makes fun of Rogan now and just kind of, he's made enough money, he doesn't give a fuck. But
hey, speaking of podcasters,
who doesn't make fun of Rogan now?
Speaking of podcasters, I admire your commitment to the game and doing the live streams every day, doing the long pay-per-views, PLEs. There was a notable flurry of notable podcasters who announced earlier today that they would not be covering Dynamite tonight.
Geez, are you talking about me? I'm over here now. The show's supposed to be tonight, but me and Solomonster, we're over there tomorrow now.
Many. It's just interesting to me that AEW has seemingly lost even the I cover AEW for like that's my thing. They've lost even that crowd.
This is what I think.
The crowd that covers you for like a profession, like that is just something to be noted.
Yeah, I would just say that it's more of an indictment of AEW. Like, it's so disinteresting, and people are like, "It's a 4-hour Dynamite. You think you'd be hyped for that?" But instead, you're like, "Oh fuck, man!" And like it's your job, so you go, "Well, hey, there's more work. There's extra work to be done tonight. I'm not even going to put in the normal time. I'm just going to take the whole night off." That's how fucking disinterested people are in Fyter Fest. That's crazy. It's supposed to have the reverse effect. Like, holy shit, a 4-hour pay-per-view level Dynamite. I need to tune in for this. I need to tap in with people. And I hear what you're saying, man. But so I'd say that's more of an indictment on this guy right here than it is any streamer.
It's not just tonight. I've also noticed a notable uptick. Hey, let me ask you this, Phil. Are you going to All In Starcast?
In Toronto?
No.
Or Texas? What's the one in Toronto? All Out?
Yeah. Are you going to All In?
No to both. I'm not going.
No to both. So
the answer is no. Oh, I'm staying in now.
No. I don't think Awful's going either. You know who else is not going? A plethora of professional wrestling journalists and professional wrestling podcasters and professional wrestling influencers have announced that they are not going to All In Starcast. Yeah. Literally the thing that AEW banks on. Like when All In happened back in the day, that original Chicago show, it was like it was a communal, like everybody get together. It was like going to some festival. It was like Burning Man for wrestling. Now these people can't even like be bothered to get on a plane and be flown there by AEW. They're like, nah, we're good. Don't want to ask Tony any questions at the press conference. Don't want to like have a meet and greet with my fan base that would otherwise buy tickets because they're not buying tickets. This is just we're on a shot clock now of like when the bubble actually bursts because the cover up couldn't be worse than the crime.
Well, as we've covered on this show here, MJ, we've covered it on this show. We've seen floor seats comped for Double or Nothing. We've seen the stubs. I know for a fucking fact, okay, people in the All-In area who there's people getting 4 to 6 free tickets, 2 tickets, like everybody. If you work for the fucking venue, if you work around the area, they're just handing out free tickets. And here's a video of them. Like, okay, sorry that the street teams or whoever's down there in Texas I don't have video of them walking into bars and handing fucking people tickets. Okay, guys, I'm sorry I don't have that, but I have a video of Lashley and Lance Archer walking into a fucking room full of people at a local MMA show and going, free tickets. Those ladies, if you want free tickets, go and get them like hotcakes over here. Here's a video. Plus, I showed the ticket stubs. Plus, we showed the emails of them paying people $100 plus to be seat fillers for these shows. I mean, I don't know what more evidence people want. This is old news, AEW sort of padding houses, right? And it's carny wrestling. I mean, this is fucking old news for the pro wrestling biz. But it's just funny how we can't like say that about AEW without you're just hating AEW, but let's just look at this.
Hey, XKO, you guys having a good time tonight? I want y'all to get louder than that. Are y'all having a good time tonight? Like he said, I'm the Murder Hog Monster, Lance Archer. This is the almighty Bobby Lashley. On July 12th, we're going to be right next door at Globe Life Stadium for AEW's All In. This man's going to have himself a tag team championship match, and I guess if he wins Sunday.
Look at the guys at this table. Oh my God. This encapsulates it all. Look at the bottom left of your screen. If you guys are looking at the screen, look at the dudes at this table, all looking at each other going, who the fuck? What are they talking about?
He's going to have himself a tag team championship match, and I guess if he wins Sunday, you're going to have a new...
Why are they?
I know 626 is with me on that one in chat. 626. I know you're seeing it too, buddy.
Challenger.
Red Bar's watching.
And maybe if my partner comes back, I'll just find somebody.
What were you gonna say, MJ?
Why did they send these two guys? Like, where's the rest of the hurt?
Well, because this is why it's a local MMA show, and Lashley's undefeated in Bellator and has a record of I think like 15-2 or 16-2 overall in MMA. He was a legit heavyweight, fought in Strikeforce, fought like their top competition when they were really hot. So I get him, but Lance Archer, because he's from Texas, this guy hasn't been on TV in fucking 2 years. You know what I mean?
This is gonna be a throwback, but I thought that who you just described was Jake Hager.
Well, I mean, hey, but he doesn't work there.
Else, and then we'll kick you.
But I mean, that would have worked, man. He was undefeated in Bellator as well.
They promoted that for like the first 2 years of AEW. That was his whole thing.
Shelton's ass and take your titles. How about that? Oh, wait. Not in this ring. Like he said, he's undefeated in Bellator. He kicked a lot of ass in Strikeforce, so he knows the mixed martial arts game.
Why don't they? And like, I get it. I'm not hating on Lance Archer. I'm a fan, but like, why wouldn't you have MVP, who's a legitimate black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and like out here talking for Lashley, and they can put over their Hurt Business shit, and Shelton Benjamin, who's a legit NCAA level wrestler, and you have Lashley there, who's a legit fighter. Like, why wouldn't you have them in the ring instead of just randomly, here's Lance Archer because he's from the area? Like, what the fuck? Like, who decides who goes to these shows and represents them? It's got to be Tony, right?
I don't think Tony's in this level of the weeds, to be honest. I think this is somebody in the office trying to ring something. I can't imagine.
How did they not know? How did they not know? No, just send Hurt Business there. They're all legit guys that we can Google and go, oh, they're all legit.
I'm sure it's a matter of like who's willing to go or who wants to go. Like, they got to get guys on a plane to go to this. It's just, this is so amateur, and it's no disrespect. It's no disrespect to Lance Archer or Bobby Lashley.
No,
they're not amateur. It's like AEW is setting these guys up to for failure. They're sending these guys. They're sending lambs out to slaughter, and it's at some point, and it will happen. And maybe it's with this Mariah May signing because they offered her $1 gazillion and she still didn't want to be there. Maybe it'll be with somebody else. But these talent have more self-respect than to be put into this position by this company. And for all the money, people talk about the money and the corporate greed and all that in WWE. These talent also are not guilty of it. They're just taking the biggest bag. So they're just as guilty as anybody as being all about the mighty dollar and all of this. And eventually they'll stop caring about that because you know what? It just won't be worth the money for the embarrassment. And this is embarrassing.
I'm willing to bet that Lashley this counts as like one of the appearances in his contract. I'm willing to fucking bet this counts as like a Dynamite or whatever. Yeah, Tony, I'll go. Just it counts as one of my appearances. You know what I mean? I guarantee that shit, because why else would he just be here? He even just looks awkward. He grabs the mic, but I think he does. But Archer, like, why isn't Lashley talking? That's what I mean. That costs extra, Tony, for me to actually cut a promo too. That's extra money, you know? I don't know how that shit works, but yeah, Lance Archer here in the last 30 seconds of this clip, he goes, "We're giving away free tickets." Listen to this.
Very well. But we want you guys to come out on July 12th, support AEW's All In. And last time, I think we gave out like 4 tickets, right? So tonight, I think maybe we should give out a few more tickets to some people who maybe want.
So last time we gave out tickets, right? Well, this time we're going to give out a few more. Listen to how he describes how you get these tickets.
To come and watch the show for free. How about that?
For free, the biggest show of the fucking year. Oh, it's amazing. We had this many tickets. Oh, it outdrew. Fucking no, bro. The tickets are free. My grandmother would go to this shit, and she's dead. Okay.
it's going to cross 20,000, but I am confident in tradition. Tradition is we'll get a turnstile count, and I also hope that there's some gates that get dropped on this. Like this show should be happening in an arena. They're not going to change it at this point. It's too late, but what they're putting the talent out to do, it'll be very interesting how this comes across on camera. It's a baseball stadium that's going to be like,
they're worried. I've heard shit.
I'm
not a dirt sheet. I'm not a fucking news, whatever. I'm just good at predicting shit, okay? Phil Stradamus. But listen, I heard they're fucking sweating, and that's why they're just giving tickets away. They're in the at least 1,000 to 2,000 tickets given away by the time like the show rolls around, minimum. I'd fucking bet money on it, you know? So the turnstile count, all that shit. I don't even care about it. Like, I really don't. I don't care that they lie about the attendance of All In Wembley. I don't give a fuck. WWE did the same shit. But it's just keep the same energy, sickos, okay? Look, here's video evidence. Listen to what Archer says. Go to this pretty girl and just grab tickets. Like they're fucking Halloween candies left out in a bowl for the people who don't even bother to fucking come to the door for the kids, right? Just go and grab a handful.
So the ladies right here, they have some tickets in their hands. If you're a big fan of pro wrestling and AEW, come see these ladies, and they're going to give you some free tickets to AEW's All In on July 12th, 2 p.m., right next door at Globe Live.
So what's to stop me from going up there and going, man, I have a family of 6. Give me 6 tickets. Nothing. He didn't say shit. These ladies over here want to give you some tickets. And then what'll AEW do? They can just move the seating around. However, they do that shit all the time. They just start moving seats around. People show up to venues and they go, oh, it's fucking, we're just going to move around where seats are and shit. They've done that a babillion times. They don't give a fuck. What were you saying, MJ?
There's just blocks and blocks and sections of seats available. So, like, they're just giving away. It's the same thing that every sports team does with charity and boys and girls clubs. AEW is just doing this with anybody that walks in a grocery store, 100-mile radius. But I'm with you on, like, just keep the energy the same. I care for a different reason. If I can try to explain that, tell me what you think. I care because there is a mass propaganda arm to AEW. That is, and we talked about this earlier, like there's a hard divide of like you believe in the kayfabe version of AEW and all the 500,000 viewers on Max and all the biggest profit of any wrestling company, not WWE, all this stuff. Or there's this reality, which is here's a company that is out over its skis and that ultimately, like if talent aren't more aware, and if people in the industry are not having honest conversations about what's going on and whether this is sustainable beyond whatever TV deal, it's supposed to be 36 months. We're almost 12 months into it. So, at some point, chickens come home to roost. And you have this conversation taking place about like talents having 2 places to work and all this stuff. And yet we're just gassing up like a make-believe version of AEW that doesn't actually exist, if not for like the propaganda that we see spread as like rumor and innuendo and reported as news. So I care in that, like, as a wrestling fan, someone that like wants to see the best for the industry, there's just this weird narrative of AEW that's, I mean, you can poke holes in it all day long, and then you get called all these bad faith, grifter, all that. Ultimately, who's this benefiting? Like, is pretending that AEW is something it's not? Is pretending All In something it's not, like, benefiting anybody? I mean, it's making people feel good, great, but for how long? And, like, when does that come home?
I don't think it's even making people feel good anymore. Like you said, man, motherfuckers are pirating it. And I'll say this. What happened is it's just a bunch of people in the media who Tony Khan schmoozed up to and made them believe he's one of us. And they all just think they can get jobs. And then they want the wrestlers to stooge to them.
Like jobs. Like they don't have money to hire people.
Like they don't. Well, if everything stays on track, they'll have 14 million, bud. That's enough for fucking Edge for 2 more years.
And here's where Awful would tell you, like, and if there's a conversation to be had about wrestling companies, like, if not for the fact that the Khans, it's a private investment of theirs that they probably wrote off for tax like benefits, like they're not paying. He's not paying himself back, and there is a likelihood at this point now that Warner Brothers has more of a stake in them than ever before. And there's a likelihood that, like, there's got to be some kind of strategy here if this doesn't last on TV as a $100 million property. So somebody's going to be starting to think about, like, what's the exit? What's the off-ramp? There's not jobs for people. Like, this company is, if anything, they got to shed another 20% of their behind-the-scenes, like, staff and probably 30% of its on-air staff.
Yes. Oilers scored, sorry. But no, yes to what you're saying as well.
Like the conversation, the conversation was had about WWE this week. So, like, okay, like, keep it equal on both sides. Like, have the conversation. There's a reason it's happening about WWE. The noise is a deflection from, like, anybody actually talking about, like, things like what Switchblade did, things like what's going on with these residencies, and the fact that, like, All In is now 40 days away, and I had it pegged at crossing 18,000 by now. It hasn't. It's behind schedule, and they're just going to paper the shit out of it, which this video shows.
They are, yeah. They're fucking papering the shit out of it. People want to be like, oh, where's the proof? Just go fucking. Do you know people who are in that area, bro? They'll fucking tell you. Where's Pete in Texas? I bet he's somewhere in
Come
chat.
see these ladies, and they're going to give you some free tickets to AEW's All In on July 12th, 2 p.m., right next door at Globe Life Stadium. We'll see you guys there, and I'll see you, Bobby.
So what, are they stooging that we're going to get Lance Archer in a tag title match against Hurt Business? Then what the fuck's the point of what I'm watching on Dynamite right now? You know what I mean? That's just incredibly awkward, I got to be honest. Here, I need to check in with chat. My word, guys. Can somebody drop kick Aubrey Edwards? Now, that's not very fair. I don't condone violence towards women here at PWT. Steve Sanchez, unless they're wrestlers. I guess if you're an AEW, you can crack a fucking guitar over her head or something. I'd be here for that. Steve Sanchez. Listen, I don't know, but she might mule kick you. I'm sorry. I'm an asshole. Kenny D's been a member for 2 months. Thank you so much, my good sir. 626 for 2 says Red Bar Zoom caught these fools. Like, who cares? Yeah, dude. Hit him with the fucking Red Bar rewind, bro. We'll bring that shit. Pete in Texas, I just brought you up. Speaking of sweating, Pete, are you around the All In? You don't need to like say what area of Texas you're in or whatever, but are you around there? Like, are people getting free tickets for this shit? That's all I'm hearing. Some sickos are going to melt mid-July here in Northeast Texas. Oh, okay. So you answered my question. Yes, it has a roof, but moving around the city, it's going to be hot as fuck. Yeah, dude, they're pasty white skin, man. It's
They picked the wrong destination during the wrong time of year. I think it's very telling that there are not like communal trips. Here's an idea for AEW. Free idea. Can you give it a free idea on your airwaves?
Shoot.
He should charter planes for people out of like big cities. Like, you know how they did the Jericho
That's like the movie 2012. We're getting out of here by ship after. So we'll all go to the show, and then we'll all go on Jericho's ship. And then we're out of here to the top of a mountain.
He should be chartering AEW trips.
They will all go live in a cult together in the mountains.
He should
Trust
fly
me,
people in.
Tony's arc.
He should fly people in the way that they like promote the Jericho cruise, like promote like an AEW airwave, like or airline, fly in and come to the show.
Rent a fucking military cargo plane, load it with every sicko from around the globe that you can fucking round up. Oh, 700,000 of us are here.
That would be a hell of a promotion campaign if he got like an airplane wrapped in AEW like banner and like he was like, I'm sending this airplane to 10 different cities, like sign up now to get your free trip. And you get 10 cities worth of like 200 people. It's like 2,000 people.
Some guy for two says AEW's typical little man syndrome with money. Yeah, you're right, man. I'd be hard pressed to say that you're wrong. Or just like a dude who's like too much of a mark. Because I thought Tony was one of us too at the beginning. I was like, oh my God, he's a billionaire, like stoner guy who just loves wrestling or whatever. This could be fucking really cool. If he has the money, he'll let the right people run shit. This could really turn out well. And no, dude, the fucking opposite. He just completely is like, my ideas are I take credit for all the stuff, except for when it's bad. King Dingaling for two says, is Sarah Jessica Parker Aubrey's real mom? Oh, come on. That's not very fair. To call Sarah Jessica Parker Aubrey Edwards.
Oh, come on now.
Sarah.
Oh, come on. That is not very fair.
Don't do SJP like that.
I know she's not all that and she's all that. Or what? No, it's not she's all that, right? What's it called? And just like that. I botched the joke. Sorry, guys. Fuck it. King Dingaling, thank you so much. And Regina Sharp's been a member for 13 months. I'm giving this 4 hours a chance, but boy, has it sucked. Boy, has it. Thank you so fucking much. Oh, another one's coming in. Ray J's World for 5. Guys, we're 2 super chats away from unlocking me streaming all day AAA versus WWE and fucking Money in the Bank. So you guys rule. I know we'll crush it. We'll probably get above it. So thank you guys so much. You guys really fucking show up and show out, man. I've really been appreciating the love, especially this summer, man. Ray J's World for 5 says Corey Graves was gooning on Mariah last night like he did Carmella. TNA better get a TV deal quicker with their angles in an NXT main event on CW. Yeah, no, I was not against, I just was opposed to the idea, I suppose, of like, oh, they'll go with a TNA show. Like why wouldn't they just say, hey, we're going to do another NXT show? But no, at this rate, I don't see why they wouldn't do a fucking TNA show. That might be the move ultimately, if you really think about this. And Trick with First Class. I know, guys, we didn't review NXT. We're likely not going to do it, although we're only 2 hours deep into a 4-hour minimum show. So with that being said, yeah, I don't see why CW wouldn't just like try and get a TNA show going on there. What do you think about that, MJ? Do you think that would be a good move?
I have my eye on the CW network for expanding their reach into wrestling. And I think the TNA brand merits its own show. Like, I wouldn't brand it anything with WWE. I think they want to leave that bullet in the chamber.
Yeah, but a show on the CW, and then maybe they can rival, like the way Raw and SmackDown sort of rival each other. NXT and TNA can rival each other on the CW, and they can have, like, Trick Williams, the champion, moving across both shows. Last NXT, we saw a bunch of TNA stars on the show. We even saw Top Dollar back in WWE, like, because of this TNA crossover. Everybody's clowning him. He was back in WWE, aligned with Trick Williams, and KC Navarro's there, and he's just brilliant as well. And so imagine CW picks up a show, and you have 2 brands warring with each other, TNA versus NXT, on the CW. Like, would that not be a fucking W? And you see stars of both shows on both shows because they're invading each other. Like, that's a W. I think that would be a good move for them, or maybe a reality show like LFG or something like that for NXT guys. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
What you just described is perfect, and the way it would work too. Like, think about the synergy. You can promote Trick Williams, you can promote Joe Henry, you can promote like Mike Santana, like the same talent.
Right.
You could promote as a CW. Like, you're gonna see these wrestlers on wrestling on CW. It would only cost the CW like what, 25-30 million to just equal the NXT deal, and that'd be good for TNA. I think this is just a matter of time because I think CW has been happy with what they get out of NXT, and I don't think there's a lot of other properties out there for them. It's just like a matter of time.
Well, goddamn, kids. 626 for 2 says, now you're 1 away. Dude, we blew past it. Pete in Texas for 10 says, only promotion I'm aware of is that the Texas Rangers are giving away AEW title belt fanny packs as a giveaway before All In. Local sports coverage, there's not much. People are more into cowboy OTAs. What do you make of that, MJ? What Pete in Texas just said?
I trust the resident expert, and shout out Pete from Pete in Texas.
Yeah, dude. Texas. Do you walg to your trug? I heard Brendan Schaub's fucking riding through the city, walging to trugs down there in fucking Texas, B. MJ, oh shit, 2 for 2, unlock the goal. There you fucking go, dude. We did it, and we got more rolling in here. Mike Sausley's for 2 says, now you are. Some guy for 2 says, 1 more just to be over the goal. You guys are fucking absolutely.
Sometimes in life you gotta be a hoe.
Goated. And I appreciate
for
you
dirt
all.
bags and lily pickers.
He's fat.
There you go. Round of applause for the PWT universe. I love you all, man. You guys have been going crazy. And so all day stream Saturday. Make sure you're fucking locked in. I will bring some folks on the show, and I may even have a little guy, a little Irishman from. Well, he's not little. He's actually very tall. From across the fucking planet. Possibly tune into that show if he's not too wasted. And the time is right as well. And so that should be really good. Who has a lot of AAA insight. Anyways, that should be amazing. So you guys are fucking goated. And let's go. How close are we to the 400? You know, I got to do quick maths on that, actually. Let me do that while we quickly, I guess I'll just bust out like a calculator and do quick maths while we take a look here at Hobbs taking on Caster out of nowhere in one of these like jobber squash matches. And they also announced that the tag team champions are going to be in a fucking triple threat, because why wouldn't they be? Do you know what I mean? Like, instead of the tag champs like having tag teams to defend against, they're like, or not a triple threat, a trios, you know? They're like, we're going to be in a trios match. The Hurt Syndicate. It's like, well, why didn't you put the trios
tonight?
Oh, is that tonight even?
I don't know. I'm very confused because they keep making matches that are not happening tonight, and they keep having talent on that are not wrestling tonight, and I'm just confused because this was supposed to be like a pay-per-view. Sorry, that's the medicine is kicked in.
No, don't be fucking sorry. We don't ever be sorry here at PWT.
Like this show, whether you like it or don't like it, like objectively, can we say that this was supposed to be some kind of special, like feel good?
Yes.
Like this should feel like how that episode was that they beat Eric Bischoff. They were so they celebrated it. They popped champagne for like nothing, but like this is what that show was supposed to be. This
popping champ, yeah. I was just gonna say, I was gonna quote Birdman and say popping champagne like we won a championship ring, but
they're gonna hang a banner in Daly's place for like longest lasting. The banner's not big enough for them to write all the prerequisites.
Well, you'd think, man, they fucking run victory laps in empty buildings, so it wouldn't shock me. Guys, sorry, I'm almost done the quick maths. It takes longer than you think.
Hey,
I should have got
I'll filibuster.
Go ahead. No, I love it. I need it.
I saw this going around about like Mariah May went from like the Wembley Stadium to a warehouse. And like one thing I would point out is that WWE owns that warehouse. And like the other thing I would point out is like, has anyone looked at where AEW is running their residencies? Like, I know the 2300 Arena is like a big deal, but like, how big is that place? Like, they are legitimately running. Like, they're one step away from doing a residency at like wherever PWG used to be filmed, like in Reseda. And actually, that'd be a good idea for them. I think that would really pop the fan base. If they ran a residency out of whatever that VA hall was. I think they demolished it. But maybe Tony can have it rebuilt because he's very rich.
Well, guys, we're at almost 200 with the ones with the super chats fucking rolling in. So we'll just say almost 200 is what we're at. So there we go. That's why I set it to both there, both goals. I think that was the way to do it because, yeah, I don't know. Right? We fucking the abundance, or just someone comes in and whips their big dick out, and either way, it's a fun time. I'm not too pressed about it. You guys shattered it. We're at almost 40 super chats now, so you guys crushed it like you always do. I appreciate you so fucking much, and I don't do those often, but that's gonna be a long ass day of streaming, and it's hot, so I'm gonna have to get some beers. So here we go. The Pabst Blue Ribbon Fund. No, I'm just joking. So does AAA? Sorry, a bunch more came in. So Jay Gonzalez says, does AAA get an English TV deal? They'll just do WWE crossover shows. They'll probably have English commentary. I think they might in place already. I don't know. I'm more curious to see what happens to them on Max, because AAA's on Max, Espanol or whatever. So I'm curious to see if they're like, nope, you're going to Netflix now or whatever. I'd be interested.
That's where I would keep my eyes on to see if they want to. I think Netflix has a interest in having localized content. And I think that if WWE can be a conduit for them getting localized content, that is a great synergy.
So King Dingaling for 5 says, I'll pay for BTE movie. I'll pay for the Being the Elite movie if it ends with a botched exploding super kick that leaves them with 2 total feet. Oh my God, you sick bastard. You what? Oh my God. I'm there with you. No, not actually, though.
It's incredible how many AEW talent who aren't scheduled to work every week suddenly came down with injuries.
Alt Jake takes on for 2 says Saturday is going to be lit. Bro, it's fuego. It's fucking hashtag hot lucha summer. I told you, motherfuckers. And yeah, hot lucha summer. I'm fucking working on teas for that. But yes, that's what it's going to be. And I can't wait for this Saturday. First off, I'm hyped for Money in the Bank always, because it's like a Royal Rumble. You're just hyped for it. But the Lucha show, I'm actually really excited for that too. Andre Adams for 5 says dogs backpedal and avoid eye contact around Dave Meltzer because they don't trust him. Dave Meltzer's like the shitty mailman, dude. God damn. Yeah, well, we're going to talk about him in a bit. What were you going to say, MJ?
Just actually.
Well, actually, Brian, Andre, that's not true.
I can't believe some of the things I see out of him now. It is... Somebody needs to step in. Brian Alvarez needs to do the responsible thing and just kind of end it.
Steve Sanchez for 10 says totally will be a joints and margarita day. Yeah, dude, we should. Maybe I'll get some tequila O'Neills. Just you guys know what I'm saying? That might be the move for that. Margaritas. I'll sip a margarita, but they're not like my favorite thing. You guys know what I mean? But I know Americans love that shit. Thank you so much. And then George Capture for 5 says it's 4 hours next week, bro. Good luck. What's 4 hours?
It's another show?
Not Dynamite again, is it?
No, they're doing this again.
There's no way. George, clarify.
No, I think they are. It's supposed to be
oh my good God. Well, I'm grinding it out. Let's do it. Well, I'll fucking grind it out.
What do you think total viewership is going to drop to by the time this is done? Let's say from
what is Claudio got stapled to his shirt there? The fucking receipts of fans who wanted their fucking money back after seeing it.
Why is Claudio doing the John Moxley entry?
If they're doing it again next week? Yes. Oh my God, George. No, I'm hyped for it. I'm here for it. Let's fucking go, man. Let's
outwork everyone.
Yeah, dude. I am. I'm going to, and I'll put together a cool panel again for that one, since it's extra juicy and long. You know what I mean? Pause. No Diddy. Do it. Diddy quit salivating. Ray J's World for 5 goes, is it true? Okay, we got more news, I promise. Just the PWT universe is making it rain. Is it true the Bucks want to revive PWG? Let them. Fuck them and let them, please. I pray it's true. If true, they can kick Sockface out of AEW. Exactly, bro. Please, yes, let them all go there.
Who would they revive it with? Everyone's in AEW.
Yeah, but they can afford it, and then they just go, Tony, let us use AEW guys, and then they just work there, man. They just book the indie guys, and fucking, if you're not ID'd, you can come do shit here. And then they just try and do their own thing and develop people as well, and then you have big names because they're marks anyways, and it's part of Tony paying them and PWG. I'm here for that, actually. They should fucking do that, for real. But is it true? I have no clue. I don't know the Bucks, man.
Isn't that what Ring of Honor is? And it gets 10,000 views?
Might as well be, bro. I don't even know if that's a thing anymore, Ring of Honor. One reason I won't watch AEW is Sockface. Yeah, his commentary's so fucking bad. Just being completely honest, man. And it's getting tough now with all these people leaving WWE. It's like you got to remember their WWE name, their fucking indie name, and the nickname Jim Cornette gives them. Read too many names for wrestlers now, guys. Okay, going crazy here. Okay, so 3-hour SmackDown, neckbeards, 4-hour Dynamite. Of course, he has to come in. We will give a fucking nail on the head. Okay, I have some news, MJ from NJ. My brother, listen, we have the majority of Warner Bros. Discovery shareholders who voted at the company's 2025 annual meeting evidently believe CEO David Zaslav and other top execs are earning too much, and they all unanimously, or I don't know if it was unanimous, but like a majority decision voted that this dude isn't worthy of Zaslav isn't worthy of his fucking $54 million package or whatever. And yeah, dude, it's looking rocky road. And as I've covered on the show ad nauseum, they're really depending on this Superman movie to do well. And so, and I know people are like, well, that won't affect other things. Yes, it will. The shareholders and shit, they took a look at his shit and we're like, what? We're giving this guy this much money and losing our dicks every fucking year. And not to mention, just a year ago, they hid like 10 billion of the fucking shit we took all over ourselves. No Vince McMahon. And now, like, I'm just saying, wait till they look and see, holy fuck, AEW's losing money and Tony Khan's actually footing the bill for this imaginary TV deal that Dave Meltzer pretend they got. You know what I mean? Or like that we publicize that they got, but it's all private and really we own a cut. And as long as Tony foots the bill, fucking it's whatever. You know what I mean? Like, to me, that's what it's looking like. And this isn't looking good for them. And also WBD is in talks to try and get UFC. They really want UFC. Or at least some of the events UFC is looking to break things up, like maybe international show cards, like 4 big international cards a year on Netflix, or maybe just like all the fight night cards on Netflix, maybe the Apex cards on ESPN, you know, sort of like WWE does with Peacock and Netflix. Like it'll be something akin to that. They won't overcomplicate it, but WBD is in the talks for that as well. So they are looking to spend money, of course, on something like UFC. But when it comes to them cracking open the books, and if they're looking at AEW, unless they're peeling off the top, which has been my theory this whole time, they're just peeling off the top of everything from AEW. They get a cut of everything AEW brings in before there's any losses or anything gets paid out. WBD takes their fucking 10, 5%, 25%, whatever, and then Tony has to cover the rest when it comes to like everything else. That's the way if I had to fantasy mark book it, that's me puzzle piecing it together, taking an educated guess. Anyways, though, that aside, what do you think of like Variety writing this and like where Zaslav sits with WBD and their future?
So one thing that you should know, anyone should know, is that he actually will make even more money if he's fired.
Yeah.
So this is like ceremonious that they all the shareholders should say like, fuck you.
Yeah.
But ultimately, he's still running that company. And to your point about the Superman movie, like all of that matters because it's going to set the budgets for next year.
Yeah.
And while AEW, I doubt that they're out of pocket anything more than the minimum on that contract. But I do think that it's a feature Tony pays for everything over. And I'm sure he's gone over. I'm sure that's why we're seeing.
That's the point I'm trying to make, dude. And that's what Eric Bischoff heard, actually. Not to cut you off, sorry, but Eric Bischoff said that. He said that he's heard from someone reliable. Now, he knows lots of people in the TV business, man, and he heard that pretty much that's what it is. Like, they paid the 180 whatever, but anything that goes over that is all on Tony, and he's likely gone over that. Like, he's losing money hand over fist, is what Bischoff's heard. Sorry, go ahead.
It's great if you can hire a director for a movie, give them a budget, and then the guy's like, well, that's not enough. It's okay. I'll cover the rest. It's like, great, make the movie. And I think that's what's going on with AEW. As long as, you know, they don't have to hear about money, it is what it is. The thing that becomes interesting is at what point does it become feasible to cut bait, take the loss, and replace it with content that is cheaper, substantially cheaper, I mean, we were just talking about like NXT and TNA, like so feasibly NXT gets 30 million a year. If Warner Brothers can get something for 30, 40, 50 million a year that does the exact same ratings, like at some point Dynamite's ratings will be what they are, low 500s. Like if AEW can't maintain the 600 level threshold, then it becomes like a cost benefit analysis, and that's when a decision could be made. But the Warner Brothers continues to remain like a very interesting piece of the overall media story because they have money that they want to spend because they need to keep the carriage fees. They also seemingly overspend to keep the carriage fees, and that's also going to come into question by shareholders at some point later this year, kind of once that picture is known for next year.
Also, if WBD gets UFC, well, they own Saturday nights. So what happens to Collision? They just get canceled more, or have to move, or we get more 4-hour Dynamites or whatever. I just don't think that. I don't know if that they're willing to even keep it. Collision might just go away, especially with the ratings it does, right? And if they can have UFC on there, they'd way rather do that. So
even if they can get like low end UFC fight cards with the gambling advertising space and like with the advertisers that might be interested in a UFC branded show, you have to consider that that'd be a higher ad rate. So could they do something for less money than they currently spend for Saturday night content, or let's just call it AEW content? So I think that becomes interesting. The other thing I just mentioned, like they overspend sometimes. The French Open's going on right now, and it's everywhere. Like when I see on like True TV, TBS, Turner, it'll be interesting to see how the French Open ratings are considering how much money they spent and that everyone thought that was an overspend in order to get live sports. Like we're going to have at the end of the year, like whether this like post NBA strategy actually works or not.
Well, Collision got 504,000 viewers. I guess this is like a little uptick for them or whatever. And the 18 to 49 was a 0.18, which was like a bit of a spike for them, I guess, again. And it's so funny because Meltzer's like, well, it's obvious the key demo and younger people are watching on Max. And it's like, well, when the key demo goes back up like this, though, what's your excuse for that? Did they just all decide to watch on TV that night, Dave? Or is it just that they're not on Max and they're choosing just not to watch in general, which is what's more likely? You know, they're just not watching at all. But then it spikes up again to 0.18.
This was largely carried by the lead-in from Inside the NBA, which was the lead-in, which was the show after the NBA game.
And wasn't that the last one? Yeah, the last Inside the NBA.
So this show started out like just at 1 million, and when tanked, of course, it was down into the 200,000s by the end of it, which was like 1 a.m.
God, it's always a catch. See, I didn't know why they had that spike, but that makes so much sense. There's always a fucking catch, so it wasn't even really a 0.18 or a 500,000.
And this is what I mean by poking holes into like the kayfabe bubble that they all choose to live in, because let's play out that conversation between you and Dave. So you asked Dave, like, well, what about the raise in the demo? And then he can't even truthfully tell you it's because it's the NBA, because then he'd have to admit that it's not because of AEW. And therefore he can't defend it. So you just see how they end up having straw man arguments over and over again. But yeah, this was the NBA's. That's all that was.
So speaking of all that was, Bear Bronson is gone from AEW. I don't think anybody's really covered this as much as I have, but his partner did some horrible, vile shit. I don't mean to keep bringing it up, but he got fired, right? Bear Bronson and Bear Reed, or Bear whatever, the other fucking Bear, who cares? That guy,
There was a Bear.
Yeah, dude, if Fuzzy Wuzzy or whoever he is, Fozzie Bear, whoever it is, dude, that dude sucks. If what alleged or what he's happened to him legally is fucking true, I don't know. I wasn't in the room, I guess, but whatever. Dude did some gross foul shit, and Bear Bronson got punished for it, and he was tweeting out, "I'm being punished for whatever." His contract wasn't renewed. He's gone from ROH/AEW, and he said that AEW saw Iron Savages as just an enhancement thing. And they did have a good look. I think they could have been more than that. But, I mean, ultimately, yeah, that's what you guys – that's how he saw you. And, like, I guess be grateful of that. Your partner did fuck you. I feel bad for this dude. This is MJF's friend too. Like, they're good buddies. They go way back. But at the same time, man, I don't know. Like, yeah, Tony, that's how he views and books everybody, as like enhancement or mid-card type shit. Everyone's equal. I guess you have Kenny, who is going to war with 3 other dudes. And I guess you have some guys who are kind of standouts, I guess, maybe I'd say it's more because of themselves rather than like Tony Storm's over because Tony Storm's fucking good. Tony Storm's Tony Storm. That's why she gets over, right? And so there's people like that, but ultimately, like, yeah, I don't know. Your futures aren't ever going to be bright in AEW if you didn't come in as an ex-WWE guy or like an ex-famous New Japan guy, realistically, in my opinion, at least.
I mean, they brought in the Karate Kid mullet guy for like to lose.
Hey, now, oh, come on, I like Mike Bailey now.
They brought him in to lose to Okada. Like, was that not? Everyone they bring in is enhancement talent because they have a set number of guys that are featured at the top, and they can't ever not be featured at the top. And again, it's just the worst constructed situation that they could have.
So speaking about guys at the top here, so Wardlow's been off TV since March 2024 as he suffered a labrum injury. Since then, a car accident worsened the injury. Wardlow is now cleared to return, but being kept off TV as he's landed a TV role and seemingly won't return until after that commitment is completed. Fuck, man, how old is Wardlow, bro? Like, this could be Wardlow age, like 37, guys. I mean, I think the ship may have sailed. I don't mean to be that guy, but I just like, I love Wardlow, man, but
I don't think he cares. As long as he's getting paid, I'm sure he's getting paid nicely. To just
at 37, yeah, he's probably just like, fuck it, man. But
his
I mean,
contract's extending and he's getting jobs elsewhere.
It just sucks that like the injury time will likely be tacked on to whatever the fuck his long ass deal that he signed was, because during that whole Wardlow squashing MJF and MJF no-showed blah blah blah, that was all a work. Go back to early PWT where I fucking told you all this, and I've been right about it. That was all a work, and they both signed long-term ass deals. Because all that happened at that time. Then they worked a shoot, work, shoot, where MJF didn't show up to the thing, and then Wardlow squashed him on pay-per-view. So that was because fucking they both at that time signed like huge deals, man, for like 7 years or whatever the fuck. So I just don't think he cares. Wardlow should have been their world champion. We should have got like a Wardlow Hobbs feud already. You know, we should have had Wardlow versus MJF versus Kenny. Like, this is the guy you build up as like the future of AEW. We should have had all that shit. And instead, he's just been hurt, and God bless him. I hope he makes his way to the Fed one day. Hey, they'll take a fucking 42-year-old Cobb. So if Wardlow's someone people want to see. But yeah, as far as like, there was at one point a few years ago, 5 years ago, when he was 32, people were like, man, he could run NXT for a year. And then you call him up, and this guy versus Braun Breaker and shit is the future. But it is what it is, man. You win some, you lose some, I guess. And I just don't know if we're ever going to get that one back, unfortunately, guys. Speaking of never going to get it back, or something we're never going to get, rather. There we go. Save the transition, or the segue. We're never going to probably get a Dark Side on Brawl Out and Brawl In, which I would love to get, and that's what I suggest for Dark Side of the Ring creators. Someone edited this beautifully, an edited together version of what could be potentially, and this is AI or something, goddammit, Dark Side of the Ring. Here's a snippet of the not real parody episode of AEW Dark Side of the Ring.
Somebody found something out or heard something or said, let's put this guy to task.
You talk a big game about workers' rights, yeah? Well, you've shown the exact opposite since you've gotten here.
Why else would you do that? I think that really did hurt him. Just out of the blue one day he comes out and is screaming, you know, whatever the details were.
I haven't had anything to do with Scott Colton. A decade. Probably wanted nothing to do with him even longer than that. It's fucking unfortunate that I have to come up here and speak on this. I'm on my time. This is a fucking business.
His tone was different and he was more serious in
And I'm just like, is everything okay, man?
The fact that I have to sit up here.
Shout out Eon Linear or Linear Eon, who fucking made this, edited this. This is brilliant.
Because we have irresponsible people who call themselves EVPs and couldn't fucking manage a target.
We couldn't believe it. He was one of our heroes, legitimate heroes. This is terrible.
There's people who call themselves EVPs that should have fucking known better. This shit was none of their business.
It didn't make any sense to me. What are you talking about?
What did I ever do in this world to deserve an empty-headed fucking dumb fuck like Hangman Adam Page to go out on national television and fucking go into business for himself?
Never forget, lest we forget, MJ, what Punk said, dude. He was spitting.
For what?
Imagine this guy that you watched on television for years. Now he's calling your friend out.
In his mind, Hangman went out and started addressing things that he was not happy, and he's clearly, I mean, that was months ago.
I offered him money. He said it was not enough. He went ahead with the lawsuit and sued. It's his fucking funeral. I don't care. He shares a bank account with his mother that tells you all you need to know about what kind of character that is.
It was like a downward spiral.
Any way you slice it, you can see this isn't good.
I'm hurt and I'm old and I'm fucking tired and I work with fucking children.
Sit your ass down. Go to sleep. Give us all a break.
If Dark Side of the Ring had any nuts, they'd do a fucking two-parter, Brawl Out and Brawl In, the CM Punk story or whatever the fuck in AEW, and it would be a two-parter the way they did the Benoit one, and it would be their most viewed shit. Both episodes, don't you think?
Yeah, but I think that the Bucks ultimately sit on that for when it's all said and done, and they do a tell-all. Yeah. And they probably come to peace with Punk and make a shit ton of money on it. It'll live for a generation or two, like the way that the Montreal Screwjob did.
Yeah.
And what happened afterwards? That's just life, dude. Ace Steel threw a chair and hit
the reenactment.
What was like a church?
Oh my god, yo, Eon Linear or Linear Eon. His logo's like a fucking cross, so I can't tell which word's supposed to come first. Brilliant.
To the head or something? It's like a terrible chair shot to the head.
He had never done anything like that. Just out of the blue, he was bullying.
Amazing. That is fucking amazing. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW News Tonight. Amazing.
This is great.
Oh my god. I got some more super chats I gotta get to. Let me see. Excalibur, Andre Adams for 2 says Excalibur is Pedro Pascal under that mask. Yeah, it wouldn't fucking surprise me. That guy gets every role. You know what I mean? Some guy for 2 says next year we'll be talking 500K being average for Dynamite. Yeah, I mean, at this rate, the way it's trending, I think they found their core like 600K and shit. But if like Hangman doesn't beat Mox, I think they cook themselves. I think they completely fuck up.
Well, there's two things to point to on the ratings trend. One is that they're pretty range bound, and they've shown they cannot really escape like 650 as being a ceiling. Like every time they do an episode that's high, there's followed by a very low one. Shows they're not retaining any new viewers, but also seasonality. I mean, we get into the fall and the winter, and that's when like football season and all that ramps up, and people just tend to not watch TV the same way back to school and all of that. So like this window between now and All In is like their chance to grow an audience. They're also fighting cord cutting, which like if you listen to all the cable companies, they're seeing the subscription rates just drop at like precipitous paces. So, you know, they really did themselves a disservice last year when they kind of outpaced. What that means is they lost more viewers than the average decline in like the subscriber to the TV network. So they were so bad compared to like the average that they're just always going to be in a hole, and eventually it'll just erode down to like 500,000.
So in Dire Straits for 2 says, how many Tony fumble chants will there be by 26? Bro, so many. The exodus of 2025. I told you all it was going to happen, and it's happening. You know, and also I did anticipate quite a few releases from WWE. Like I predicted The Miz, and I'm not saying The Miz is gone, but we're going to talk about that a bit in WWE news. And you know, we had thrown out names like Braun and R-Truth and all of these, Sonya Deville and shit. We had thrown those names out. You just got to look at who's Vince people. I mean, they could be on the block, and it's not just like if you're a Vince guy, but it's just the big money.
So Dynamite just ended, and now they're restarting.
Yeah, they're just right. Yep.
The fuck is this?
I don't know what the point of it is. I have no idea why they do it this way. Why don't they just go to commercial or whatever the fuck? Or if you're just joining us, whatever. I understand that aspect, but like so Okada comes out.
They did like a 7-minute overrun, and now it's going to be followed by.
That's what I mean. Like Tony doesn't know how to format a fucking TV show is the problem. Ray J's World for 5 says Tony Khan will have to run Collision against TNA Impact on Thursday if WBD gets UFC. That's what I'm saying. And then if TNA goes on the CW, and then it's CW TNA versus Collision on Thursdays. Oh boy, that could be fucking really crazy. Some guy for 2 says just got a fraud alert for chat from my bank. Shout out or so.
Dope.
Just got a fraud alert for chat from my bank from super chatting in.
Yeah, like it probably flagged it. Like why? Like what is this charge?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's YouTube, brother. That ain't on me. So I don't know, bro. Sorry.
I think it was just funny. It popped some guy. That popped me. Oh,
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Sticking belts in each other's faces. This is great.
Okay, so
now they're fighting. We're just gonna show.
He seems to be joking. Oh, okay, yeah. I just didn't get the joke or what. I'm actually concerned for my listeners. Okay, guys, I will fucking. I'll send an email for you.
6 weeks to go, and we're doing Okada Omega physicality.
It's an MLM scam or something, isn't it? There, 626. He's been working out with Orange Cassidy. Who? This is Bush League shit. No wonder. Yeah, I don't know. This is just like decade old. This is like if they went back to fucking Roman feeding people dog food or getting dog food spilt on his head. Yeah, that's hot. Do that again. Speaking of WWE, man, we got some WWE news to get to. So we are going to share this tab. And we are going to play a breaking news. So, ladies and gentlemen, here is LA Knight and Jey Uso's new Slim Jim commercial starring Miles Bourne and Ren Sinclair on a very special Ren's Day. We start and end our Ren's Day with our girl, Ren Sinclair. Let's snap into a Slim Jim. Ooh. So there you go. What do you think of that, MJ?
What's old is new again. Fits.
Yeah, absolutely. I enjoyed that.
By the way, we're looking at the Miz's replacement.
Maybe. Who knows if he can work as good as him. Let's see if you guys can spot Maddie here, though. Did you guys spot her? Or Maddie Renkowski Rensen.
Here at the Slim Jim Gym.
Phil, you there?
Oh, sorry. Is my mic muted? Jesus Christ, I muted myself. Sorry. Did you guys catch Maddie Renkowski, Ren Sinclair? It's a blink and you'll miss it moment. I accidentally fucking muted myself. Sorry, guys. And so I was like, dude, we're going to get yellow flagged for that one because I played it so many fucking times over. But MJ, we have here at the Tadums, the last thing I want to talk to you about, because you spent so much time with me here tonight. So the Tadums went down. I talked about it with Awful earlier. I talked about it with Husey before. And we have this lady here on the far left. I forget this actress's name, but she's a full-blown Hardy Boys fan, as you're about to see. But we have the cast of One Piece here putting over WWE, and we have the cast of fucking Squid Games being like, we're huge WWE fans and shit. And meanwhile, it's like where like the show Pit or whatever on Max or Last of Us, where the fuck is Pedro Pascal going, oh my God, I love Will Ospreay, bruv, or whatever, you know, like that doesn't exist. And then contrast it to this. This is a quick clip.
WWE.
WWE.
Yeah.
Put us in the ring. I want to fight them all.
I want to super spear somebody, please.
I want to
just one
suplex
time.
somebody on the
Actually,
carpet.
I want to twist of fate. Let me hit a twist of fate real quick. That's all I want.
CM Punk,
That's
what
all
you
I
saying?
want.
What you saying, bro? Why you
Hey,
come on.
hey.
Where you at? Where you at? WWE. We want to go. We want to bro. go. Now. Yeah, bro. Now. I'll try Come to on.
Get us in the
Suplex
ring. WWE.
Yeah, so they're just putting it over more from the Tudums. What do you make of that? And what do you make of WWE having like a big fucking presence at the Tudums?
I think the WWE is an avenue for all sports in Hollywood entertainment. What I mean by that is that you saw how heavy they are in with Tyrese Halliburton and what's going on with the Indiana Pacers. They're selling shirts for NBA players on their Fanatics. You see this at the Tudums, where they're doing the stuff with like the cross promotion with other Netflix shows. I think that WWE is uniquely positioned to be this conduit for both Netflix and for sports to like kind of filter talent in and out in order to get them publicity, to get them like a big event to appear at. There's not that many big events you can appear at as a celebrity. You could sit courtside at a game. You can go to a 14,000 packed venue at a Monday Night Raw on Netflix and be seen. So I think that's like where WWE is starting to ramp up their kind of crossover appeal. But, you know, like the streets say it's not mainstream enough. I don't know how much more evidence you need. It's clearly mainstream.
All right, man. Well, speaking of the streets, you got to hit the road here, and I appreciate you coming on. Do you have anything to plug, MJ from NJ, before you get the fuck out of here?
No. I look forward to your stuff on the weekend. And for those who have not checked out Awful Series, he's done an incredible few episodes that kind of take you through a timeline of AEW start. I think the last one got through Double or Nothing, the first pay-per-view. And it's just very fun to go back and see kind of where we were. I've enjoyed doing some of the behind the scenes, like looking into stuff like what was and what is and what could have, should have, and would have been. That's it.
Excellent. Well, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for MJ from NJ. Thank you for coming on. And I'm due for a long one on Saturday, so maybe we'll see MJ pop in. I really appreciate the guy for coming on. Now, as Jimmy King would say,
Be gone.
We still have a bunch to get to. We got WWE news. I ain't going anywhere. We still have an hour and 15 left of Dynamite, and there's a hockey game on, so we're chilling. And let's see where super chats are at here, because I got some more. Just got a fraud. Okay, that was the joke I didn't get because I'm a dipshit. Ray J's World for 5. Phil, with Mariah May now in WWE, are you going to do a weekly Mariah Thirstcast, LMAO? Probably not, but like Twitch Tuesdays, maybe we can like watch NXT / Game Out, and you know, because I went on Twitch on Tuesday there, which was really fun for I think like a couple hours. So I'm gonna keep doing that. Every week, yeah. So maybe if NXT just happens to be on that one, I'm not setting a time on. I'm just twitching. Last time it was like during the day. Might be in the morning. It might be in the afternoon. So I don't fucking know. That's just like a random thing. But I was spitting some bars about just some shit, you know? I was just talking some shit. If you go listen to my last Twitch stream, I was like dropping some fucking hot news on people kind of. But yeah. It will be NXT. The T is for Thirstcast. Okay, Ray J's World. Shout out the fucking super chatters and just everyone being here. You're all goats. You're all guests. We're all in this together. It was the Sicko stalking her. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. AEW ain't in the conversation. It's really cold. I saw the Sicko claiming Liv Stalker. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Okay, Rabs, just saw a headline. This might be a low-key banger match. This one hasn't been so bad. I mean, so far, yeah, I would say this is the best match that's been on. Kenny Omega went crazy, but it was just too obvious of a fucking of a finish, I would say, unless that's the one you were talking about. But I want to see. Here's the problem with Ospreay and Rush. Like, they're gonna do each other's flippy shit cool, but that's the problem, is that like they can just do everything that each other can do, so it doesn't make it special. But if you're talking about the 4-way, yeah, that was kind of fun too. I do like Kenny, but I wasn't fully locked into it, so I can't honestly give an assessment. Same with this one. I'm locked into hockey here. We got the great one, fucking Gretzky on TV. So here we go. Let's get I mostly drink Faygo, which I call Faygo. Yeah, Faygo's good, dude. Steve Sanchez has been a member for 2 months. What's your Twitch? It's Pro Wrestle Times. Okay. And I'm that on Xbox as well. So we're going to run a GM mode soon. I'm running my, I think next Tuesday, I was playing my faction and getting pissed off. So maybe we'll play universe mode next or whatever we got going on. But yeah, it's just Pro Wrestle Times everywhere. Okay. WWE news, folks. We have WWE news. So, Joaquin Wilde, never been knocked out cold before, so he got knocked out during main event. We showed the footage, so a lot to process right now, but I'm good, no worries. So he's all good. Myron Reed's all good as well. Here's Sami Zayn, fucking just getting oozy, buddy. I quote tweeted this. I was like, me after 3 beers and 2 shots of tequila. This will be me Saturday day. How fucking hot the crowd was. They were so hot for Sammy too. He gets so oozy. He's spectacular. So Mandy Rose made the news a couple times. She was on Card Player and said she'd definitely answer the phone if Triple H called her. She says, I would love to have a conversation. We can even iron out some things that may not have gone as planned in the past. I've never really been able to have a conversation with anyone about her exit. So I would love to have a general conversation to kind of iron that out. So there's like closure in that sense. I would love to really make sense for me to come back financially. I'm at a place where I'm able to travel wherever I want, whenever I want. I know the schedule is very different. They're not on the road as much as they used to be. So that's really cool. But I do miss my fans. I miss the fact that obviously there's a lot of untapped. I don't even want to say potential because there was more than potential, but it's like untapped stuff that I obviously could do that I didn't get to. And unfinished business really probably is the better word for that. I would be down. I'm not against her coming back, but I also, if she doesn't come back, I don't miss her because, honey, I'm home. Mariah May debuts in NX fucking T. And Tony Khan's like, oh my God.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
And she cuts a little promo. I think we have it here, but she changed her bio and she says, honey, I'm home. So this has always been home to her, just letting people know. And I love the hindsight warriors who are all like elbowing them. Oh, she was always, her path was clear. It was this and this. But that's why I talk shit about her never going to WWE a week ago or 2 days ago. It's so funny. And yeah, people just are like, well, it's not an own. What if their sources told them? Like, there's this story about how fucking Fightful posted, oh, Mariah May's management told us that she wasn't signing. Then 3 days, or she still signed with AEW. Then 3 days later, we have all the details about her AEW run. And people are like, that's not a gotcha. It's like, it's not supposed to be a gotcha. It's just highlighting, like, they don't know shit. A, why would you believe her management? B, like, we thought you guys have the hot scoop. And what are people paying for the details on the deal that now everyone has the details of now? Because it's a public fucking thing and you can just say anything now. Whereas before it happened, you didn't have the fucking details, but your chart, like, what's different than what I do? So you just read the fucking rumors, right? It's crazy. But then you sell $5 to have like insider shit, or $15.99, $14.99, 50% off Black Friday, whatever the fuck. And like, I'm not saying don't hustle, don't get your hustle on. I'm not hating the game, but it's like, I'm allowed to criticize the fucking players, dude. I'm allowed to criticize the game as well. Hate the player, don't hate the player, hate the game. I'm all about that as well. And I'm just criticizing the game, man. And it's just funny to me. It's just funny, you know, when there's real news too. Like, we all knew Mariah May was fucking leaving. That's her fucking dream. You guys, how many times do we have to go through this where, especially for the women who have way more avenues that they can make money, they can just start OFs like Elena Black if they want and all make money. So especially them, like, the money ain't everything, especially after they got the Tony Khan bucks. These people, and they look at the women's division. People want to go, AEW's women's division. No, look at the fucking one in WWE right now. Look at the NXT one. Just isolate that. Unreal. WWE's women's division's unreal overall. Unfucking real. Okay. Deonna Purrazzo. Oh, she's a great wrestler. She doesn't get used, so it doesn't matter. So Mariah May, like, obviously that's where she's gonna go, man. So it's like I don't really understand what you guys are supplying and what people are smoking. That's all when it comes to the sheets. It's not a gotcha on Sap. I don't care. I don't fucking care. I post shit about Sap. Everyone freaks out. Sap's a piece of shit. Sap's a blah, blah. It's like, yeah, I like, okay, you know, I'm not even talking about that. I'm just pointing out, here's the sheets missing again. Just like I pointed out Elboo. They're just always like Captain fucking Hindsight, you know? But meanwhile, when it comes to like, we have breaking news or anything like that, it's, you know, and their management told her she could have technically still been under a deal. Okay, so like you guys are rage baiting then, like, because we knew she's going to fucking WWE. Just look at her Twitter activity, you know? It's crazy. And it's also crazy that everyone, let me point this out too, everyone kicks out of all of Ospreay's moves, but then he styles clashes people and then he beats them. He does WWE guys shit to win, but all of his moves don't work, you know? Anyways, enough about AEW. This is WWE news time. Let me know if I'm spitting chat or maybe I'm off on this. A legit stalker was arrested outside of the PC tonight. Multiple bags of evidence taken in by police officers. This was a Liv Morgan stalker, I guess, right? I wish I was making this up, y'all. Y'all need help, seriously. And then people got triggered. Like, what? We don't need help. Yes, you do. If you got triggered by this, you need help. Okay? Stop. And that's what's risky about wrestlers, too. Like, these are big-time stars, and people know where they work out. You can just Google where the fuck they work out. And so I think it's time we build a new PC, do it in Nevada somewhere where you don't really, I mean, it'll be public, but it won't be as, you know, it'll be a lot more secure, I'd say, and easier to maintain out in the desert or whatever and it's not as convenient maybe, but I don't know. Dana White's been building whole fucking hotels for fighters. So I'm sure they can build here's an apartment complex for fighters and WWE superstars and shit. I'm sure TKO can invest in that. No, for people who need to be around our facilities and shit. I just think that'd be the move. Most definitely. So, moving along here. My wife's sending me memes and shit. Let me see here. Let me just open okay. But yeah, fucking sickos get help. Hopefully that dude's okay and doesn't hurt himself or anybody, you know? So Monday on Raw tied the 224 for its fewest views on Netflix yet, while ranking 4th on Netflix US chart for the week. It was number 1 though, like days after, I think, unless Raj is correcting me here, but I did see screen grabs of people saying, but it was number 1 though. So maybe that was just for the day or like the moment that at the time it was on. Pardon me. The show scored 2.6 million views globally for the week per Netflix, with 4.8 million. As noted, the views were tied with 224 as the blah, blah, the show ranked 4, blah, blah, blah. So there you go. Raw, I guess, doing its shittiest. Okay, it's everything does its shittiest ratings in certain months. I'm going to tell you what they are. Ready? May, September, and January. Okay, those are transitionary months. So fucking everybody taking hits during those, not making excuses, but yes. And then Edmonton fucking ties it up. Let's go, baby. Speaking of Mariah May, here's what she had to say. And I might eat some hay or lay down by the bay. I just may. What do you say? Happy Gilmore 2's coming out.
It's about damn time. I've wrestled all over the world, and it's only right that the glamour arrives in NXT. It's a
Mariah Maison. I do like that. But it just feels like maybe people will shit on that, but who gives a fuck what people do? I give a fuck what Trick Willie does. He dropped a diss track for Mike Santana already. Let's hear it.
Let's talk about it.
and Mike, ooh, pull up on your ass, sitting on the stoop in a coupe. Better fall in line, better follow suit. Mike, ooh, pull up on your ass, sitting on the stoop in a coupe. Better fall in line, better follow suit. Mike, ooh, pull up on your ass, sitting on the stoop in a coupe. Better fall in line, better follow suit. Mike, ooh, pull up on your ass, sitting on the stoop in a coupe. Better fall in line, better follow suit. Since I went at Wonders Go, nobody show me love. They talking trash on podcasts, I been really a scrub. I ain't bothered, they holler cause they tryna blow up. Mike even called me a fake rapper, I don't give up. You talking lies, I'm here to tell you the truth. You tryna get up to my level, get some lift in your boots. Follow suit, pull up on your ass, sitting on the stoop. You a loud and proper Rico, but your hood ain't claiming you. You rock the crowd, but Trick.
Yeah, Trick isn't like my favorite rapper for sure. But at least he goes for it. It's better than Nikita Lyons.
He rocking way better. I'm making cheddar, rocking leather with my lip pepper steppers. Using elementary dishes, yeah, your bit wasn't clever. Trying to talk about my boots, you looking basic as ever. I remember back then, nobody rocked with Santana. Then TNA done signed them, guess they lowered they.
Becca's still goated.
Standing rocking bandanas, you ain't hard, boy, you sound like a Bama. Cash chicken, the cabana, my lady feeding bananas. And my groove, pull up on your ass, sitting on the stoop in a coupe, better fall in line.
I don't hate this. You know, he at least comes with like a flow and isn't just like, it's his own style. At least he's not, it doesn't sound like he's really biting anything. I understand the style as well. This is like maybe that Houston fucking, you know, that candy painted fucking, you know, I get it. Some of those fucking Paul Wall, baby. Some, you know, that sort of shit, what it do. So, but his flow is like his own at least, you know, it doesn't sound like he's just doing generic, like Swerve, Samantha Irvin, no offense, Nikita Lyons type fucking music. Anyways, Mandy Rose thinks some in WWE women might be jealous. She's living her best life. Which I don't know about if they're jealous, bro. Which women? They're all fired, the ones you worked with. No. Speaking of Liv, though, she made quite an exit from the Raw Recap podcast. Let's check it out.
Yeah, this is usually.
Damn. Fucking dumb, man. WWE Seth Rollins and Becky Lynch do the weather report for KTLA Morning News. So let's see if their improv classes have been paying off.
To the wall. We start out today, Wednesday. Look at that.
And the other show, by the way, when I said, I don't know if this was Monday's show, but I said members only, by the way, 99-cent membership or become a patron for members only show on Monday. I do 3 live shows a week. One of them's members only. So just consider that. Anyways, so Becky and Rollins, Kathy Kelly, though, I said on the last show, like, you know, she's taking advantage of like the acting shit because she's taking acting roles and stuff, and somehow the dirt sheets extrapolated that to she might become a manager or whatever. I'm not saying that won't ever happen, by the way. When I was like, I don't know where they extrapolated all that, but I know like she's just doing movies. Like that's her main focus is she can do these other roles and shit. And if she becomes a manager, great. I'm not saying I wouldn't like that or that wouldn't happen, but Rollins and Becky taking those expensive acting classes for sure. Let's take a look at what this couple does here with the Morning News, KTLA.
To the wall. We start out today, Wednesday. Look at that.
Wednesday.
I got to get shades like that.
I feel like I'm blocking. I'm high of 79 degrees, low of 50. It's going to get a little bit windy at some stage during the day, you know, so make sure that you're not wearing your hats. If you are wearing your hats, make sure that they're on tightly, okay?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Now.
Then we'll move on to Thursday, you know, a little bit overcast, you know.
Becky's got it, man.
But it'll still be in the high 72. And then we're going to go down to a low of 55.
So again, I'm going to get sniped for this clip. This whole fucking WWE news section will be clipped and put on Patreon as well if it gets nuked off the replay. I'm sorry. All these videos, they start playing Rollins' theme. It's like, fuck, I'm going to get sniped for that now.
I might need a sweater, but you'll be
That's a nice weekend there, though. That's a lot of sun, you know what I'm saying? And then Los Angeles, look at more sun. We love this for the weekend. This is great. This is tanning weather right here. We love this. We're going to get a tan. We're going to get a bake on.
Yeah.
I love it. This is fantastic.
Perfect.
Frank likes wearing his Speedos when he...
Oh, absolutely.
Same for you.
No, you got to get the thighs. You got to get the... You can't be walking around with tan lines at your knees.
Exactly. Thank you.
Come on.
Look at Inland Empire.
Wow.
And guys, if you're on X, come on over to YouTube. There's like 500 people watching. Absolutely bananas. Tell friends, hey, if you guys like JD or Denise Salcedo and shit, a bunch of people, like MJ said, he brought, man, a bunch of people aren't streaming today. Tell them to check me out. I promise they won't regret it. Here we go. Let's continue along. I mean, I don't know. Do you guys, we get the gist. This isn't really funny. I got to be honest. I'm not into this fucking news bit here. Kevin Owens has yet to undergo neck surgery. In-ring return not guaranteed. I think we see him back for like a 1 or 2 off or something at the very least. However, this is a lot of people's farewell tours, women wrestlers included. They're just not being marketed as such. That was R-Truth's farewell tour, guys. Right? AJ Styles is done in the next like 2 years. Miz, right? I actually, so Miz, I'll let fucking Husey come on and he can talk some more shit if he wants to, because we dropped so many allegedlys recently, but let's say that, you know, that could happen. John Cena, of course, Randy Orton, man. Like, he's really, you can tell, guys, like, he is on that part-time shit. Like, it's like that Edge shit, man. You fucking bump how many times and it's hard to walk for a week or whatever. So, you know, Randy's got that lower back shit, and we'll be lucky if we get 1 or 2 more manias out of one more mania. We're lucky if we get out of Orton. I'm not kidding. So we got to be wary of this. Again, Kevin Owens, if that was it, my friend, thank you so goddamn much for just the years of going crazy, and what a send-off that would be. His last match, him against his friend in that crazy fucking ROH style, do whatever the fuck they want to each other match, where they're dropping like ROH style Steen versus Generico. What a better send-off than that, right? So, hopefully KO comes back, but goddamn, it could be it. Speaking of coming back, here is Maddie Renkowski, a.k.a. Ren Sinclair. Those of us who are OG fans, I've been a fan of her since her AEW days. And, but Ren Sinclair, we'll call her by her true name. It's Ren's Day, so you know what that means. PWT Live and Ren Sinclair with an update on just what's going on. She's going to answer some questions, hopefully. Who knows? Let's see. Ren's Day.
Hey guys, happy Ren's Day. Despite yesterday, I don't have words right now. I just want to start off on a lighter note, so let's get into questions. Question number 1, which game in Squid Games could you easily win, and which would you not?
Damn, that's a great question. Which could you easily win, and which would you not in Squid Games? I don't know if we got Squid Game fans, but I'm going to be talking to all about the 3rd season over at my other YouTube channel, Phil Marks Out. And tomorrow there'll be a new video there of something for you guys, so I can't wait.
Easily none, with the thought of death looming in my mind. But if I had to choose, I would say I would do great at red light, green light. Just play that back in my day.
Oh, yeah, with that little head wiggle girl, huh? You gonna do fucking good? You're gonna get sniped out with that sassy-ass little fucking going on. Look at that shit. I do good at red light, green light. Come on now.
Just play that back in my day. Kids know nothing about that. I don't think I would do well at Dalgona or Dalgona. The one with the little honeycomb and the shapes, and you have to like and make sure like you're patient enough, which I'm not really patient enough to not like break it up. Honestly, yesterday, it's bittersweet. Like, if I had to sum it up, it would be in this song.
Waking up in the morning, thinking about so many things. I just wish things would get better. I'm trying to get rid of them, but nothing seems to stay the same. Woke up in the morning, doing my hair, makeup, getting my clothes on. Walking into school, thinking of what is going to happen next. Oh, whoa, things are just caught up in my mind. Just cannot get rid of them. I am worrying and worrying, I just cannot get rid of this. I cannot take chances, it is just too much. Waking up in the morning, going into school, worrying and worrying, it is just too much. Yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen, oh my God. Oh my goodness. That was WWE news, and that was Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. Let me check in with chat. The hockey game's tied 3-3. We got like almost an hour left of this uber long Fyter Fest here. I'm going to check in with chat. I am going to flip over to the next section of this show. Oh yeah, so MJ from MJ gave me a graph he wanted to show me, but I didn't see it. He should have private chatted it. Sorry about that, buddy. I'll get it. We'll show it on the show next time there. So let me check in with chat. Let me see what's going on too. What are we going to do? What news section do you guys want? We should probably do sickos, and I'll let them pile up because there's been a lot of sicko cope as of late. So we don't want this to pile up too fucking much, right? Okay, so let's see with chat. Some guy for 2. Sorry, I have them all saved here, so it's hard to see where I'm at. Okay. 2, stoop kid afraid to leave his stoop, LMAO. Right. For 2, thank you. And Thomas Moore became a new member. Fuck yeah, dude. That's amazing. So enjoy, the member streams and Patreon videos if you join the Patreon. But on YouTube, you get the member stream every week and early access to some scripted shit I'm doing as well. I am working on a video that has to do about Kenny Omega, by the way. Cool little deep dive that we're going to do. That's a little, I don't know, documentary, I don't know how long it'll be, 20 minutes long, 15 minutes long, I don't know. Anyways, where are we going, dude? Let me just check in with like chat as well. You need the chart with AEW between Evolve and LFG. Yeah, I try to keep it WWE focus. Did I miss Jericho? No, there was no Jericho. Jay Gonzalez for 2 says Roxanne Perez trending now for getting doxxed. Oh no, you just brought that up right in time for the fucking sicko segment too. So how did she get doxxed? Who doxxed her? Jesus fucking Christ. Let me look. Oh yeah, this person who leaked. So someone, okay, yeah, you sent me that at the right time. Jesus, man, fucking sickos. Thank you for bringing that up because this is a very special and on the fly and last minute, out of nowhere, and very unfortunate to say the least, and nobody's favorite segment, but it is called the Sicko segment. So Roxanne Perez, this guy here says this shit is so fucked up. She doesn't deserve this. I'm hoping she's okay and safe. Some of y'all people are so fucked up and sick in the head. Seek therapy. First y'all stalked and showed up at Rhea's house. Now Liv got 2 stalkers. Let's not forget about Sonya. Now some crusty ass bitch out here exposing where Roxanne lives. Like, what is wrong with y'all? So this person here as well that we have in the sicko segment, believe it or not, this account here made the sicko segment before any of this went down. And I don't know if this is the culprit, but is Roxanne Perez dead yet in Minecraft? You guys, but not really in Minecraft. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, that's their Twitter handle or whatever the fuck their name on Twitter. Madness, man. Madness. Wow. And is that the culprit? I'm entirely unsure, but yeah, some sicko doxed her fucking Addy. And yeah, it's just incredibly unfortunate. Why the fuck would you do that? And like, what's the point? And we have all these dumb fucks in the IWC who are like, their whole thing is doing fucking Twitter spaces where they are like doxing each other and arguing with each other about each other. but they're all like wrestling fan or I'm a wrestler or fucking here's our wrestling podcast or whatever, and their whole gig is let's all dox each other and cancel each other and have mental breakdowns and fucking, you know what I mean? It's like, what happened? Like, do you guys need BetterHelp.com? The new sponsor of PWT, brought to you by. No, I don't have a fucking. But for real, it's like, why is that the interest? Like, you guys aren't really into wrestling. You're into like this other weird, like, go on 4chan or whatever and do that shit. Is that what they do on 4chan? I don't even really know. Go on Kiwi Farms and do that shit. I think maybe that's more appropriate, right? Like, go do. I have no clue. It's this weird like subsection of, and it's both sickos and wackos, like they're and just people who are neutral, but it's like the wrestling shit is almost second to their own like fake dramatic, like there's no like, go outside, man. Your next door neighbor doesn't think or give a fuck or really know about any whatever mental illness breakdown you guys are having on fucking X over heel Uzi, who's a troll. Like, why do you care? He's a fucking troll. Why do you give a shit? It's so fucking stupid. He's a troll. No different than a guy who trolls fucking LeBron James. No different than a guy who trolls fucking Disney movies. No different than a guy who just trolls random people because he, and has a fucking Pikachu profile. Like, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? It's so crazy to me that there's this whole section of sickos, and now, well, there's always been stalkers and shit, but like, people say, oh, there's just cameras now, so there's more, and people have the internet, so you hear about sicko behavior in the world more. But that's not entirely true either. There is more of it. More and more people. I'm gonna get the pharmaceutical companies. They're poisoning us. They're poisoning the water. No, but like, more people are on pills than ever and shit, dude. Like, what do you think that's doing to society, and like what social media does to people, and these weird parasocial relationships people have? Incredibly unfortunate. Praying for Roxanne, and nobody go to her fucking house. Okay, that's stupid. Anyways, I hope that I made that clear. Speaking of stupid, like, people have been having these crazy ass takes, like Thekla is threatening Mina as well. Thekla doing an original Chic homage match where she stabs Mina repeatedly in the head, and a bloodbath would be cinema. And then I just respond, I'm like I'm pre-blocked. And a lot of these sickos, dude, I'm pre-blocked from them already. So I just thought I'd bring that to the sicko segment. Like, that's the other thing. And I'm almost happy. I'm grateful for that. You know what I mean? And because I would, like, Husey hit me up the other day. We did the pod, and he goes, yesterday, I think, and he goes, dude, I need to come back on. He's like, I have to cut a promo on these sickos. Like, and he does one on the pod. If you guys haven't checked it out, PWT pod episode 95, Husey comes on. He cuts a promo on the sickos. He goes ruthless, but he hit me up. He's like, I got to come talk some more. Like, I have more to say about that, honestly, because this shit's getting ridiculous. So yeah, they're really coping bad. And as the metrics show or whatever, like, a lot of these people don't even fucking support the business financially, and Tony's got to beg them to not fucking gatekeep AEW. And that's all I've been begging everyone to do for years now. Go back on my ex. Like, for years, I'm like, dude, it's just gatekeepy fucks. You guys are gatekeepy. Stop gatekeeping. It's really what it is. It's what turned me off. It pushed me away. So Featherstone and Sean Ross Sapp getting a fucking sicko war here. Okay. So Sean Ross Sapp says, this is something that a number of us in media have discussed about him for months. I think Featherstone is who Sapp's talking about. He had a great lead on some of the Raw Netflix creative. Then he started taking other people's stuff without crediting. Then we called out on it, would act like it was gatekeeping. He ran months old stuff about Rock Mania from Dave that I'd even confirmed months before. Stuff about the Penta Heat rumors that I posted the week prior. Brock Lesnar's status months after I'd done it. But here's the thing though, Sapp, like with the Penta thing, he was the dude who like broke the whole Lucha Bros shit where they like they themselves directly, Ray Phoenix is like, this is what happened, this is true. So maybe that one, but I don't even know. I don't keep points like this, man. Brock Lesnar's status months after I'd done it. A Ricky Stark story that Ibu had ran days later. I know everyone wants a new free source, but they always follow the same formula and seem to burn out. Fuck, man. And then Featherstone writes a fucking Harry Potter novel here. You guys ready? All right, so I'm going to address this only because I was sent this screenshot and it has become a smear campaign as well as libel. Bro, everyone's way too serious. You guys are way too serious about this shit because I can't literally screenshot every single conversation that I've had with every since report mentioned on here. Bro, don't even respond to them and just get your news and be right or wrong. That's all you fucking do. Right? But I get it. Sap like reaches out to people, like anyone who's getting in media, and he tries to like chum to them or be like, there's a right and a wrong way to do this. And it's like, I get it if you're not down with that. I'm not down with that either. Trust me, bro. You know, it's like, that's fucking super cringe and dumb. But anyways, he goes, 1, I've never, ever grabbed information from other people's reports and claimed them as my own. Never. That lacks integrity, and I'm not about that again. I have screenshots, DMs, and emails for every single report that I've made public. Fuck. I've never maliciously intended to report information without sourcing the break. As a literal journalist who has written for both Sports Illustrated and Fox Sports, I take sourcing very seriously. However, when I am responding to questions asked of me via DM or publicly, I send texts out, get responses, and post them on my page, period. Also, I receive text messages from people within WWE who want me to report the information. The lead that gave me info. Here's the thing. There's wrestlers that DM people, all sorts of people. You might have even known them on this show. You know what I mean? And fucking, they don't want people to say shit. And that's for not just WWE. And they just don't want you to like put it, or they say you don't give a fuck and then you just don't, because it's like, I just don't, you know, it's not. I just play X-Files and call myself a dumb fuck. Isn't that way more fun? Why are you guys being so serious about this? But I guess this guy, if he's like, I work for Fox and shit, I guess Featherstone's like very much a serious guy, I guess, in his reporting and journalism. I did not know. This I did not know, right? Anyways, so I'm skipping the rest of that. Also, I received text messages from people. Okay, CM Punk versus Gunther. Okay, then he lists everything he got right. Moreover, I have received text messages from several others to report information, which is why I reported what I did today. I received a text message at 11:26 a.m. to get this out, which I did following finishing up with my client. There's much more to get into. Also, I'm going to tag you on this and not do the whole who is he talking about weird game. Lastly, this report had nothing to do with you, so I'm not sure why you're even involved. I'm all for talking about this man to man, so I have no issue. It's just like a weird, like, we are right and we're first game, and you just don't want to get caught up in that, you know? And so, yeah, I mean, I don't. Explaining jokes and bits is fucking dumb, but like clearly I'm not like this when I'm out for dinner and shit, and I'm not like it's right. We work the game a little bit here, and we fucking work the gimmick with the cockiness type shit. Okay, I don't need to explain my jokes. That's whack, but that's right. It's a parody. What I do is parody. What I do is SNL. That's what I compare. I'm Weekend Update. You motherfuckers trying to be CNN, and that's cool. But then you start feuding with MSNBC about who was writing first. I mean, goddamn, son. That's not a fun game. Who cares? You know, who really honestly cares at the end of the day? It's if it happens that matters, really, right? And what are you charging? Because if it's $15.99 and you're just going, except Brian, then fucking I don't think that's worth that, you know? So I think it just depends like how you're putting it down more than anything, more than like who is right or first. Absolutely, you know? So anyways, that's just my take on it. Maybe I'm off on that. Chat can let me know. So let's get through these sickos here. So Hurricane Helm's arguing with a sicko here. Robert Watkins says audiences won't hate a character if they are suitably interesting or charismatic enough, no matter what they do. Bad guys are defined by their actions, not crowd reaction. And then he goes on to say, I'm honestly trying to understand, because are we really defining a babyface and heel by who the audience cheers and boos and not by their actions? If that's the case, then audiences like both Vader and Palpatine. And then Hurricane Helms goes, quite possibly the goofiest response I've had in a while. Are we really defining babyface and heel by who the audience cheers and boos? Yes, motherfucker. The crowd boos you, you're the heel. If they love you, you're the babyface. Exactly. Like, what the fuck? It's that simple. Bro, Helms, Shane Helms, who I'm a fucking huge fan of. And yes, exactly. I mean, dude, these guys just so many people I just don't think know even. Like the age of the internet has skewed the view. Like, I don't know. People just like change what words mean and shit these days, you know, let alone what wrestling is and stuff. Everything's sort of been skewed a little bit at this point. And like, yeah, I don't even think they understand that shit, to be perfectly honest. So, moving along here, what else do we got? Glenn Gilberti says, so Coach does a show with the Vince Russo and repeated this. You do a show with Vince Russo. Gee, I wonder who the source is. Where Featherstone says, I was given word from a source close to the situation that Vince is interested in buying back WWE. So Disco, shout out K100, by the way, he fucking goes, yo, the source is, you guys both do a show with Russo. I wonder who the source is. And then Featherstone's like, nope, try again. So just a little sicko war. The Dirt Sheet Wars, I guess, makes it into the sicko wars, right? So Tony Khan, following the news of WrestleMania being canceled next year in NOLA and the fact you did say we would get a pay-per-view live after the show, do you think we could get a nice pay-per-view in the Crescent City around that time? And then Professor Nick Harrison, who's awesome, he's like, come on and cook, Tony Khan. And it's like, no, you can't just we have to get away from reacting to WWE shit. Let WWE seem reactionary to your shit, because that's how they've seemed lately. They're like announcing shows after you guys are already there. Oh, we'll just do NXT there. It seems reactionary to your shit. So let fucking WWE continue to do that. And we're probably going to overtime here, folks. So is AEW, goddammit. But yeah, like let them be reactionary to you. You stop being reactionary to them. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, so the Roxanne Perez account right here, see, made the fucking sicko list. This guy here, XXX T Bastion, says, who do I add or remove? MAGA wrestlers. So this guy's got a list. He's checking it twice. He's gonna find out if you're crooked or nice. I don't have a good Trump. Miles Bourne, Jada Parker. So he's just keeping a list of people who he thinks are MAGA wrestlers. Like, you can't be any more fucking dumber than that, right? Chat, one of you needs to start a list of fucking Biden supporter. Or who's next? I don't know who the Democrats got down the line. Kamala supporter. Like, what the fuck? So stupid. You just made the fucking dummy list. How about that?
You just made the list.
So notice how the dirt sheets say move for AEW versus canceled with WWE. People have covered that before. You know, the favoritism. Speaking of sickos, though, I enjoy little scoops like this. Not that I'm like trying to cancel anybody, or I don't know why these commentary. Like, I quote tweeted this. I was like, dude, there's so many marks who do commentary these days, and not Phil marks, like not the good kind, like the fucking real shitty kind. But Aurora Teves says this: a few people have sent me this clip, and the commentary isn't just unprofessional, it's degrading. This was during an Iron Woman match meant to showcase strength, endurance, and heart. Instead, it became a moment to demean the work we put into the sport. We deserve better. And she also said, like, my parents were watching, and this was a big moment for me, and they got to hear their daughter being talked about like this. Take a listen to what these commentators, I don't know what Fed this was in, or Indie, but like, take a listen to how they're doing commentary. Unless this is like the Juggalo shit, I really don't know if it's fitting, you know?
Aurora Tevez looking like a battered escort after a tough Friday night.
Who is that? Josh Denny? 626, is that Josh Denny? Who the fuck is coming up with a battered escort after a tough night? Where do you come up with that, bro? Jesus Christ, buddy.
Aurora Tevez looking like a battered escort after a tough Friday night.
That sounds like nobody likes onions, son. Shout out Hackamania. But listen, I don't know why you'd say that. This is like when that commentator's like, oh, it looks like a bunch of nappy-headed hoes. Do you guys remember that back in the day? It's like, damn, why
You would know all about that, wouldn't you, there, Wes?
Yeah, I don't know. Just like if that was at like one of the Juggalo shows, okay, I get it. People fucking do that at those shows, but so again, this Phil Lindsay guy, Phil L, because he's fucking taking all the L's. He's just like obsessed with Julian Weeks, man, and he posts like this guy's 150,000 fucking posts on Twitter. That's crazy. That's fucking a lot of posts, man. And yeah, he's just beefing with Julian Weeks, and it's just a sicko war and a sicko versus a wacko, I guess. But it's like obsessive, where it's like, bro, if you don't care, fucking move on. Like, who gives a shit, you know? And that won't get removed. So maybe accounts got fucking posts got deleted. So here's some sicko going around pretending to be Jacob Fatu. Hi, I'm Jacob Fatu. I need $3,000. It's urgent. I want to give Solo a surprise because I love him. And then this guy goes, how do I know it's the real Jacob Fatu? All gas, no brakes. Yeah, I mean. And then this guy goes, okay, I believe you. So yeah, just beware of scams and stalkers. The PWT universe, the wackos are getting out of hand too. Okay, at this juncture. Arsenal fan says, this is why AEW is uncool. They will never get new fans with this type of toxic marks. So, yeah, we covered it earlier in the show. Just the sickos being like, yeah, we're gatekeeping the shit out of AEW. Tony begged them not to. Again, AEW gets moved. NXT gets canceled, even though it's fucking just moved. Same with WrestleMania. Canceled in the dirt sheets, but it was just moved. We go through this all the time. So Taya Valkyrie, we covered this before as well. She's arguing with sickos, and somebody saw a picture of Taya Valkyrie in a bathing suit, though, and he was like, oh, is that what I think it is? Like implying she had like a fucking dick or something, right? The post is deleted, but really it's just she's wearing a bikini and she looks great in it, and it's just got like a metal buckle on the front, and it's like a designer, or I don't know if it's designer, but it's like a nice, like it looks designer. It has like metal pieces on the suit. And this guy's like, oh, is that a dick or whatever? He deleted it, obviously. So, yeah, just ridiculous. But she went at him. Brandon Thurston says, wrestling talent have the opportunity to change the business every night before TV, with revenue mostly in live rights. It would put tremendous pressure on management if talent refused to work just before airtime. So, okay, Brandon, why would they do that, you fucking idiot? Like, why would they even do that? Who benefits from that? A, holding the show hostage, so a bunch of Ultimate Warriors, bro? Why would they do that? A. B, what company are you talking about? C, is it fucking for what? For more money? Like, I don't get how this is. You want the economy of wrestling to fucking crash because, no, I want them to get paid more. Well, the top people are getting paid so much in all companies, they'll never do this, idiot. Why don't you fucking know that? Aren't you like an economist? Jesus Christ. So again, it's like, what do you even mean by that, Thurston? That's why you made the list a long time ago. The list's been a little dormant because you know why? I forgot that fucking there's like the disco list, and like Conan has a physical list, and it's like, fuck. I can't have an invisible list as my bit, but we still add sickos to the invisible list. Red Bar has a list. Other people have lists, okay? Jericho had one. He didn't even invent that shit. Someone else actually did. But either way, so here's another example, as I brought up earlier in the show. Robert Delph says, curious question. Would you say this is the fittest you've been? So, here's the picture of the thing. So he saw this buckle and was like, is that a penis? And it's like, I don't know, dude. Are you gay? Like, you want to suck it? What's your fucking... not that that's not fucking cool, but like, just say that, bro. Don't be all angsty and shit. But Robert Delph goes, curious question. Would you say this is the fittest you've been in your life career? I met you and watched you wrestle in person, rather. I'm so sorry. Dyslexic. And I'm just stunned at the busy. Thanks. And so Valkyrie goes, I feel like right now I'm the fittest and healthiest I've been. As for busy, I'm the busiest I've ever been. Travel every week to work for AEW, but you're not on any show. Host my weekly travel show for AEW. Okay, is that getting views? And I'm not shitting on her. It's just this is what Perazzo did too. You're like, You're almost like fansplaining to a fan, dude. Host and produce my own podcast. I don't like that, which I'm not shitting on. I went to check it out. Not dissing. 44 followers. They just launched it. The views aren't. Go and check it out, guys. I'm currently shooting season 2 of Johnny Loves Taya. So who's seen that? As well as currently about to put out 3 new songs. Yup, I'm busy. It just seems so condescending from her and Perazo. Like, I don't know. I just it feels like I would just say yes, the busiest ever. You know, like without a doubt. And then if someone were to say you're not on AEW, then I don't know. Does this not feel Maybe I'm off. Maybe I'm just looking too much into it and she didn't mean it. Social media is weird. You don't know the inflection and cadence in people's voices and what they really mean and shit. So again, people got mad at me for this. So this is just like a fightful thing. Dude, I post this about all dirt sheets. People get super defensive over Sap, just like Meltzer, or they get super they like just shit all over him, like just ruthlessly, you know? And so I'm just posting dirt sheeting. Okay. That's what we do here. So Mariah May was taken off AEW's roster page, but her management confirmed to Fightful that as of this afternoon, she's still under contract. And then Mariah May officially with WWE, details behind it on Patreon, right? And it's like, so you have the details, but you were just lied to by the management. So some WWE guy called you up and told you the inner working. Cheating, man. They're never going to stop. So this is so wholesome from Neckbeards. Here's this cute little bugger, Follow the Revolution, who says, when I reflect on AEW, I am reminded of its humble beginnings. The moment that stands out as my favorite in all elite wrestling history is undoubtedly Jon Moxley's debut at the inaugural Double or Nothing 2019. What a moment this was. The company has consistently provided us with exciting moments, including a heartfelt Brody Lee tribute, an impressive 81,000 plus fan attendance in the UK, and an unforgettable matches. See, this is fansplaining. This is what it felt like Taya was kind of doing, no? Well, I'm doing this, and I did this, and I'm doing this, and I'm doing... AEW has rekindled my passion for professional wrestling, and I am grateful for this company's contributions for me as a wrestling fan. I have been to several AEW shows, and there was never a questionable decision going to one. Yeah, well, not for you, but maybe the parents of the kids you fucking took pictures with in front of the fucking show. This summer, I will be joining my elite family this summer in Texas. So goddamn grateful for this company, man. This is what you call a paradigm shift. GJ. This is what you call a paradigm shift? What? Jesus. So, yeah, this guy heals Sicko. So I posted this a while back. I go, Mariah May and Bane both wouldn't bypass NXT. Lucha Bros were on WWE's radar for way longer than you sickos think. That's why they bypassed NXT. Vacker was also being scouted for years. AEW doesn't immediately push anybody or even know how to push people correctly. Everyone in WWE gets, quote-unquote, pushed immediately. Like, truly you do. Like, if you're there, you're getting pushed, man. You're in the fucking big leagues. It's sink or swim time. You're either jobbing out, and that's your, you know, but, like, I get what you mean by push with a title, but, like, even has Nakamura not been pushed just because he doesn't ultimately get the title? Like, pushes are fucking different, okay? There's different levels to pushes, but you receive a push however it fucking comes about. But once you're in WWE, like, that's the push. That's the initial push. You know, that's the wind under the fucking sail. You know, now you're rowing. So, and I guess you're looking for another push, but it's like fucking, what I mean by that is like, once you get to WWE, you're on fucking that you're getting pushed, you know, or they didn't hire you for nothing. They don't hire you to just be benched. And I know they go, oh, well, this guy's benched. Okay. The guys you're all crying about being benched are fucking Carlitos wrestled one match. They just released him. Or they didn't renew his shit. So if you see people on WWE's roster where you're like, well, they're benched, they're likely not fucking getting their contracts renewed, okay? Anyways, Black and Rusev are Triple H's guys from OG NXT. All of his guys got their jobs back at one point over the last 2 years. AEW wasn't a factor in that decision. So we all know that. And then Mr. Sicko goes, yes, they will, buddy. Mariah's going to be making too much money to be hanging out in NXT. Face it, everyone I mentioned got signed or returned after working for AEW. This is why young guys in WWE that are not being used would be better off trying to go to AEW while young. God, that's so stupid. But yeah, Sickos 0, Phil Infinity. Because yeah, bickety bam. Where did Mariah May end up? fucking NXT. Why? Because the fucking plan is if we get Mariah May, she's going to be in NXT. So Machiavelli posted, "It is sad to see wrestling legends like this." So let's play this video. And this isn't to mock or shame any legends here. This is just for context of what he posted. So we're not feigning outrage here. You guys seen it, so you can actually have opinions on it and see if you agree with me or you disagree with me and what the wrestlers' responses were to this.
Iceman, Dean Malenko.
Listen, man, I'm not going to lie. It is kind of sad to see these people who gave their fucking bodies to the business like wheeling in luggage and still having to do this and not having like fucking pensions and healthcare and all this shit after giving their bodies. It is kind of sad, no, to see them having to do these fucking conventions hooked up to whatever. Look at what fucking Jake's got tubes in his nose and shit. That is sad. Now, was Machiavelli mocking them? I don't know. The wrestlers took it like, "Oh, you sad piece of shit. Why do you fucking..." I didn't bookmark every single example because there's a billion. I got Cardona's, but it was like, damn, I don't think he meant it in a malicious way. I think he meant it in like a, man, it is sad. Like objectively, I would say it is like, fuck, man, I wish there was better for them. And maybe Machiavelli should have added more context. Again, social media just, yeah, it's not the best place to, you don't understand the cadence of his voice or if he said it the way I just conveyed it. I think when I just conveyed my message to my audience here, that this is sad. Like you can hear in my voice, I wish this wasn't the case, but by no means would I mock Jake the fucking Snake or Dean Malenko riding a scooter. Like it's legitimately like, fuck, man. They're all like, to me, I'm like, fuck, they got to carry their own luggage into these, you know, like, god damn, it would have been nice if they all got fucking pensions and shit like that for sure. Maybe Thirsty Thurston's onto something there.
The Mountie. Demolition.
Did you not get a photo with Violent J? You didn't take one?
Who, me?
Nah, I only have video.
Yeah, I am glad they're making fucking money, man. Thank God there's like a bit of a wrestling boom again. I mean, it's not sad. Like, honestly, Flair looks about... Honestly, for a guy who's gone as hard as he has, he actually doesn't look terrible. Demolition, they look good. And I'm not trying to judge them. I mean, here we go. The fucking Mountie looks great. Lawler looks good for, like, you know, what he's had health-wise. And again, this isn't mocking or going, oh, this guy looks like shit. But, I mean, it is sad to see like Malenko on a scooter and shit like that. If, you know, his knees or hips are bothering him, I think that you can say that without diminishing anyone. And I think Machiavelli cleared it up after. He's like, fuck, man, I didn't mean it as a diss, but wrestlers were like, it's sad to see wrestling fans like you delete your account. And it's like, shit, bro, I think y'all took it the wrong way. Like, I think he was just saying like, I don't know, whatever. Julian Weeks posted this. They were so confident. So this guy says, why are AEW fans in mass delusion convincing themselves that Mariah May is leaving? She left. That news about Mariah May is going to end up being like DG, who ended up staying in AEW. End up like DG. Here's the problem with MJF and Daniel Garcia. Those were made up lies. WWE didn't fucking give a fuck if they got Daniel Garcia. There was no bidding war for these guys. They just tried to pass. It was just a fraudulent thing because it didn't work on MJF. They tried to pass it off like that was a thing with Garcia. They tried to drum that up again. No one gave a fuck. WWE would have signed him. He'd be he'd be on Evolve right now. Okay? Anyways. I am betting good money that Mariah May will re-sign with AEW and stay there for a longer period. What? You were betting good money? How much? Where? Let's bet. With Saraya departure from AEW to do podcasting, free up more money to invest in Mariah May and another major female talent. And another major no, you guys don't get it. You could have said $1 million to Mariah May. She wouldn't have stayed. I know these e-dorks are feeling the pressure now because they actually think Mariah May leaving for the Fed. Mariah May shows up in NXT like 2 days later, bro. So Shotzi starts arguing with Sickos. And Booker T says Shotzi was always one of the hardest workers. Gorilla Blanco says Shotzi, unfortunately, was injury prone. She had a great gimmick she was able to build. I love when these people just fucking, oh my God. It's like, who's telling you this? Huh? She had a great gimmick she was able to build. This may be a blessing in disguise. She might want to become a mother now she has time. Oh my God. And then Shotzi goes, you idiots don't know what injury prone means. One major injury in 12 years isn't injury prone. Exactly. Injury prone is a term that you want to be smart, Marks. Yes. That's like the N-word, Shotzi. Don't use that. Fucking Dave Meltzer. I know she's not talking about me.
You fucking mark.
Right? By the way, this Fyter Fest was a glorified, so far it's been a glorified MLW show. Let's just be honest. So you are calling injury prone or not? Yeah, it's just a smart term made up by Dave Meltzer. Rest hold, work rate, injury prone. Like, I know that that's a saying in sports as well, but in wrestling, people just overuse it as well. And yeah, it's not, to me, Shotzi, I've joked and called her like Bocce Blackheart in the past and shit. And she makes me nervous. Like, she's reckless in a way where it seems like it's not controlled like a Darby. Like, say what you will about Darby. He is a exceptional stunt. He's like a Jeff Hardy. Like, he's reckless, but he is controlled in his recklessness. Say what you will about him. And again, when you're that light, it's easier to be. Ray Phoenix is the same way. Like, he will just hurl his body into the crowd, but he's like controlled with his recklessness. Shotzi seems like she wasn't, and I think people have the misconception that it seems like Megan Bain's about to do here. It seems like she's going to hurt people, and then they don't get hurt, or it seems like she's hurting herself, but she hasn't really got hurt. And mostly her push has been like stop-start, And then Ty Mello is back. And so Harley Cameron's taking time off. And so Anna Jay is just going to re-team up with Ty Mello. All right. Speaking of AEW women, Cosmic Angel says, my dream is to be one on the... this is her talking shit. And this is real one, which who gives a fuck? He's a clown. Actually, there's a bunch here. So let's just read what these sickos had to say about Mariah May. So this guy says, from winning a championship in front of thousands to debuting in a warehouse with 300 smelly fans. Just wow. Real one says, it's okay. We still have them. Vel goes, my dream is to be one of the developmental show of a racialist trafficking company for less money than I made before. Like, am I supposed to pretend this isn't the dumbest thing ever? Took, what is at least a 90%, I thought he's talking to Took Timbo. So he says, Took, what is that? Sorry, guys, we're in the sicko section. You never know when some of these assholes are going to pop up, right? Took, what is at least a 90% pay cut to work for the evil grape with a G company. Awesome stuff. Oh, my God, man. Fuck, man. Neckbeard says rope work. Gonzalez says Roxanne, more like Roxed. And Perez, no, that's stupid. More like Doxanne, am I right? Fucking terrible, guys. That is really terrible. What happened to her? And it's really not funny. So some guy for 2 says, what happened to Aaliyah after she puked? She's gonna puke. I don't know, man. What happened to her? Tell us, some guy. Thank you all. Thank you all. Okay, so let's move along here because we're trudging through. We're almost done the sickos. We have some Dave. We have plenty of time left. So here's Switchblade just owning a sicko. This guy being like, and this is someone who said one of the shits earlier about Mariah May now, arguing with Switchblade. What's the point of this post? You forget they're on Amazon Prime, pay-per-view, cable, satellite. And then Switchblade's like, dude, they're like YouTube stream of the pay-per-view. That the people in the chat indicate how many bought it, because why would you be in the chat just looking at a blank screen unless you're just like in the chat and illegally streaming it? But still, I mean, giving them the benefit of the doubt here is what Switchblade always gives AEW the benefit of the doubt, and Meltzer and shit. That's what's hilarious too. Like, he always gives them the benefit of the doubt. And they get so triggered by his shit, when meanwhile it's like probably the most accurate. But anyways, the Black Angel of Death says, YouTube isn't even in the top 10. And then he just drops the Nielsen gauge, what Meltzer and them use. YouTube is number one. YouTube's king, bro. 12.4%, right? Of the fucking space. Whereas Max and WBD, they just call it WBD now. Whereas before they were just tracking Max on Nielsen, because we've been covering this. And WBD is 1.5%. Do you guys want to know what Max added? 0.2% or whatever to fucking WBD's overall shit. Or maybe it's more, I don't know. Maybe it's growing each month or whatever. But Switchblade, man, just fucking destroyed them. Puto Takagi, here's Neckbeard. Speaking of Neckbeard, says on the same day that Tony Storm wrestled Mercedes Moné in front of 30K people, the biggest women's match in AEW history, and one of the biggest matches of the year. It's like they're doing commercials every time. That's why people can't take it seriously. And one of the biggest matches of the year and one of the biggest women's matches, period. Mariah May will wrestle JC Jane or Doll Girl in front of 1,000 people. And it's worth way more than whatever padded fucking house. Like, that's 1,000 people who actually paid to be there. So Ryan Satin glitches out and he goes, glad I watched Double or Nothing and not Raw. And then Corbin goes, you could watch both. And then Ryan Satin goes, and yet I'm glad I didn't, since they gave time to a guy who called their entire fan base retards. And then I responded, I'm like, in fairness, the IWC is mostly restarted. And then some people went and corrected my grammar on restarted.
Be gone.
Dummy. Yeah.
Fucking get with the fucking program here, buddy. And then, yeah, I commented underneath. I'm like, it's cute people think I won't say retard, you know? So anyways, Gareth goes, good Lord. And this Carlos Cisneros guy's been just melting down. He's like, Mariah May made her choice. It's time to move on. AEW will too. From her, I mean, best of luck to her with what she wanted all along. Using AEW just like that, I mean, it seems scummy, in my opinion. No loyalty, no hustle or respect. I added that part. Ugh. Well, we got her replacement now in Thekla. So long, glamour. Such drama queens, dude. Sicko Wars. So we have Sean Ross Sapp arguing with more sickos. So Sapp goes, just because a podcaster once theorized that the Death Riders were doing a skinhead gimmick does not mean they're doing a skinhead gimmick. Well, just because SRS chalks up Brian Alvarez, who literally talked to John Moxley, who confirmed what it was when Alvarez asked him, specifically Moxley, what it was alluding to. And then Moxley specifically quoted the movie Romper Stomper and Dressed Like the Guy. Specifically. Doesn't mean it's not that either. So that goes both ways, B. But anyway, Sapp's like, doesn't mean they're doing that. I have never heard of anything like that broached in anything regarding his story. And then Mark and Outpost, is this wrong? And then Sapp goes, there has never been anything in creative broached like that I've heard about. So you just didn't hear about it? And Brian Alvarez did, Sapp. You fucking narcissist. Like, me, I, me, though. I didn't hear, so me, I, I.
Brian.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, okay, so you didn't hear that. So you don't just say, just because a podcaster, did you listen to what Alvarez said? He literally said, I fucking know this I talked to them directly. I literally know this is the words he used. Okay. And then people pulled the quote from the movie and the look from the movie. And they even said, Moxley, watch this movie. And this is like where, come on, man. Like, fucking crazy. So this Carlos Cisneros guy goes, since being fired from All Elite Wrestling, CM Punk, real name Phil Brooks, that's one Bill Phil to you, baby back, has accomplished nothing since he returned to place what he hates and spoke out against. I'm glad he's gone from our home. Talk about being a sold out market for a conglomerate at this point. He. Yeah, anyone who does this like he at the end of their shit, they are pill-headed freaks of fucking nature. I promise you. And yeah, this dude just doesn't buy any AEW pay-per-views. I promise you that as well. So top 10 wrestling as well. Like such a fucking goober. Has a decent YouTube channel, but like, bro, calm down. Like what a fucking, he's an obsessive literal redact talking about fucking the IWC being restarted. So top 10's like AEW being better than WWE really sent that bald used car salesman into disarray. Bros writing essays talking about Julian Weeks. And then Weeks just pull like, dude, all you do is to AEW is so much better than WWE right now. AEW is so much better than WWE right now. AEW is so much better than WWE right now. Literally, how have you not been flagged for being a fucking bot? My life became so much better when I stopped watching WWE weekly. Maybe it's about time I stopped watching it entirely, LMFAO. Okay, then do that. Like, what the fuck? What are you trying to prove? You guys are cooked up. Speaking of cooked up, listen to this like weird parasocial sickness. Listen to AEW Defender here. Where could he have possibly gotten this feeling? He just invented this whole scenario in his head that I'm about to read to y'all because these are fucking sick sycophant, sick fucking freaks, bro. Okay? Real shit, man. Listen to this guy just invented this in his head. He goes, why do I have a very odd feeling? Mariah May is going to dive deep into the AEW jabs with her character. Why? First off, you don't know her. You don't know anyone in AEW. You don't know fucking anything about her at all ever in her life other than what she shares with you. Why would you get an odd feeling about anything about her at all? And why would this fucking cake that says congratulations on WWE, Mariah, it's her fucking dream. It was Osprey's dream to go to AEW, allegedly, apparently. He didn't celebrate it like this. She is. You're big mad. I tweeted that. I quoted this. I was like, what kind of dumb sicko shit is this? You don't know her. You don't know anything about her character because she just appeared on NXT and said nothing about AEW. And she goes, or I say rather, I guess I'm a she now. Those odd feelings are called your conscience telling you to let go of your parasocial relationship with AEW and just be a fan of Mariah May because that's what you are. Go outside and talk to somebody today, folks. For real, though, like, bro, you're just a fan of her. That weird feeling is fucking you interested in what she's going to do next. Cut this shit out and stop this weird tribalist. Like, you're fucking the tribalist goofball. And this Defender guy plays it like, no, I'm just like giving the other side. No, you're not. That's what I do. You're fucking dumb. Okay? Anyways, moving along. AIR Gold says, Josh Alexander doesn't move me at all. And then this guy, he's so boring. And yeah, that's some sickos. They just don't like Alexander, you know? And I didn't think they would. They wouldn't appreciate him. I don't think he'd have been appreciated in WWE either, though, guys. Like Jeff Cobb, I really don't think is going to be really all that appreciated. Not that I'm like, he deserves to be, but I think they really fucked up by putting him with the Bloodline and not Heyman. I really do, because I think he's just like a mid guy. He'll just stay that for the few years he's with. He won't even be with them that long anyways. Not saying everyone needs to be world champion shit, but there's a lot of sickos who are going to be like, look what they did with Cobb. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, that's obviously what they were doing when they switched him up with Reed there. But Jason, Jay from Canada to wrap up Sickos. This was a long one here. He says, SRS is about to make AR Gold cry. So yeah, these two sickos going at it again. Me and Satman, we got some mutual rivals. You know what I mean? Just being honest, bro. There's a couple of these fucking redacts out there that, that I would, I'm like, goddamn, But AR Gold goes, AEW offered her over $1 million. WWE offered around $225K. AIR, shut the fuck up, bro. Just shut up. Just shut up, bro. And then Sap goes, source. So I don't know if that's in like their article or whatever, but that's just standard shit, right? You get 200K likely, especially if you're a name 100 to 200. Everyone in NXT, like main NXT, if you're like Evolve LFG NXT, I don't know if you're making six figures, but if you're like NXT, you're making six figures and up. And then once you go main roster, I mean, she'll get a bump, but it's not. And that's why like WWE's getting a bang for their buck with Vaquer and shit right now too. So she for sure got a bump when she went up main roster, or they just signed her to main roster money automatically in NXT. And then they bumped her up. So if Mariah May's getting fast tracked, then I'm sure it could be something like that as well. But like then they're getting a bang for their buck. Like, okay, because when Stephanie renegotiates, she's already a star. Like she's already blowing up right now. So they know, like, look, we might as well squeeze the juice right now, like fuck it, while we can pay her less, and then that cup will overfill for her when she does these bigger houses and the fucking merch sales are through the roof and shit. She'll make more. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the Sickos segment. Okay. So let me check in with the chat again, and then what are we gonna do? We have Dave on deck. We'll save miscellaneous and TNA for Saturday's show because we're gonna have a lot to get to throughout the day and evening, and there will be more headlines, so we will just save light news for that day. Okay, I think that's the way to fucking do it overall. And we'll share this tab. And round of applause for the PWT universe, man. We are fucking grinding it out tonight, man. What happened to Aaliyah after? Oh, guys, I read that one. We are one super chat away from 50 super chats, which would have eclipsed the goal of 40 by 10.
Allegedly.
So, hey, I'm no mathematician, but just throwing that out there. That's my shilling. That's the amount I'll shill for you there. So Phil, can you talk how Monet is making women to run away from AEW, Vaquer, Julia, and now Mariah? I don't quite know what you're saying. Phil barely touched the Sickos too. They were crowing over the SmackDown rating because Uncle Dave said it was a bad number. I know, bro, but then we'd be here for 4 fucking hours. So LK, I'll see some of those. I'll put them in there. We'll do a little bit of Sickos on the weekend too, baby. Okay, we got a long one on Saturday. Flutes. Yeah, we'll have flutes coming next, guys. I would love to get a 50th. If I could screen grab, we're at 49 super chats. I mean, a 50th one would just be fucking crazy. I'm not going to beg. I'm not going to pull an Aaron Imholt, but shout out Steel Toe. But I know, yeah, and Jeff Cobb even said he would rather go to WWE than AEW because WWE is always where he wanted to be. Exactly. Because he has a chance now of winning the US title and maybe being in a WrestleMania. You know what I mean? Or being in a fucking, and people go, oh, just for a WrestleMania moment. No, because not everybody gets a moment at Mania. It's just being at Mania. You guys have to accept that this is what people fucking do. Okay? This is what people do. Oh my God, look at this. We have 2 people tied, but Sassy Girl wins with the orangeness. F1 WGP7, I fucking love you. Here's number 50, allegedly. You get an allegedly, but we're giving the true number 50, the bonus 51. Oh, God, look, even more filled in. See, you guys got quick draw McGraw. Sassy Girl 8724 for 20 says, I got you, Phil, 50. Yay. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, I appreciate you so goddamn much, and we're gonna get dirty on fucking Saturday, okay? That's what's gonna happen. That's the girl. Thank you. I love you. I love you so much. What the fuck? That's amazing. And I love you too, F1WGP. This is amazing, though. I really appreciate that. Number 50. And then Banana for 2. Look at this. Oh, my God, you guys. So Dashing Purple for 2, Banana. I don't have a fucking banana, but maybe I'll play Copacabana after. Or coping and seating. George Capture, okay for 5, drops it. He just wanted to. George is always trying to upstage everybody. But you weren't quick enough to the draw, old man. And then Thomas Moore for 2 says, best guys, Tony Khan, you fucking earned one, dude. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm not selling shit no more.
The best
no
guys,
likes,
Tony
nothing.
Khan.
I fucking love you guys. Appreciate you. Super friends. Okay. Now, we crushed it. 56 we hit. So, look at this. So, Wolverine DX goes, wanted to give 50th. God damn it. Well played, sassy girl. There you go. And you know what they say, sassy girl.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
So Wolverine DX there. You know that as well. And then Joseph J. Alexander says, from one podcaster to another, flutes in the chat. I'll give you a fucking Brian. And I'll give you a little burn some Meltzer Inferno because I don't want to hot shot the flutes, okay?
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
So we hit 56. I mean, you guys are fucking absolutely goated. Chat is brilliant. Round of applause for the PWT universe. Again, so many applauses tonight. And we're at 520 watching. 520 watching. If you're on X, consider checking out YouTube. We got polls in the chat as well. I forgot to tell you guys what they were, but it was basically like, I forget what I asked. Like, do you think it's too late now for like AEW fans to stop gatekeeping? Like, is it too late? Like, are people just like, fuck it, you know? So I see over 300 of you over on X, and then there's like fucking 300 over on YouTube. Consider coming over youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips, or don't. Just hang out on X. That's cool too. But yeah, anyways, guys, we have fucking Dave Meltzer stuff to get to, and we are going to get there. I am just going to check in with chat for one more minute. Like, I don't like, because we have time here, right? We have fucking half an hour left of this Dynamite show that not going to lie. We're in overtime hockey. I'm pretty just tapped out of Fyter Fest. Like, it's just become Collision. Like, this would just be the dark shit that they would film normally after. Like, he didn't do anything special. He just front loaded the first 2 hours. And this is just like ROH level shit, just being honest. And we have a 3-3 neck and neck goalie battle now. Like, both goalies let up some goals. Now there's sort of, not that it's like overly, like, I mean, the shots are crazy for Edmonton, actually. So I'll say for them, it's crazy. But to be in overtime and have less than sub 30 for like Florida, I guess that's like, you know, standard or not terribly good. Another big save there. So 30 saves and 43, not saves rather, but shots on net. So anyways, though, let me see. What is chat just saying? Kicking around, man. I appreciate you guys. Insane. And one podcaster from another. Shout you out, Joseph J, man. Everybody check out the pod over there, I guess. I don't know what you pod about, though. So maybe don't do that. No, I don't endorse it till I hear what the fuck it is. Okay, where do we start with the stuff here? Okay, I found the beginning, guys. Flutes in the chat, please. Let's see a bunch. Flips and dives had to do it. I love PWT. Fucking amazing. Well, we love you, and thank you for being a member. Still waiting for McDavid. Yeah, me too. I called him out this year. Like, if you're the GOAT, man, fucking let's show it now. Like, if you can't show it this year, like if we choke against Florida again, then I'm sorry, I don't even put your name up there. Like, your stats are crazy and shit, but like, I'll put your name up there as like great player, but you're just not even in the convo as GOATs, because like you got to win at least one cup, especially in this day and age. Like, the league's much harder than maybe it was like in the early 2000s, than maybe it was like when Gretzky was a player and shit as well. So you factor that in, but you got to win one or two. Like, all the GOATs won them, you know, everyone's won a chip. You got to win one. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for 5 says top 10 wrestling started drinking the AEW Kool-Aid because it doesn't like WrestleMania 41. So it's literally just over 41. He was just like, fuck WWE. Yeah, people are dumb, man. Like, not every Mania, like, go and watch, like, not every Mania is as good as the one before or after it. I don't know. why that's like a weird concept for people to grasp. You know what I'm saying? But run those flutes up in the chat, please, and thank you. And I'm going to do the intro. I'm going to chug some soda water. Even Ovechkin won a cup. Exactly. The great ape. Jesus Christ. The great 8. You're right. So they have Summer Blockbuster 4 hours next week. Oh, fuck. Chat, thank you for running up the super chats because, 4 hours next Wednesday as well. We're doing it. I'm not... Let's see how many other content creators bail out on fucking next Wednesday's show, too, because I'm going to do the whole 4 hours. We're going the whole day Saturday. Okay? Amazing shit. So, Thekla's debuting. I'm going to a little bit of that shmee, everybody, a shmee break, as Rick Glassman or Mike David would say. We all, I love it. Yosh Bennett. We all know Oilers about to choke, but I still believe. Man, fuck you. Man, fuck you. No, I'm just joking, bro. No, I love you, dude. Thanks for tapping in and talking shit. I really appreciate that. Five minutes left in OT. Let's see what happens. Okay, guys. Rhydonium break. Joseph J. Alexander goes, you follow me on Twitter, you ass. White Heat on the Full Circle Radio Network, brother. I'm fooling today. I'm acting a fool. But also, I follow lots of people, bro. You know what I mean? So it's like if I follow, like if you say I'm an indie wrestler and have 100, you're pictured in tights and have 100 followers, I will follow you. I will rule you. So it is nothing personal, brother. And everybody go and check out. I assumed it was wrestling related, brother. So go and check it out, okay? But you could like say shit like me, bro. I say bad words and stuff. I don't know if but yeah, everybody check out that chat. I'll check it out. I'll check you out, brother. That's what Ricochet said about Phil. Yeah. No, I'm from Detroit. Okay, so that's like Michigan's like fucking Canada Light in some areas, bro. So weird submission thing. Wonder if JCVD will appear. I'm checking in with chat, guys. Will appear sudden death in the hockey. RIP Lady Frost. Wouldn't that be something? PWT hit 1 million subscribers today. Then he'd be like 1 million away from poise. That'd be a step. So we could get an injury here. Okay, let's get into it, guys. It is time for everybody's favorite segment in the entirety of the IWC, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So again, Sean Ross Sapp, as we covered in the Sickos segment, he's like, no, buddy, just because a podcaster said that fucking Moxley's in a skinhead group, that's not true. And then we have Brian here. Maybe this is Meltzer's clip, but we played the video. You can go back of Brian explaining this. Brian on this show in the past. You can look it up.
What did you think about John Moxley unleashing Marina Shafir on the...
We talked about that.
The backstage guys, though.
We talked about it.
Well...
I mean, the backstage actors
very good,
were beyond... It was because of the actors in the back. They were so horrible. I mean, my God.
What movie did John Moxley watch?
I actually know the movie you watched.
What is it? Because there's...
So, Brian Alvarez, there's shittier sources than me. No, Moxley talks to the sheets, bro. He talks directly to Observer. Okay? He talks directly to Dave and Brian. You guys know that? Like, come on, man. He fucking phones. It'll be 2 a.m. in Japan. He'll be in his hotel room bleeding. Not even showered yet. Still bleeding. And I call Sports Illustrated for an interview, man. They're in America. It's 2 a.m. here. But that's what the kind of guy Moxley is. He told them directly. It's what he's doing. And we know he pulls shit from movies.
there's going to be things that are going to have to be explained if this is going to be one of those we're taking it from legitimate movies and weaving it.
Yeah, Thecla Fucklin is what I was about to say. Thecla fucking rules, dude. I was about to say Thecla Fucklin rules. How funny is that? But yeah, Thecla rules, dude.
Into wrestling because I
Romper Stomper,
movies.
Australian
Fucklin is technically not a swear, YouTube.
cult classic, 1992. He was
Romper
playing Russell
Stomper.
Crowe in what he was doing.
All right.
Not making this up. Yep. That's a scoop for you.
That was the best part of Collisions. Max, that was the best part of Collision. It's called Fyter Fest. Or I guess they switched it to Collision. What a bunch of scrubs. Why would they turn it to Collision? But yeah, no, you guys are right. I fully agree. This was the best part of this whole show, this whole Fyter Fest. And then, of course, they have people run out. Aminata, who's been like, I haven't been wrestling lately. So we're getting Aminata versus Thecla, meaning Thecla is going to be in ROH and not really AEW. Or else Thecla or Aminata's just here. See, I told you guys a long time ago, this is how AEW books all women's wrestling. Woman fights woman. Woman debuts. Woman runs out to help woman. Tag match. Or the woman who runs out to help fights the woman that she helped against. They do this. It's the exact same thing every time. Utter shit. Anyways.
Phone God, now we can go back to some of the Rocky storylines.
So here, Alvarez that's trying Brian. We just had to bring that out there for this dumb moment. So Dave Meltzer edits tweets. So Dave Meltzer says, he and I have discussed the methodology talking. Okay, well, he gets asked. I'll take Brandon Thurston's breakdown that says that Raw's down slightly from last year. He's actually an expert with the numbers. Awful Wrestling made Thurston delete a whole WWE fucking thread he made because Awful pointed out how he was not an expert with the numbers, and he just proved that fucking WWE Netflix numbers were higher than Netflix was letting on. So Meltzer's like, he and I have discussed the methodology. He doesn't believe in Netflix as being honest. I can't accept that 1/6 they say claim. Then why? So you don't think Netflix is being honest, but you believe random fucking WBD numbers that no one's ever even talked about, that WBD's never even said it's this. At least Netflix says this is what it is. And Dave's like, they're being dishonest, but the other shit, you just add invisible 30% and go, that's true. Dave is so fucking shitty, man. He goes, then they claimed 80% a few weeks later. Now the numbers they claim indicate 10%, which is also impossible. Oh my God. It's impossible. But if it is 10% live, that would mean 270,000 live homes worldwide as a direct Nielsen same-day comparison, Brian. That's actually except 370,000 viewers. Yes, we fucking did it. Did I miss it? Sorry, chat. I'm fucking distracted here. Less in the U.S., thus their number for the U.S. Here we go. Okay. More than 370,000, let alone under half of that. So again, he's just talking out of his fucking ass. Then he edits it. He edits his math. Same day is far more than 370,000, let alone under half of that. So he basically edits it to try and fix his fuck up. He added 3 more sentences there. I find it curious based on, but he goes, I can't accept 1/6. But then he edits it to go, I find it curious, Brian, more than meets the eye, Decepticons. Fucking idiot, man. I can't accept that too. I better change that wording. Because he knows he's just bullshitting, bro. He knows he's wrong. Harley Cameron is taking time off. The broken nose spot in her AEW Dynamite tag match where Megan Bayne dropped her on her face on the ring steps and the doctor came out was a planned spot as a storyline cover for her taking time off, Brian. So then I just responded to this. I go, listen to the spin in the cover. And maybe this is true, but then how shitty and botchy is AEW? I write, so Harley Cameron was planned to take time off. So when Bayne dropped her on her face and broke her nose during the match and the trainers came out, that was planned. Fuck out of here. Because she dropped her on her nose and fucked her nose up. And Anna Jay got her nose fucked, and so did Chelsea Green. Now, again, people go broken nose. It's not broken. Just because you get popped and you get a black eye, that doesn't mean broken. It could be, you know, just deeply bruised or whatever. There's different states, right? You can work your nose over time and shit like that. Over time. Roger. You guys ever see Airplane? I love that movie. But yeah, so I guess that was planned for her to take time off. We know why, so that Ty Mello could reunite with Anna Jay, and then we get no more Harley Cameron and Anna Jay, which fans were actually getting behind. This company fucking sucks, bro. It really is bad, okay? It really is bad. Other than Thekla, this shit really is bad.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
You gotta be completely honest here. Moving along here. So Dave Meltzer talks more about the ideas. He says, actually, the idea that the result of Hangman Page versus Will Ospreay at AEW Double or Nothing was determined at the last minute is not accurate, although supposedly those even close to the vest didn't know. Tony Khan talked to Ospreay and Page the day before. They gave their thoughts, but he said Page was winning and told them not to let anyone know. So the day before isn't last minute to these dumbass, like, guys, I mean,
You fucking mark!
And the Oilers, just as we took a dub over fucking Dave, we took a dub in overtime 4-3 over Florida. It's going to be a clean sweep, and we're partying in Miami this year, bitch. Don DeMarco. Okay. 58 super chats tonight. That's fucking crazy. But yes, and that's crazy. The Oilers won. I was biting nails for a second. This fucking Fyter Fest has been crazy. And we also have Dave Meltzer being entirely crazy, saying the idea was last minute wasn't true. It was less than 24 hours though. And that's not like in the 12th hour or whatever, you know, that's not in the final countdown. That's not like in the fucking nut cutting time of like, we need to have a decision on who's going over. That's crazy, man. Dave is fucking nuts. That's the biggest show, one of the biggest shows of the year. So that means they didn't know who was winning the fucking tournament till a day before. Fully. Like, that's pretty fucked, man. And then, yeah, they just announced it. The Intercontinental title match, winner takes all. Omega versus Okada. Just fucking. So Meltzer said what, Posa? It was that pesky Super Luchas list, I tell ya. So here's what Dave had to say. More lies about AAA. Again, I've been so spot on. Come on now. Don't fuck with your boy, okay? And listen to the pod with Husey. We actually didn't get into that a lot because he just tells me all this shit anyways. But he's not the only one, man. But Stephanie Vaquer, who is on the Worlds Collide show, had and may still have orders regarding Forestro and Sanson, family members of Quattrero, her ex-boyfriend, who she accused of DV, and Hydra, who spoke out negatively against Vaquer in public on that issue. So, of course, Dave is bringing this up. I mean, I guess it's good to know. But for us, Forestero, Sanson, and Hydra have not been signed by WWE. Oh, my God, Dave. Oh, my God, Dave. None of them have been signed by WW fucking E, man. Oh, my God. They own 51% of the company, dude. They just absorbed whatever contracts are there. They just own AAA. They own the majority stake of AAA, meaning they own all the contracts, blah, 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 blah. Fuck, man. Anyways, Alberto, who was listed by Super Luchas on the list of those signed by WWE, which Super Luchas was wrong, doesn't look like he will be used in the U.S. since friend Hugo Savanovich through Lucha Online has been pushing for WWE to put him on the show. Yeah, man. It's pretty crazy. The dude who fucking who writes these shows has said the exact opposite. Shout out K100. Like, come on, you guys fucking, Dave, you're real bad. You can just call, he even said it. Conan's like, Orale, mi raza. He can just call me, Holmes. Like, he can just call me. I don't know why Dave prints these lies, you know? So those who are friendly with Alberto are reporting that everything is fine between him and WWE. Yeah, okay, that's not untrue. And he's going to be back in WWE eventually. Okay, they bought AAA. So like what when it's like me when I am like, oh, they're gonna announce another crossover show, but I put it in quotations, like I worded it as AAA crossover marketed like type show is what they're gonna announce because they fucking own AAA. So like, what does that mean really? If you work for AAA, you technically work for TKO and WWE and shit. I don't really like. It's just weird how Dave plays these fucking games. But yeah, that's another thing none of these sheets know about. Why don't they know about this or haven't been talking about this? They're planning another fucking show already. Similar because the huge success of this Worlds Collide. I don't know if that's what they're announcing at SummerSlam or what, but it's yeah, like none of the sheets are talking about that. They're just talking about fake WWE fucking signed these new deals, like whipped up these new deals for them that are what, the exact same time? Oh, they gave Alberto a new deal, but he's just not going to fucking, they're never going to use him for anything. Or did they just absorb his other shit where he's already a producer and a talent and shit? Like, come on, man. Fuck. They said it flat out. They own 51%. Anyways, I see this quick pivot from the previous plans, and rushing the belt on Vikingo is not a good sign for Alberto. Yeah, I mean, I guess so too. But again, you're talking in hindsight. I said that before you, motherfucker. And you're supposed to be the news, bro. That's all I'm saying. And I'm just apparently a fucking grifting hack podcaster. Anyways, Dave Meltzer says, if the company is profitable, then the overall talent budget is not above market value. Oh my God. And Disco goes, imagine owning a business and thinking this way. Dave Meltzer said this, guys, on June 1st, 2025, the year of our Lord. Okay? If the company is profitable, then the overall talent budget is not above market value. Holy shit, bro. Dave is uber cooked, man. Like, that's a fucking super terrible take, bro. That's super terrible. And I don't even know like how to break this down. I wish fucking Disco would break it down further.
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
Because it's like, and this, I'll try and give an example, I guess, because that, like, let's say you have 10 wrestlers, like, are in the ring right now in AEW. And let's say Adam Cole is selling the least fucking action figures of everyone in the ring by a substantial amount, but you're paying him fucking $1 million more than everyone else in the ring, let's say. That could make your roster be above market value. You're paying guys who don't move merch. There's other ways than just we profited. So if a company profits $1, Dave, their fucking roster isn't over budget, or you couldn't say it's pricing out people, which it's done, by the way. And we know this because the indies, bro. Like, they've fucking overpriced a bunch of talent. We know that because people can't get the same money if they go from AEW to WWE. This is how we know this, Dave. Because to go to the biggest company in the world that's making the most money, they are offering you less for a bigger opportunity. And the sickos are going, why would they take less money? That's what they're fucking saying now. So, no, like, clearly the more money isn't fucking, you know, isn't the end all be all. And Dave just, none of these people can understand this. And Dave keeps galvanizing sickos with shit takes who can't, and these people can't think for themselves. So they just fucking parrot what he's saying. Right. And so, yeah, this will be around in the IWC forever. People regurgitating that. So some other news broke. Wrestle Lamia says, reportedly, this is via The Observer, Triple H made the call to release R-Truth and Carlito. They're looking at the numbers. They're looking at how many people they have to cut or how much money they have to cut. And those were the picks. Those were the Levesque picks. And that's what it is. Now, I'll say this. There's rumors. People are like, oh, WWE lowballed him and like gave him a low offer and he rejected it. Yeah, that's called negotiations, guys. How many years do you think R-Truth is going to be with the company, and is he worth over $2 million? And he was getting paid over $2 million. Okay, so again, a Vince guy through and through, but it's not like Triple H doesn't like R-Truth. But yes, if R-Truth is 53 and they go, well, we'll sign you till you're 55, but we're going to give you $750K a year instead of the 2.5. And he goes, I'm cool. I'll just go start a podcast and make shitloads of money. Like, imagine, here's a freebie. Imagine if Miz gets released and the Awesome Truth and they start a fucking show, Miz or Release doesn't renew or whatever, and Miz and Truth start a pod. And think about the celebrities and athletes and shit they could get on that show and how funny it could legit be if they did it with like high quality production and shit and did it more like a talk show. That would be fucking hilarious and awesome. So I'm not like hoping Miz goes anywhere. I really see Miz as like a guy that could stick around and like be a Bobby the Brain one day. Like he could just be in the corner of people talking shit, sort of what he's doing with Carmelo. Like that could be, he could do commentary for Evolve. He could do any position you put him in. So it's really up to whether he wants the money. And that's like R-Truth. They were gracious enough. People go, oh, they offered him shit money and he rejected it. So he didn't want the job. He said, okay, they're releasing me or whatever. It's like, and I don't even know if I believe that they did offer, like counter offer him with other shit. This could all be made up. But if he turned it down, that's on him and that's his choice not to work there anymore. And that's not them devaluing him. It's like, how much longer is he going to work till he's 65 and they're supposed to give him $2 million a year to just be there playing the background? And the only sickos complaining about this are people who were saying Carlito and Truth weren't shit to begin with. Okay. And I don't know if they counter offered him something. We should be looking at it as they were so gracious to counter offer with something. That's the way I look at it. Anyways, though, but hey, this could be Triple H's call to be like, okay, well, R-Truth and Carlito, we're not going to renew them unless if that's his call. Okay. I mean, that's not a shock. Maybe Dave's right about that. I wouldn't say he's incorrect about that specific thing, you know? But the Meltzer quote below sounds completely different when you just read it selectively versus the actual clip. So Meltzer said what again? I talked to him privately and he's sending me shit live on the show actually that I added to the segment. But Meltzer said what? Shout you out, buddy, and give him a follow on X. And again, he's just trying to add context. Earlier in the show, we talked about cadence, inflection in people's voices, what they really mean. Social media doesn't do a good job of that. So again, he's not necessarily refuting what Dave's saying, but he's just like, it sounds a lot different when you hear it in context than, you know, what it actually was. And we love Dave Meltzer clips, so let's go.
Heels of Mariah May and Bear Bronson and Abaddon all leaving AEW, we have Carlito and Truth both leaving WWE as their contracts are expiring and not being renewed.
Mm-hmm. Well, when you're bringing people in, you have to, when you make additions to a roster, you have to make subtractions. And I was surprised with Carlito in the sense that he's in the middle of he's in the Judgment Day thing, and they have regular TV time. R-Truth, not so much. I mean, he's been around for a long time, and I think a lot of people were surprised. But when you really look at it, between the age and the fact that he's not, he's just in there for quick cameos. It's not like he's in weekly storylines or anything like that. So I wouldn't be, and there's others. I think that anyone who's on that kind of borderline right now, with so many people being brought up, you've got to consider. I mean, they're going to have a certain number of people on the roster, and every time you hear someone coming in, whether it's from AEW or if they're coming in from NXT, then somebody on the bottom level, if you're not being used in a program, and you're not like this major superstar, you're in danger. And older is worse than younger. I mean, obviously.
That's ageist. That's ageist, Dave.
those were I mean, they're just choices. There's numbers. They're looking at the numbers, and they're looking at how many do we have to cut, or how much money do we have to cut, and those were the picks. Those were the Levesque picks, and that's what it is. I know a lot of people. I mean, they're you know, I don't think they lose anything by losing Carlito. R-Truth is really funny.
Well, the Carlito one is weird because with Truth, it's like they did that last big run. He had the big.
Speaking of run, this fucking overrun. Like, come on, man. Just learn your lesson, Tony. This show stinks.
Short feud with John Cena. They had the Saturday Night's main event match, and then he lost. And then
he lost Jeff Cobb.
Jeff Cobb. But with Carlito, it's like he wasn't doing anything.
He wasn't doing anything. Yeah, but he's in Judgment Day.
Mariah.
And it fucking sucks that on Raw, like, I'll call it out, they just didn't even mention anything. He's just not there, you know? So now Meltzer said what responds to that with 2 more clips, okay? And he says, we've reached a point of online fandom and bait engagement accounts where Brian Alvarez has to be the voice of reason to talk people over the ledge of WWE. Here's Tryin' Brian, ladies and gentlemen.
You know, I gotta talk about Truth and Carlito, because I don't want to fight with people. I'm trying not to fight with people anymore, but man, oh man, people are like, you know, what a horrible company WWE is for cutting Truth and Carlito. It's like, listen, I get it. You don't like WWE, you don't like Hunter, okay? But dude, it's a business. And people are going to come and people are going to go. I realize everybody likes Truth. I like Truth. I don't want to see anybody get cut, okay? But it's going to happen, okay? And like, even, you know what's funny about all of this? You know what's funny about all this? Well, of course their own wrestlers were sad. You don't think people were sad when, name anybody who got cut. Unless you're universally hated, it doesn't matter who you are in what company around the world. When you get cut, there's going to be people sad. I like Truth a lot, okay? I think he's great. But the fact of the matter is, he had a huge contract that they paid him for years and years and years and years and years and years. And for most of that time, he didn't
See, Tryin' Brian, man. Brian's cooking here.
do much. And it's not like I'm saying he deserves to be fired, but my point is this. He's 53 years old, and for years, he made really, really, really big money. Unless he is an absolute idiot with his money, he's set for life. Like, think about all of the people.
See, everyone's like, oh, he turned down the money they offered. It's like, yeah, he's able to do that because of WWE. He's able to do that. Like, what the fuck don't you people understand about
got
this?
cut. Did you guys read Carlito's the tweet that he made when Carlito got cut? He literally joked, my lawyer contacted me that I may need to pay WWE money back. He literally was stating, I stole money the last couple of years. They paid me a ton of money and I didn't do anything. Carlito joked about that. So, listen, Mariah May.
Do you guys hear the negative? Like, there's zero reaction in this building. Like, it's literally quiet as a fucking. You could hear a fly take a shit.
Gone from AEW. Abaddon gone from AEW. The Bear Bronson, I think it was Bear, got released. You know, he's gone. You know, there have been others from AEW that have been gone. There are others from WWE that have been gone. Like, they're going to leave one place, and some of them are going to go other places. Some of them are going to have to figure out something to do with their lives, but it happens. Like, no one is a horrible person for letting somebody who had a gigantic contract for decades. It's just like, these aren't terrible people. It's just business. Why does this have to be some tribal thing? It happens. It sucks, but it happens. Right?
Right. Right, Alvarez. You're actually right about something. Based Alvarez. So here's a throwback clip of Jim Cornette and Dave.
But the question is, when they
and talking about, like, pretty much Meltzer agrees with Cornette, like, dude, this is a throwback clip of 2019. And, you know, Meltzer pretty much agrees, like, bro, if they're not in the millions or around 2 million viewers or whatever, then they're fucked, right? So let's take a listen to this.
But the question is, when they take the next step up to, you got to have 2 million people a week watching your television show on a platform of that level, maybe even a little more because of wrestling.
I don't think they're going to need two at this stage of the game, but they're going to need more than 200,000.
Close to, it's not going to be, goddamn my mother the car fucking numbers or whatever.
So what did Dave say? Did Dave just say they have to be within 200,000 or more than 200,000 or within 200,000? Is that what he said? So like 1.8 million? Is that what he was saying? Like, no one can make it out. I'm like, what is he saying? It sounds mumbled, but
whatever, they ain't going to last. And they've also got to find a place to do that 52 weeks a year, unless they tape in clumps. And if they tape in clumps,
well, they're not taping in clumps unless they change the battle plan. The battle plan is absolutely live 2 hours every, whatever day of the week.
So listen to how Dave was already, I found this so compelling, he's already shutting down Jim. Oh, well, they're not going to do that. The battle plan isn't to tape in clumps. They're going to go live like Dave had the ins and outs. Tony's just telling him all this shit. And I get it. You want to talk to the media and hype up your wrestling company, but fuck, man.
Week it is because
the question is,
right now.
Do you think, is there, in your experience, your perception of this, is there an acknowledgement that this is going to be somewhat of a struggle for them like it would be for anybody else, or is there too much overconfidence? And secondly, do you think that most of them realize?
Oh, no, Dave won't even let him fucking finish.
That they've got to be, they can't do the fucking, super kicking the 9-year-olds or whatever. They have to be somewhat serious about their efforts to get the people that don't already watch and buy into what they're doing.
Okay. I know people won't believe this, but I don't talk to them about those guys about creative or where they're going or direction.
In 2019, he's already projecting his defenses being like, I know people won't believe this. I don't think in 2019 anyone really thought you were talking to them about creative and shit. We knew you guys were talking, but like, fuck.
Anything at all. Like literally at all. The only stuff I've ever done is a couple of times I've suggested, people that I've seen, hey.
Well, and I'm not even saying that as far as talking about creative. I'm saying I don't want the meatloaf recipe. I just want to know, do they know what they're cooking? Is what they're cooking going to be for a small niche audience, or a mainstream palate?
I know that.
Jesus Christ, Dave.
I know Tony Khan, okay? I know that Tony Khan,
Yeah, we know that you fucking know Tony Khan.
The best guy is Tony Khan. He loves Mid-South wrestling. I mean, he loves that kind of wrestling. I know that he wants it to be, again, look, they want to make
a good show. He wants it to be good.
I mean, they want to do win-loss record stuff.
Oh wow, look how that worked out. They want to do win-loss record stuff. Okay, he tried it twice and epically failed both times with the rankings and shit because he fucking sucks.
Just even stronger than before.
That shouldn't have been his focus. Jim's sitting there like, okay, I don't give a fuck about that. We're talking like, why is that impressive? Because you're an Uber mark, Dave?
He's a sports guy. His soccer, football, baseball. He's a sports analytics guy, okay?
When he said baseball, like, is he a baseball fan or does he own a minor league team?
But the question is,
where does that come from? I have no fucking idea. Oh my goodness, a 59th super chat. We could almost hit 60. It would be crazy. Cashman A for 2 says Dom was wearing a Carlito shirt at least. That he fucking was. Yeah. Then the fucking super friends of Dirt Sheets are like, apparently they didn't want anyone wearing R-Truth shirts. It's like, I wouldn't either, but Dom went and did it. And what are they going to fire one of their most over acts because of it? Like, no. 59 fucking super duper chats. That is crazy. You guys fucking blew my mind. We said, what was it, like 30 or 40 I said at the start? Anyways, as far as Chris Jericho coming back to AEW, there's nothing on the table right now. As far as, is he ready and available? I mean, technically he's always been available because even when he tours, Wednesday is open. But I think that he felt that it was time for a break. And so that's the deal with him. So I'm going to tell you guys this. Jericho's deal is fucking, he never signed like a 10-year deal. He signed 3 years from 2019 to 2022, and then again from 2022 to 2025. He could be a free agent right now for all we know. And they're canceling Fozzy shows. We covered it on this show. Hughesy's always hitting me up like, oh, their tickets are abysmal. I would just end Fozzy. That's what he says. Like, it's doing that bad. And he's a fan. He's gone to Fozzy shows. Like, he likes Fozzy, like legit. And so Jericho, and what Conan said, and Conan's like, I believe that fucking Jericho will end his career in WWE. I firmly believe that too. Meltzer saying, as far as Jericho, he could come back. He just wants time off. That's true. People are like, isn't he touring? No, bro. They canceled one of his shows. We covered it on the show that we showed you on this show. We covered you we showed you rather. It's been a long one tonight, folks. I showed you all rather the poster from the venue or the email they sent out saying like Jericho won't be here on this date, which is the day of a Collision show, because he has a wrestling commitment. But then he was nowhere featured on that Collision show, and he didn't make his return to AEW. So that's like being used as a cop-out and shit. And if that's not a Jericho lie, then that means Tony was going to use him, but then didn't. So either way, it just doesn't look good. And I could totally see Jericho, like imagine his cruise business. People are like, oh, you take less money? Yes, he's made millions and millions. Go to WWE, take $1 million a year. Your cruise gets popular again because you can use TNA and WWE guys and AAA guys, and then your fucking Fozzy shows get second life because you make a new hit, right? So it was Enemy, then it was Judas. I think they had another song that got pretty popular. Make a new hit and make that your theme in the TKO era. And Jericho could just be like an attraction for them, and he could do his Fozzy one-man show, whatever, with like the way they promote the Undertaker thing, and they can make $1 million a year back off Jericho. They'd know how to, WWE would know how to do it. Fanatics would know how to do it, right? And Jericho, like Conan said, you don't want to be walking through the airport and, hey man, when you coming back to wrestling? And it's like, well, I am wrestling in AEW. What the fuck is that? You know? And Jericho had a guy on his podcast where he's like, what's AEW? And he didn't even know Jericho was still wrestling. And he's like a famous musician guy or something. So I don't know. So Dave Meltzer tonight, he said, this is what he had to say. We have a couple more guys before we're done, okay? It's been a long one. So Switchblade said, someone tell Dave the best numbers that record NBA regular season max numbers are below 55K. So Meltzer's sitting here trying to tell people who actually crunch numbers, okay? Preston Feeler says, trying to figure out how this is bad. It is still more than double the viewership of Dynamite, which still can't beat developmental NXT ratings. We'll have ups and downs, especially in the summer with people not at home on the weekends, whatever. I have no idea what position this guy's taking. It doesn't matter because Dave says for it to be double the viewership of Dynamite, that would mean. Oh, it's like Inception. It's like Time Cop.
Stupid idiot.
Jesus Christ, man. That would mean 55,000 viewers on Max, a figure that is preposterous. And Dave is saying 55,000 is preposterously low. That's what Dave doesn't understand. Switchblade's going, someone tell Dave the best number that the record NBA regular season Max numbers do are below 55K. And Dave is like, that's preposterously low, 55K. He's not saying preposterous as in there's no way they do more than that on Max. He thinks it's hundreds of thousands. I'm telling you, once you hit the hundreds of thousands, you're talking beating LeBron James and the Lakers and the Mavs. They're not doing that. I'm so sorry to break that to everybody. Don't break my heart, my achy, breaky heart, Brian. So Meltzer goes, SmackDown Friday did 1.38 million, 0.34. It's like super good for wrestling on TV in 2025. But the number one show sometimes is like 1.5 million, you know? So it's like, all right, both with Cena on the show and Cody and no NBA. Shocking, honestly. And then your boy Phil responds, Gadzooks, Meltzer is shocked. He's so shocked. It's so shocked that this number, a perfectly fine number for where we are in the summer and shit, but with Collision, he's like, has nothing. He's not shocked or anything. So then Meltzer responds to Mr. Nobody. Mr. Nobody says, when did WCW start to lose ticket sales after they were hot? Because didn't that last another year or so, even when the product was forward and ratings were starting to slide? Meltzer goes, ticket sales fell before ratings and faster than ratings. AEW the same. ticket sales fill faster than ratings. So it's happening with AEW, and you're just like, whatever. It's not going to end up like WCW. So you're literally identifying a pattern that I've pointed out a billion times, and so have a million other people. That's the same as failure WCW, and yet you guys you're just like, oh, it's all good though. Oh, and I removed the one. Oh, I fucked up there. I removed it too quick. So Meltzer said there, he's like, fuck, I shouldn't have removed it. But Meltzer goes, the Observer is must-see TV, Brian. And I was like, yo, I'm going to bake Dave's ass in a must-see PWT tonight. But yeah, Dave Meltzer, I'm going to find it. He's like, it means the Observer is must-see news or whatever. Like just feeling himself a little too much, right? So there's Dave Meltzer, Observer is the must-see. That's all the details. Bro, Jesus Christ, ain't nobody trying to see that shit anymore, bro. And then Neckbeards posted this while we were on the air, Unbiased Journalism. Here's Dave again, just telling people, like, shilling for the company. Let's see you do this for SmackDown. So Dave goes, if you are DVRing the AEW show tonight, manually check. I just checked and saw it was only recording the first 2 hours because it was listed as Collision in hour 3 and 4. And for some reason, Collision, actually it didn't record because, on my service, it only records Collision and TNT and not when it's on TBS. Imagine, like, people say I'm a fucking drone. Imagine me doing this grunt work trying to explain to people how to watch this show. And it's not like, I'd respect it more if Dave put out a bot copy and paste thing that was like an email sent out. I respect it less because fucking Dave Meltzer is like typing this up. Like he's taking the time to like go off the top of the dome with this one, man. And because you're a fucking shill, Dave, you will always get clowned. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. Guys, I want to thank you all for being here. Round of applause. Please come and subscribe. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleTimes or Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes for over 100 like exclusive videos that are already on there. All sorts of different shit. And anything that gets clipped out of this show, it goes over there. Thank you all so much. We crushed over 60 super chats as well. You guys went fucking nuts. My chance for 60. You nailed 60, Wolverine DX. You fucking nailed it. You fucking nailed it. 626 for 2 says double the goal. Let's go, Phildos. You deserve it. You guys do, man. Air horns up. You guys fucking deserve it. And thank you guys so much, man. Tomorrow is Phil Marks Out. So I have a YouTube channel called Phil Marks Out where I talk about pop culture and movies and YouTube drama and shit. I'm going to drop a video on there tomorrow or do a stream or something. Make sure you checked into that. And then Friday, I ain't doing shit. And then Saturday, we are going in all day, the AAA show and Money in the Bank. I'm legit excited. I have not previewed Money in the Bank. This show went so long, I didn't do a preview. So we'll just quickly preview both cards. Like, I'll just jump on a half hour before the AAA show or whatever. Thank you all for just being tremendous. If you're on X, consider checking me out on YouTube. And, yeah, man, geez, what a long one. Over 5 hours. Phildos are goated. Phil Illuminati, if you guys don't like Phildos or whatever. But speaking of Jericho, until next time, I'll see you all in the Upside Down. He's going to serenade us out of here. And, yeah, peace and love, everybody. Drink lots of water. Thanks for being here tonight. And, yeah, until next time, I'll see you in the Upside Down. Stranger Things fucking hate you. Not coming until November. Part 1, 2, 3 parts. Fuck yourselves. Peace.
And see, it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. Young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling has always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
My security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Damn it,